everyone to another bit of madness and mayhem. It's a little bit of a somber start for William and I today. We just found out we've lost a long time, for him, much longer time friend. So, let's see. So, but other than that, it's a good Sunday. At least the weather's, I see sunshine outside to a point.
Oh, you suck. You have sunshine, I got clouds.
Well, I said to a point, it's wandering over.
Yeah.
And like I said, we got 5 in, but I know there's another live stream in the process right now, so that's fine. With the time change, because we have gone our hour ahead, but the UK and Australia haven't yet. So we are technically running on their end, we're running an hour earlier than normal.
Coffee's for later.
Everybody can see, I'm working on, let me see, my little fuzzy brick friend here, who's getting not quite so little.
I know. I'm in the stage of trying to find one.
I'm going to leave that one alone. That was too easy.
Yeah. But I had taken this thing to work with me and had to disassemble the lower jaw about 4 times. Because I kept realizing that I didn't realize there was a mistake, but it was further down than what I thought it was. And it looks like the rest of the well, I'm not sure what Fenris has got on his plate today. It looks like he's painting.
Yeah, I'm bouncing cameras right now. I've got it on down camera. I'm probably going to end up flopping over to the airbrush station and play with the airbrush for a little bit.
And he don't look quite so rude anymore. For those that have been here for a while, yeah, he started out as a rather rude little creature. Mm-hmm. And looks like Horlixs, Sam, and Little History. And there is a story behind Terry's nameplate. We'll let him talk about that.
I will let people know as the show goes on what happened this morning.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Okay. Ted. Just saw Ted's guitars popped in. I have it. It showed up. That's great. This is the little bitty. This is part of my tribute to Terry Sr. And this will be, it will be incorporated into the base on that dragon.
Oh, cool.
So, it arrived in great shape. Thank you very much.
Well, I've got my decals ordered for the Terry Senior build, so just got to decide on which car I'm going to build.
Yeah, I need to order some of the decals from them. Because I'm going to incorporate it in one of the wall dioramas that I'm doing. As a graffiti, as graffiti on the walls. All right.
And then, let's see. Hot Rod Rodney was in early this morning. Hey, Rodney. He's saying hi.
Hey, Rodney.
Rodney, trust me. There's only one time only one instance I do hair and makeup, and that's for Renaissance Festival. Definitely not streaming. Hence the reason it stays on down cam. And Terry Woodburning is in. Hey, Terry. How you doing? And Rodney says, so grab a popcorn, let's see, popcorn, a hot dog, French fries, chicken nuggets, and a cold drink or hot drink as we bring you together for another Connie's Nut House. Enjoy the show. Smash the like button and hit the bell till it turns black. Thank you. And subscribe.
See, that's how you do it.
And then we started, and Terry says hello to panel.
Hello.
And we have
From one
Josh
Terry to
at,
another. Hello.
and Josh at Wisdom Designs in. Hey, Josh. And
Hey, Josh.
Hey,
Jake
Josh.
from Haunted Railway coming through Horlixs' channel.
Hey, hi, Jake.
Says hi to everybody. Ted Cars is in. Hello. As I said, I pointed out got my little truck in. That way I don't have to try to 3D print one. And he says, you're welcome. Cool and cool and... Oh, that's not good, Terry. Hope we can brighten your day a little bit. Kick back and relax and listen to the mayhem. And Octal is in. How you doing, Octal?
Hi, Octo.
Hey, Octo.
I want to say I've got a few links out at the moment, but like I said, I know there's another live stream on at the moment. So we'll let them finish up with that one. And we'll see what openings we have in a bit then. Oh, I figured. Like I said, I do actually put makeup on, like I said, for a festival, but that's about it. But I hope everybody's having a good day. Like I said, a little bit upsetting news for Fenris and I earlier. But nothing we can change. So it's just a matter of dealing with it later.
Yeah, I like Sunday. Well, I like Sundays because they're chilled, but I don't like Sundays because it means work tomorrow.
Fortunately, I don't have to go to work until the afternoons.
Yeah.
So that's why I can do the later stream. Hey, Marcus. And John Alec are in.
Yo, John Alec.
Hi, John. Marcus.
Oh, Ted's at work. Marcus, let's see. I can send the link out to you if you want. And I think I've got John Alec. If not, I can forward links if y'all would like them.
This is one of those times where you're glad you're not monetized, especially when Marcus is about to turn up.
No, it's pretty much, you know, I'm nice. I'm not working on a metal kit today. Tasha was in earlier on another stream, and she's got the link to come in. Let's see. I don't think I have a connection to you, Octo. Hey, Manuel, how you doing?
Hey, Manuel.
Hello. Hi, Manuel.
Hey, Manuel.
Yeah, Marcus will be. That's the one downside. We catch a lot of people right at dinner time. But that means we can be your after dinner dessert. Or wind down or whatever. Although we have been known to put a few people to sleep
Yeah.
On panel,
on
no
panel.
less.
On panel, no less. I don't think you saw that one, Horlicks. We had literally, well, one person, she thought she had signed off but didn't and went to bed. She took, you know, she shut her camera down, so it just left her avatar up.
Yeah.
But she thought she left studio and she didn't, so, and then she went to bed.
Yeah. So we get this nice snoring and Joshy interviewing her.
Well, no. Well, the funniest one was Randall, who was actually on panel and fell asleep without meaning to.
Yeah.
And we hear, all of a sudden we hear this. It's like, is somebody snoring? And everybody's like, not me, not me, not me. Randall, Randall. And Joshy does an interview with Randall while he's asleep, and it just worked out perfectly. Joshy'd ask a question, and this is really good because Joshy has, you know, he's got a delay on his phone. So he would ask a question, and right at the correct time, Randall would snore.
Yeah.
Well, that's one thing I've not done yet, though. It's fall asleep on a stream, but I don't know. There's always a chance.
Oh, I've seen it happen before. I've seen it happen to the host of a stream, and there was nobody to turn it off.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he was doing a solo stream, and nobody had, and you could hear his text message tone going off in the background.
Yeah, it was a friend of mine. I was actually on it. I had signed off during the stream and thought that he was signing off shortly, and then I woke up the next morning. The stream's still going. He's still asleep.
Oh no.
Yeah, it stayed up for about an
Rodney's
extra
like,
8 or 10
"Boy, man."
hours. Yeah. I wasn't going to call him out on it because that was a great stream. But we had been known to do streams like that where I would leave at like 1 or 2 in the morning on a Friday night, wake up the next morning at like 6:30, and he'd still be going. And they'd usually stop about 10 o'clock the next morning when another stream would start here stateside in the train community.
Yeah, let's see. We have Rascals in and Hobby Time. Yeah, it was our Ron Toyman.
Hey, Eric.
Let's see. Ethel McNicholas in. Oh, this is where all the cool kids hang out. Well,
Yeah.
up at mine, tanks and pipes are primed, sand-colored Vallejo primer. I think I've got that color. I've got a bunch of Stilrenes in different colors. But then I have a slight paint addiction, so.
A slight paint addiction. My God.
Slight. God, I'd hate to see what you're going to have.
Yeah.
I have stayed away from too thin coats, outlaw paints. There's a couple others out there that I don't have.
Funny, there's 441 different colours in outlaw paint.
Yeah, it's about
Don't get me started on those.
I've already tried to buy
the Pro Acryl.
I've got the Pro Acryls at the moment. I've got the entire Vallejo Game Color. I've got the entire Army Painter War Paints plus the Speed Paints, and the next phase of my addiction is coming in tomorrow because I've got the new Army Painters coming in. Yeah.
I want to get some of those green stuff, paints that Sprue's got. The color shift.
Yeah, the color shift. Yeah.
This set? Oh, the color shifts. There you go.
Oh, you got
if they're metallics and color shifts, I probably.
Well, Joe, I'd love them.
God.
I think I have to get them from over your side, over the pond. I don't think we have them over here. I have to get it imported.
Which
No,
ones?
The green stuff, stuff.
Actually, they're Spain.
yeah,
Was it Spain?
I
Yeah.
think they're Spain.
yeah, they're in Spain. It takes about
Yeah.
a week or two to get stuff for
Yeah, they're
us.
Spain. So you should be able to get them quicker.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm getting confused then. I'm going to Spain in September. Maybe I could pop in somewhere and
Buy them straight off the shelf.
yeah. Mind you, I don't know if they'll get it through the airport. Should they? No, my luck. They'll take them away from me.
Oh, Rascal said he tried Outlaw paints and they're simply amazing to work with straight from the bottle.
Well, the horse has bolted with me for Outlaw paints. I've tried to buy them twice now, and every time I placed an order, it's on back order, and then you don't get it. So I'm not even.
Well, the guy who does the paints, I believe first he had COVID and then he's had a stroke.
Really?
Oh,
Yes.
jeez.
So there has been some major health issues. That
His
and
British supplier is no longer supplying.
I don't.
I wanted to do a comparison video of their chromes against the AK Super Chrome, and no matter which avenue I tried, I couldn't get hold of any. So,
Are you friends with Moss?
I wouldn't say friends. I know of him.
Because the British supplier is no longer supplying it, so Jason's waiting to see who is going to take it up.
Right.
As soon as we all know what's happening, you'll know.
It's probably why the two shops I tried gave me my money back, because they knew they weren't going to be able to get his stock. That explains everything, really. But I wish the guy well. I mean, Jesus, if he's had a stroke, oh my God.
Yeah, and the one distributor in the U.S., the last update they had is delayed until January.
Yeah, because he's had to close the factory where he was working because the people who owned the factory were giving him a hard time. So he's moved back home again to his garage to start working again.
Right.
Are you
Yeah.
after the chrome? Are you after the chrome?
It was the chrome, yeah.
I've got a full bottle of chrome here that
Oh,
I've
no,
got.
I can wait, Sam. Don't you worry.
I can
It's
send
not
to
high up
you.
on my list. It's not high up on my list of things to do, to be fair.
Okay.
Oh.
I have a whole pile of them here.
Yeah.
Let's see, a couple of highs, and Athel says that, well, Connie, if you run out of models to paint, then those paints can be used for painting murals on walls. I have a 3D printer. I don't think I can, run out of models. That's why I bought one, because I was running out of different figures to paint in my dragons, so I started printing my own. And Rodney's saying hello on this. Oh, he's running the circle through the different chats. And Ethel's saying hi to everybody. Is saying that. Oh, okay, Terry. Yeah, he's calling you a German Luftwaffe Colonel Klink.
That's because I keep on calling him Adolf instead of Atoll.
And Josh at Risdom is saying, I think Brett still has Outlaw paints. And ELH Scale Model Garage is in, saying hi to everybody. Okay, human. It's like human. Okay, yeah. Little history. He says, hi, Connie, Fenris, Horlixs, Human, Sam, and Rodney.
Hello.
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 He's
Oh.
in on William's side. And Brett at High Altitude, I just checked their website. Unless I was looking at the wrong one, then they don't have them in yet. I just pulled it up on my phone to look. And Tammy and Ray are back. Hello.
Hey, Tammy
Can't
and
stay
Ray.
long.
Hello.
Hey, Tammy. Hey, Ray.
She says, "Good afternoon. Can't stay long. Running to store for pancake mix."
Get two, Tammy. Don't get one, get two.
Yeah. Go ahead and clear out the aisle because.
Yeah.
You might want to
Oh,
get
have you
three.
seen?
I think
Have
Sprue's
you
on his way.
seen her stacks of pancakes? I mean, the pancakes are like half an inch thick.
Wow.
Yes. So are biscuits.
Well, I said you might want to get 3 pancakes because 3 mixes because I think Sprue's on his way, isn't
Yeah.
Better make that 3, Tammy.
he?
And ELH came through Williams' channel and got more hellos. And yep, John, like I said, I looked at High Altitude and it still says that they are waiting for them. I mean, that's the thing that I find on their webpage. You know, expected in January or delayed until January. Bonnie says I can take some paint and sign her name to a rail car somewhere. I am not a very good two-dimensional painter unless it's walls in the house or my kitchen cabinets. I do better painting a three-dimensional figure.
Yeah.
So, you know, like what I was watching on Marcus's last night, watching Annika paint, and I'm just like amazed.
Oh, she is absolutely amazing. I've watched a couple.
Did you see that predator she was working on?
I don't think so. I saw one of her other ones, and was just absolutely flabbergasted by it. It was like,
Let's put it this
holy
way. This looks
smoke.
like it could be a movie poster.
Yeah, I saw one she did almost
If
looked like a photograph.
Okay, Ted. Have a good rest of your workday. Hope it goes well. And ELH says, can't stay too long. I've been shopping trip for my boss. Ooh. And he's been tasked with making the restaurant, Depot, and Home Depot run for supplies.
Yeah, I made the store run on the way before I came in. That's why I was running a little late this morning. Had to stop and get more coffee and paper towels and some other little odds and ends for the shed.
doesn't look right. He said, and John Knopfels in. Hey, John, how you doing? Nice seeing you again. Who was in this morning with us? So Ethel says, if Connie is not good at something, then practice it times 10 until it's second nature. I don't need any more hobbies. I've got enough.
Yeah,
And David,
I'll agree with that.
David DS Models is in. Hello,
Oh, hey,
hello,
DS.
welcome in.
Hi, Dave.
Hope
Hey,
you're having
Dave.
a good day. And ELH says, coffee is definitely something I do not run out of. He's laughing. And Josh is telling
Yeah.
Ted to get back to work. Yeah, odd man. I'm just kind of trying to finish up one project so I can start another one. I've got something wrong here because that's leaning.
Oh, really? What the? Oh, I unplugged it. Oh, darn it.
Oh, we'll do. ELH. She's actually. Tell you what. Let me go over to William's channel. That is the link for the chat on my end where most everybody is. They just kind of migrated over that way
Oh,
over time.
cool. I meant to put that. I couldn't get it to queue up before. That's better. Now I can see what I'm doing.
So it's not a requirement. Okay, thanks, John Alec. He just emailed Brett on the Outlaw Paints. He'll let us know. Cool.
Oh, okay.
Although I don't do much with lacquers. But I know there are a bunch that do, particularly the car modelers. No, wait, that's not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bonnie, that was my message bank letting me know that you had just started your stream.
Oh, half an hour late.
Well, it's better than an
Wow.
hour. It's getting better.
Yeah.
And you too, Ferris.
Yeah.
So, who are we live on then tonight? Just yours, Connie, and Fenrir.
Let's
myself.
see. On Sunday, Mark Mods, I believe, he goes on about 7 UK time with his Partworks.
Oh, sorry, no. I meant this stream. Where's it being broadcast
Okay.
to at the moment?
Oh,
I know
okay.
it's online. It's
Yeah,
yours.
mine, Fenris's, and yours at the moment.
Right.
I haven't worked out how to do it yet.
If you go up to your, where in the StreamYard, where our chat panel is?
Yeah.
If there should be a little blue button at the top that says stream to your audience.
Yep.
You click on that.
Mm-hmm.
And it
Well,
should let
most of my audience would be in bed. But we'll try. Let's see. Yep. And then it says select destination.
Yep.
YouTube.
Yep.
Email. Continue. This will allow, yep. Open YouTube Live dashboard. It's thinking.
Oh, I was going to say, Terry,
Hello.
you know, the other day I was having a right old mare about this tyre of mine on the
This
car.
what, boy?
I was having a mare about the tyre on the car.
Oh, yeah.
It was covered by my warranty, so I didn't have to pay a bean.
Oh, brilliant, mate.
Yeah, that was a good day.
You better warn Lord Peter. He's probably sent you a bunch of tyres.
Knowing him, yeah. Yeah, he's naughty.
And Athel is saying that Hamish has been fed, watered, and is now snoring his head off, while you guys and gals are on loudspeakers as he prepares dinner: bacon, sausage, and eggs.
Ooh.
You know what? I
You
killed
got to
this
be on YouTube before you can stream.
You just have to have a channel.
Yeah, you just
I've
have to
got
have
a
a channel. Doesn't matter if you have subscribers on it or not. You can.
It says you'll request for streaming access on the 18th of March. Once it's available, your channel on your channel, you can schedule streamings. Only in 23 hours until you can
Do
stream.
you have?
Yeah.
You need 50 subscribers to stream. To live stream, you need 50 subscribers to be able to live stream it instantly.
I thought
okay.
it was. Yeah, but then.
No, because I did it when I had 40.
Yeah, I think you have to
I've got
allow
68.
if you haven't streamed before, you have 24 hours to actually go live. So
Okay.
now you've done that, you should be able to do it on the next one.
Yeah.
Oh,
In 23
okay.
hours and 58 minutes or whatever it's saying. I had that.
That's ridiculous.
I think it's to stop something happening or someone just setting up an account and going live, you know. Untowards.
Thank you for your help, guys.
Well, but now it should be set up to where you can do it next time with no problem.
Yeah, definitely.
Hey,
Let's see. ELH recognizes Ted, Josh, and Rodney. And on the panel, it's me and Fenris. Everybody else is new. So feel free to, let's see, he's on a nicotine break. So when you get back, I will, since my moderator is busy today, I will drop blank sense. Hey, Brian. How you doing?
Hi,
Brian
Brian.
Got Fuels is in.
Hey, how are you?
Wasn't it, Brian? Were you the one that had the Terry Senior
Yes.
water slides and stickers? I need to go to you for. I need to get your email at some point so I can email you some stuff. I need to get some stuff for that.
Well, let's see here. Do it this way.
it's now telling me that Little History's just joined your chat.
Yeah, he just did.
I'm just streaming to my channel. I totally forgot.
Well, man, wait a minute.
Uh,
It's got you up there twice.
no, one of them's Horlicks.
Oh, it's Twitch.
There's
Okay.
two H's. Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, there's one Horlicks and one is yeah,
Yeah, you got the
a little
Twitter
history.
feed.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
Twitter feed.
the Twitter feed.
Let's see. He doesn't have pictures of senior stickers and decals. That's Gary at Ride the Wind and Mike at Scale Model Outlaw.
Okay.
Let me see. Let me see if I can do this without my. Okay, my computer's deciding to play today.
I'm just going to grab a sandwich and a free fresh coffee, and I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay.
Scale
Thanks for the warning.
Outlaw.
So I'm really fancying some biscuits or something right now.
No, Horlicks. We're both on a diet. No.
Yeah. I can't. I haven't got any anyway. But I don't know why. Mind you, they say a ginger nut's supposed to be a better choice.
Yeah, ginger nut cookies are all right.
In moderation. Half a biscuit.
Without the chocolate on them.
Okay, Gary is going. See, John Apple's going back to his chairs. He's freezing, or it's freezing blanket time. And Lord Peter is in. Hey, Peter.
Hello,
Hey,
Lord Peter.
Welcome in. He's coming through one of the links channels.
It's probably coming through little history, probably.
Yeah.
It's not. Yeah, it's not. It's not on mine. So yeah, it must be.
William, in private chat, I put the second one is Scale Models channel. So you can,
Oh, okay.
oh, it's 80 and it's 80 degrees and it's in your house. It's just back. Awesome. Hey, Dom, welcome in. Dominic's in.
Hi, Dom.
Well, let's see.
Oh, that was
We're
no.
going. So we've got 23
All right.
in. So I'll go ahead and put the link in chat.
All right.
And everybody's saying his channel. Let's see, I'm good, Ed. Well, Brian, like I've said before, and about the only comment I'll make on that particular situation is, more good than damage has come out of it. Our communities have, now got lots of crossover now. So,
Yeah.
and that is a good thing. And at the moment we have, let's see, 15 on my channel, 3 from Horlixs, 5 from Little History, and, well, we did have somebody on New Fenris.
Yeah, they probably bounced over to yours.
Yeah. And GW Buckley is in. Welcome in.
Hey, GW Buckley.
Hey, GW.
Well, like I said, that was the good thing is that our communities are a lot bigger and a lot stronger.
Yeah.
No, that's what I was referring to, that fact, not the other issue. So, you know, like I said, it if nothing else, you know, it brought our two communities into the same party, shall we say?
Yeah.
We can all party together now.
Oh yeah.
Doing the rounds now because I need to.
Yeah.
Like
hey, Fred, welcome in. Snappy Pappy is in. Yeah, party.
ELH is going, yay, parties. Ethel's doing channel hopping again. He's crossing streams. Just as long as he doesn't nix the flux capacitor, and we'll be doing all right.
Who am I missing? Oh, Fenris. I need to go over to you, Snowy, and
What's something going sideways here?
Uh-oh. What'd you lose now?
Oh, I'm just trying to decide where I've gone sideways.
Oh.
Brian says, do not cross the streams.
The immortal words of my favorite song, but Mom, that's where the fun is. I can't remember if that song came out in the 80s or the 70s. If that reference comes from.
Don't ask me. I have no clue.
Brilliant. I've done the rounds.
Well, thanks, Slappy. Appreciate it.
Snappy, not Slappy.
I'm sorry, Snappy.
Tail fell off.
I'm not awake yet. Meh.
Fire up the coffee pot.
Actually, that is a good idea because I have brand new coffee to put in that coffee pot today. Ugh.
Don't forget it this time and just leave it sat there.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I have my
Howdy, howdy.
Howdy, Randall.
Hey, William.
My two favorite coffees that I'm gonna mix.
Oh God, Death Wish.
Yes, Death Wish coffee and their dark roast and Starbucks mocha.
And Ed says that's what he drinks.
Which
I don't
one?
drink coffee.
I usually, I don't for the most part, but every once in a while I just I get a hankering for coffee just to wake up.
Well, I say I drink the coffee, but it's actually instead of brewed coffee beans, it's brewed cocoa beans. Yeah. Oh, he loves the death wish. Fred's nursing his second cup.
Hello, all.
Hey, Rodney. Welcome
Hey,
in.
Rodney.
Hi.
Hey, Rodney.
Hello.
Athel's going to stick with his Nescafe original.
Yeah, they brought Maxwell House to work the other week, and I was like, no, that's not coffee. That's yeah.
Horse poo.
It's like that other one, isn't it? Was it Mellow Birds or something? I don't know if you've got that one.
I don't recognize that.
It's like really. It's just, I rely on Wendy behind me.
There used to be a decaffeinated coffee brand called Echo. Oh, yeah, nah.
Wait a minute, decaffeinated? What's the point?
Yeah.
Some people like coffee but can't have caffeine, so it's sort of
Okay. Yeah.
My dad was a big Bolton's guy.
Yeah. It's another one I just never could drink.
I mean, he would drink the other brands, but his big brand was Bolton's.
I never got into drinking coffee, so like I said, it wasn't until Fenris's wife introduced me to ground cocoa beans that I've understood the coffee addiction.
I've got a massive box of beans from work. Don't know why they ended up there because I work in clothing, but so yeah, I've got a big box of nice beans. So I use these when in Wendy. She grinds them up and makes me fresh coffee. It's lovely. But my room sometimes ends up smelling like a cafe.
I drink coffee, but I only drink 2 cups. I can't. It either put me to sleep or
Yeah.
I must be one of those reverse coffee drinkers that you
Yeah.
read about.
I can drink coffee or anything caffeinated and lay my head down and be out in like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Exactly the same. I can drink, I drink, loads of coffee during the day in my massive mug, and I'll have one just before bed and just get off quite soundly.
Yeah.
But it's annoying because when I have a coffee because I want to stay up for something, it just doesn't work.
Yeah. That's why I started drinking the energy drinks like Monster and that. It's like super. It's like super
is
caffeinated.
in the house. Hey, Lindsay. How
Hey,
you
Lindsay.
doing?
Hey, Lindsay.
Hey, Peter, Fred.
Hey, Lindsay.
Should stop
Peter.
drinking those drinks too.
Don't fall asleep.
Oh God, that smells good. Oh no, I'm not. I'm sitting there mixing up coffee.
Yeah, I need to go and do that in a sec.
Mixing the 2 bags together in a
I'll be right back. I'm
My
gonna
Tupperware that I
go.
leave it in.
I'm gonna go fix my stir fry right quick.
Okay.
Russ,
I thought maybe he
Yeah.
was going to go take a nap.
Hey,
Nope,
So we could
yeah,
interview
they had a
him.
model show that they were talking about. I bet. And then Rascal saying the strongest coffee he ever had was in the army. From what I understand, midnight or no, sorry, not midnight. Sack coffee out of the Air Force. I gather is some of the Sack or Mac, one of the two. Midnight Air Command, maybe. The spoons wouldn't stand up; they'd dissolve in that stuff.
Oh, yeah, great stuff. Uh,
Maybe I should just chew on the beans I've got. That might give me a bit of a boost.
Yeah,
yeah, never
and a
put
couple
your
more
coffee in the
highs and
freezer.
everything. Fred says he's lazy. He uses a Keurig. That's what William's using.
well, no, this
No,
is
no,
actually,
you've got your pot now, don't you? You
yeah,
changed.
yeah, I've got a regular, well, both of them were, I could do brewed coffee in a, but it's individual cups. It's not actually a pot.
And
I
Peter
also,
likes Yorkshire tea.
yeah. Actually, I think Fred would more or less say probably boiler room coffee off a carrier is probably the most potent coffee you can get your hands on. That's Navy. But it's been a while since I've dealt with anyone. So I was in ROTC in high school, and that's been 40 years, 30 years ago now.
Yeah.
35. Oh.
And Ed says you can get Death Wish for the Keurig. I already said hi to Lindsay. Oh, cool. Fred said his Chevy 2 Gasser snagged second place. And his Mustang snagged second. Cool. Highs back and forth. And his second, okay. And his Coop snagged second.
I was
Ooh.
reading Fred's other comment. He says, "Oh my God, yes, that's true Navy coffee." And if I remember correctly, there was a couple of actually, I was East Coast. It was USS Blakely. I think they the boiler guys actually did some boiler whiskey one day.
Ooh. That just sounds nasty.
Yeah.
No, 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 no,
No,
no,
I mean, when
no.
I say nasty, I'm talking kind of like that would knock you on your tail.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah, they used it for paint remover every once in a while.
And Fred also
Uh,
received some lemon pound cake. I
Oh,
love a good
nice.
lemon pound cake.
Oh,
The
Mm.
the former one I worked with, his mother made it delicious. I need to snag her recipe. No, I don't. I don't need to make an entire lemon pound cake for myself. No,
Yes, you do, Connie.
no,
We'll
I
be
don't.
right
No, I
over.
don't.
Yes, you do.
it's
We will
it
be
it.
right over.
I can serve it for dessert next time I make lasagna.
I think I might have to go make it.
Oh, Horlicks, have you ever seen a picture of my lasagna?
No, I do love it.
I only know one recipe for lasagna, and it feeds an army.
Literally.
I actually weighed it. Let me see if I can find a picture of it real quick. I weighed the pan,
Yeah.
and the pan baked weighed 23 pounds.
Oh my
Oh my
god.
God.
Didn't you?
Oops.
No, you didn't send it. I was going to say, didn't you send some to the European crew?
No, not the lasagna. Guy, you kidding me?
Oh no, that's right. It was cookies you sent them.
Cookies, I said. That's the pan of lasagna.
Good God.
Wow.
It's a glass pan, but baked. As it sits, it was 23 pounds.
How
Wow.
much cheese and meat and
Oh, it's the
lasagna
best.
strips
There,
did you put
there
in there?
are two 1 pound boxes of lasagna noodles, a pound of hamburger, a pound of sausage, and between 8 and 9 pounds of cheese.
Bloody hell.
Mm-mm-mm-mm.
And you've also got whiskets beside it.
Yeah, actually, this was our Thanksgiving dinner.
Oh
Or
my
no, take
God.
that back. This was Christmas. This was Christmas because where I work, she doesn't like ham, and we had turkey for Thanksgiving, so I made lasagna for Christmas. And let me pause that for
So
just a minute and go back and find.
that is
Okay, everybody
really
will appreciate this one. Oops, not that screen. I want this screen. There's a cross section of a slice of the piece for reference.
oh wow.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and the game color Vallejo 18-ounce bottle sitting next to it.
Right.
Good grief.
I'll be right back.
One is on a diet, just to remind.
Yes.
There's a reason I only make that if I have people, a specific reason, and can have a reason to share it.
Well, that wasn't a reason to share it when you people on diets.
Oh dude. No, that's good. I do like lasagna. The thing is, I could probably have it if it was made with like the 5% mince and the low fat mozzarella cheese or something, and in a small quantity, it's fine.
And Festa 67 isn't. Yes, I realized, Colin, that you were live, but I realized it this week right as we were going live. I was like, wait a minute, Festa's still live. It's the time change. I won't run, give us another week, and once you go forward again, I won't run over the tail end of yours. I wasn't expecting anybody in until you finished anyway. I'm sorry. But do thank you for coming in. I said it was not intentional because normally you end a half an hour before I start, but the time change and the difference in time changes throws it all off. And Richard, Thomas Scale Model World is in. Fred says he makes a killer baked ziti. I like baked ziti too. Let's see. And Fred says, yeah, half the pound cake is gone. Like I said, I love it. Black Rifle coffee sounds dangerous. Dim coffee. And we're running low on coffee grounds. We dry it in the oven and rerun it. My first husband was Air Force, and his preferred method of coffee, since I didn't drink it, he would start Monday with a clean filter and brew enough for about 2 cups of coffee. He'd leave the filter in and would just add fresh grounds every morning. So by the time the end of the week hit, some of the coffee grounds have been in there for 5 days. And my best friend would show up to the house with her coffee mug just for a cup of that coffee.
Ugh.
And Jeff Light's in, and Wayne, welcome in, welcome in. I'm just trying to catch up here. Got
Hi,
distracted
Jeff.
by
Hi,
showing
Maggie.
off.
Hi, Jeff.
Hi, Wayne.
I'm just going around subbing to people and stuff.
Yeah.
I couldn't find Jeff Light's YouTube. I don't know if he's got a channel. Well, he should have a channel if he's on Google, but I couldn't find it.
Okay, let me see.
Just subscribe to Festa as well.
Yeah, this is. I just put Jeff Lights in.
Ah, thank you. I was looking yesterday.
Food talk already? Yeah, Wayne. Yeah. Somebody brought up lemon pound cake, and I said no, I don't need to make it because I would eat the whole thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Ed's little brother says, "You don't drink coffee, bro. You drink caffeinated 50 weight motor oil."
Jeff, I don't use it. Ah, it's all right. It's still a sub though.
And he says, "Well, you might want to join us up on panel one of these days when you're doing your diamond dots. You know you're welcome to join one of several shows." And like I said, Festa. Oh, his grandma was born on the Isle of Sicily. Well, that particular my lasagna, I have a good friend who is third generation Italian. And if I say I'm going to make lasagna, he will fly down about 1,200 miles for lasagna. He mentions he may come this direction, and I say I'll make lasagna, and he says, "What time's dinner?" And highs back and forth. I haven't gotten the talent for making the pasta yet. I still buy, but a good quality.
Yeah, on the pasta, just let Judy know what you need.
And Dwayne from Dwayne's Fork and Spoon is in. Hello, Dwayne. Nice to see
Hey,
you.
Dwayne. Wow. Getting a bunch of the chain community now.
Yeah.
Awesome. Too bad my layout is out of commission.
And everybody's saying hi's back and forth and subbing back and forth. Josh has got some stuff to finish before next week. That's fine. We just appreciate everybody hanging out with us. I mean, holy mackerel, we've got 40 watching across everything. I've got 18 and Little History has 15.
Ooh,
Cool.
wait a minute.
And Scale Model Outlaws in. Hello.
Hey, Scale Outlaw.
Whoops, who did we just lose? Oh, Rodney.
Looks like Rodney. All right, where did I just put?
And if anybody wants anybody's links, let me know, and I will try my best to get them in.
I've just up to Festa. I'm just going through all of these.
Yeah. Let's see, get over here and see if I can figure out where I've got a mistake. Whoops. we just lost little not little history. We just lost somebody else. Sam.
Oh, yeah, we lost Sam.
Although it is a bit late in the evening / early in the morning for her. Rodney says he hit a
Hey,
button.
John Milton.
Oh, that's Jeff. That's completely unreal. She's here in chat, and James TBG is in.
Hey, TBG. James.
Yeah, I'll be in on that B2 build also. That's going to be fun because my workbench is not that big.
Hello there, to Boldly Goes Model Works.
All right, let's see. 3.
Oh, wait a minute. Right, I need to put sugar in.
3, 2.
Yeah, model out, Bo. That's it. That one.
Oh, okay. Sam.
Hey, Snappy Pappy. Sorry, I was getting some food and a coffee, which I've now got, and I've just eaten a nice chicken sandwich.
By the way, I got the Missouri Pacific F units running on the inside loop today. Figured I'd break them out and run them for a while.
Oh, cool.
What I want. Oh,
Hey, Festivate 67. I didn't see you sneak in here.
Anybody wants to look at them. There they are.
I could watch trains all day. I really could.
Yeah, I love them.
Okay, Sam, I put it in Messenger for you.
I did that before. Like I said, I think on another stream, or was it this one? Like, you know, I can build circuit boards and things like that and make Bluetooth things, but I couldn't wire up a railway. Just
oh yes, you could. Oh yes, you could.
I tried. I did one in the loft, and every time I flicked a point, the train would shoot off the track, or go twice the speed, or shut off completely. Oh, I just packed it all away and sold it.
So Fred, if you are interested, I have more room up here if you'd like to join us up here.
Yeah, Snappy Pappy, get in here.
And that's the same for Festa. You know, if you just want to be able to talk instead of having to type while you're working.
Yeah.
We've still got room for 4. But like I said, I just appreciate everybody hanging out with us.
Yeah, Horlicks. Yeah, sometimes trains can get real finicky with how they go together sometimes.
I got the I got a set, and then I got all of the track packs to go with it. So it wasn't a custom layout; it was the one that they supplied, and I bought all of the extra track packs and made the whole unit. And I was trying to follow the manual, and it just didn't make any sense. And I thought I'd done it the way it told you to do it, but of course, none of it. It wasn't DCC or anything like that, or nothing digital like it is now.
Right.
The old school DC. And just couldn't, all sorts. Every time I flicked a different point, something different would happen. So, as I say, either the train would just stop dead, or I'd flick another point, and then the train would go twice the speed and fly off the layout.
This is
Yeah.
where soldering comes in handy.
Yes, you can. I believe you can.
Yeah, I'm using
Buckley?
my phone through WR.
You know, sometimes there might be a slight delay in communications. That's why one of ours doesn't, is kind of frustrated. He's not joining us much at the moment because of that issue, but sometimes it works. Oh, how? Oh, pretty much if you're watching YouTube, you can click on the link and you will enter StreamYard.
Yep.
And
Yeah, they just
now
go to
mine,
settings.
yeah, mine doesn't I have better luck running it on my iPhone or iPad than I do my cell phone. Because for some reason it wasn't wanting to pick up my headset.
Yeah, just go into settings and set the camera for the because I've done it on my iPhone. Set the camera for the camera on the iPhone, and then the mic set for your phone also. And it's real easy because I've actually jumped on Green Room with oh god, his name just flew out of my head. One of the morning crew, Connie. I just forgot his name. Sprue and Glue. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sprue. I jumped in Green Room one morning while at work doing electrical work. Thought y'all were gonna kill me when y'all found out I was in a live box doing that.
Yeah. It's like, no, you should not be, worrying about being on live stream while you've got your hands on hot electrical wires.
Oh man, that takes all the fun out of it.
Yeah, you wouldn't have been called Snowy. We would have been calling you something else.
Hey, you would have been calling me Crispy.
Yeah, but yeah, we would have been able to tip you upside down and use your hair as a broom.
That was when I first got into electrical work, yes. There was not enough hairspray to keep my hair down. I looked like one of those 80s hair metal bands, hair standing up all on end all over the place.
Okay, Peter. Well, nice having you in. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Miss Lord Peter. Have a great evening, Lord Peter.
And Skill Model says he's got honeydews to get done. I'm playing Dragonfoot and not getting them done. Okay, yes. Buckley's on an iPhone. I have an Android. So
Oh. All right.
I just did, Rodney. Don't be impatient. John says he's back to his chair. Yeah, try and walk him through the iPhone again, William.
Oh, yeah. When you go on, when you click on the link, it'll bring up StreamYards, and then you can go through the different settings and make sure that your camera and microphone are working with everything. Let's see if I can. Pull it up on mine real quick.
Oh, okay. What link? All right. I will put it back into chat. There's in the chat, whichever, it's going to go to all of them. So whichever chat you're in, you'll see a StreamYard link. And let's see. Computers.
All
Oh.
right.
Oh, okay, cool. Hi, Ed. Welcome
Hey,
in.
everybody.
Hi.
Hello. Oh, there it is.
Let's see. Somebody asked what somebody was working on. I've got what I call fuzzy bricks. These are interesting little bricks that interlock side by side. And let me show you a side view real quick. That's what he looks like at the moment.
You're working on the same kind of thing that Tasha's working on.
Yes.
That is cool.
Yeah. This is the same one we started on. And mine was rather rude a couple weeks ago.
Kind of. She's
Well,
every
not the statement.
teenager inside us all came out at once.
Mm.
And I didn't realize when I picked this one how rude some of the forms would be.
Go ahead and show them the picture. Come on, you've spilled the beans now. Now you got to let it out. Show the instruction.
I mean, this is what the instructions look like for the first couple of stages.
Yeah. That's just a little bit inappropriate looking there.
And I didn't realize it when I started it, but when I looked ahead, I was like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
This is not going to go well. Fortunately, my channel is marked not for kids. So.
Right? Yeah, same here. I mean,
yeah, mine's definitely marked not for kids because of the fact that we use utility knives, craft knives, scalpels, and the occasional steak knives and butcher knives.
Yeah.
Glue, bread knives,
Yeah.
super glue.
My channel,
paint.
I mean, I keep my content on my channel very G-rated.
Yes.
But because of the fact that I use these and all sorts of other sharp, could very easily hurt yourself if you're not careful with them implements,
Yes.
Yes.
Not exactly intended for youngsters.
Yeah. I mean, as part of the model railroad community, it's like, yeah. And then even going into my tabletop miniatures now, even most of the boxes for stuff that you get from Games Workshop and Citadel Models say not intended for 14 and under.
Right.
And it's not because of small parts, it's because of
the content.
Yeah, well, the contents of having to build it, using scalpels
Mm-hmm.
and utility knives and whatnot, and sprue cutters and super glue and everything else under the sun. And it's just like, yeah.
Well, my channel's pretty much, I do the live stream.
Yeah.
So, and things can go our conversations can go sideways, and we spiral helix. Everybody says get your mind out of the gutter. And we said no. We've already hit like 3 stages down in the sewer.
Yeah, we're in the sewers. We've already passed the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and we're on our way to the power plant.
You know, it's
Yeah.
very
You-
rarely does the language get blatant,
You need
but the innuendo is there all the time.
hold my beer and watch this stuff. Come visit on Saturday nights.
I have. I have.
Hold my
Welcome
beer.
in,
Hold
Snappy.
my beer. Hold my beer. Y'all come visit ours every now and then.
Yeah. The language in our hangouts over here on this side, Snappy Pappy can attest to this. We tend to get a little rough at times. More
Well,
than
that's
Ours is so bad we have to put a disclaimer up first.
Oh God,
I mean,
I hadn't heard it get that bad. Well, actually, no, I take that back. I heard it get that bad once. The best roast I ever heard.
that was awesome.
I'll leave it at that.
yeah, we're gonna. Yeah, that's as last night's disclaimer said. That's water under the bridge. Let's move on.
well, like you know, this.
Right?
Oh my God. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm.
You know, like I said, that's it. Now-
My mom.
Oh, son
As
of
my
a.
mama, when my mama had enough, this is what she would do. She'd go, nip it.
Mhm.
And I'm like, yes, ma'am.
Oh no, no.
Because that meant
nope.
that meant the butt whoopings is fixing to start.
Yeah. Snappy. Yeah,
Or the beatings are about to begin.
yeah. When I heard, when I heard nip it, it was usually if you didn't nip it right then and there, it was go to the yard and pick your switch.
And if you didn't
There was a little hickory tree out in the backyard
and if you
that
didn't
never grew more than 2 foot, 3 foot tall because we had to cut branches off of it. Oh, and it had a pair of pruners sitting there so you could cut them off.
yeah. And if you didn't get a good one, she was gonna use the one
She'd
you
go
got,
back and harvest one herself.
go get another one.
Yeah, you'd either get sent for another one or
After she used the one that you brought.
yeah.
Let me tell y'all a little funny story about when I grew. Well, not just when I grew up. I'm still growing up. Hell, I'm 61. So, when I was a kid, we lived out in the country, and we had these things down here in the South. It's called yellow bells, and they're beautiful. They're long. Oh God, everybody knows what they are. They're long,
Oh.
sweeping branches that grows up out of the ground. They kind of resemble a cane. 'Cause that's about what they felt like. But anyhow, my mother had a bunch of them. She had them planted down. It was kind of like a border between our property and our next door neighbor's property. Anyhow, that was my switch, and she had about probably 40 of them down the lane, a little row right there. They were pretty in the spring when they would bloom. Then, of course, when I would act up or my brother would act up or when we would both act up, she'd be like, all right, go out there and get me go out there and break one of them off, and we'd get our tail tore up. So, that kind of, you look at them, every time I'd cut them, I'd be like, I hate y'all. I'd cut right by them. I'd be like, I'm going to mow y'all down. Nope, had never happened. So when Mother and Daddy decided they were going to move from our home place that we had lived at all of our life, they moved up in kind of the north region of our county where we live at. Mama looked at me and my brother and she said, now I want y'all to get a lot of these flowers and take them to, this is after we done grew up. And, I want you to take get all the flowers out that y'all want and carry them to your place. And she said, I want you and your brother to get some of those yellow bells. And we looked at each other like, not no, but hell no.
Yeah.
I don't want to dig them things up. I got my butt beat with them. I sure as heck ain't going to take them to my place. So, but moving the story a little further, yeah, guess where they're at? They're at my former place where I used to live. So,
And on the desire to mow them down when you was mowing the yard as a kid, even though you may have wanted to, you knew better than to.
You ain't kidding, because I was usually older by then, and I knew what that meant.
Hey, Fred.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at the size of that one.
Oh my God! I just shuddered.
That's just one. That's just one.
Is that the one over by? That's the one at your place, isn't it, Connie?
Yes.
Oh
I
wow!
forgot. Oh man, I forgot.
That's
about
how
that.
I remember them
never
too.
Put,
Hey, JC.
never put it together.
Yeah, that's how I remember them too.
Hey,
Those
Yeah,
are-
but-
JC.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, Steve.
AKA Forsythia.
Yeah. Hey, JC.
I would have brought it up on bigger picture, but it
That's
hasn't
all right,
uploaded
but
to
those
Google
are-
yet. But
Man, those are beautiful though. Golly, brings back a lot of memories.
and I say that one was planted by my mother-in-law back in 2000, I believe.
Yeah,
And it's just one bush.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well,
Yeah, because once they get established, they start really, and that was one of the things. I started a landscaping business of all things, and that was it's a good border plant or a backing plant that you can start out, and then if you're trying to hide your neighbors or something like that.
okay, Outlaw. Ooh. Brian said he had to pick his from rose bushes.
Ouch.
Gutfields, I don't know what the name of these kits are. I will see if I can find a link on the Emu site that I buy most of mine from, and I'll send it, and you can kind of find it from there. I just call
Yes.
them fuzzy bricks because they've got the interlocking edges.
And to
Okay, what have I got?
belatedly answer the question of what you're working on, I'm working on the pickup portion of my tribute build, and I've started stretching out the frame. You can see the addition of the styrene right there to the original
Oh,
frame.
nice.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use more of the same styrene to just run a straight rail all the way back to the end of the wedge bed. And then I'm going to take my razor saw and cut the spring mounts off of the factory chassis, as well as the two cross members here. Plus I'll use some 1/8 rod to add more throughout. And I'm just going to mount the springs to the, what is this, 0.1 by 0.25 rod that I'm using for the rails. Put a little bit more putty on the side panel, one to fill in the holes over here where the hinge holes were, as well as cover up the surgery marks where I moved and shortened the wheel wells.
Hey, Sarah Jane. Welcome in.
Sarah Jane says she recognizes what I'm working on. She's probably building one. These are fun little cars. They're pain in the butt to build, but they are fun little
Wait,
cars.
is that a winged outlaw?
It's not a winged, but it's just a open wheel. It's an open wheel. Dang, I'm having trouble. I need to go get another
We'll
cup
see you
of
later,
coffee.
Outlaw.
It's an open wheel modified asphalt car.
Oh, okay.
But they're great. They're fun little cars to build. They're so precise though. Everything has to fit perfectly in order for it to not have any tweaks or twangs here and there. And it just I don't know. It's fun. This is the first one I've ever built. These are one of the new JR Salvinos and Wes's model car corner kits, and they're great.
Sarah Jane,
okay.
she said she built a Salvinos modified last year.
Yeah.
And we got highs and buys because James TBG is back and says that Mom times things perfectly. Wait until the carer's left and then has an accident.
Let's get that right there. Yeah, I think I'll be good with that. Okay, but I gotta get the glass in first.
Ooh.
I know Ed asked about this one last night, and he was like, "Did you get it done?" Nope, I didn't get it done. It stayed here. I didn't want to rush this one.
I hear you.
But it will be at the next. I think our next show is Anniston, Alabama.
Is
which
James, is that JC? Is that going on to the yellow car that I'm holding the kit for you at the moment? If so, I'll show that first. But this is part of. This came in for me last week or Friday.
Oh, nice.
That was from Ted. Remember I said I was going to try to look for a little truck?
Yeah.
And it's going to go on a base with this.
Oh, wow. That's going to be awesome. Look forward to seeing that one.
And the way this hand is, it's going to hold a banner, and you'll probably only need half a guess as far as what that banner is going to say.
Yeah.
So I figured I would work that in on the base somehow.
Sarah Jane, it's the same one that I'm building. It's the Fleming family
Connie,
racing. So
With
yeah,
the
she said she did hers red, and I did too.
would the initials of what that banner's going to say be something along the lines of
Boobs.
KMA?
Yep.
Yep.
Awesome.
I was telling Connie and them earlier that I need to get a hold of those guys because I want to get
Okay.
some of those stickers and water slide transfers in like a 1/48 scale, and I plan on doing them as posters on walls. Where is one that I've got?
Well, this is some pictures that JC sent me. This is kind of a heads up on what he's planning. That's a kit that has come in for him.
Oh, the 30 Ford F1. Nice. Excuse me.
And that's what he's doing with it.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Let's see, I tried that. Yeah, that's the car. That's the kit he's going to put on it.
That's going to be sweet.
And I think that's the one the decals are going on.
Oh wow, that's yeah.
Yeah, I've got.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I've got terrain ship walls that kind of look like that, and it's going to be plastered with. Every once in a while, I'm gonna throw. You'll have a poster
picture
sitting in the middle. Yeah, either a wanted picture or just a picture that says the KYS or KS.
KMA.
Yeah. Blah blah blah. Can't speak today. I blame it on the electrical work. I've
been there, done that.
Yeah, fried brain cells on 277.
Let's see. While I was in the Navy, I got hit with 440, 660, and 880. So, yeah.
Thankfully,
an electronic warfare technician working in very confined spots, and somebody past not being careful.
Yeah. I do commercial electrical work, so I'm 277 and 480.
Ooh, 277 hurts.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no
277.
No neutral.
Oh, no, it has a neutral.
Yeah, it's called ground. Yeah, it's called ground.
No, you've got your brown, orange, yellow, and then you've got a neutral. You've got a gray neutral on it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you're right. You just got two hots. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got two hots. That's right.
Still got a lot
Still hurts.
No, it's one hot. That's 208 you're thinking.
And we have Boxcar Jerry in. Welcome in.
Hey, Boxcar Jerry.
I would still rather get hit by those higher voltages than by 110.
Not really the voltage that kills you, it's the amperage.
Well, yeah, that those higher voltages will throw you.
Yeah, they'll knock you.
Then
But they tend to blow stuff off.
Yeah. Well,
That's-
that's 277 will make you seize up on it. It'll grab hold of you depending on how you grab it. Thankfully, knock on wood, namely my desk, I've never gotten hung on 277. I have gotten myself knocked in the dirt by it.
Oh,
right.
But yeah, it's,
There was a question. One of the UK crew was asking, what was Senior's favorite car /
69
pickup?
69 Camaro. He had a 69 Camaro that he that was really his. It was called, actually he had it lettered. It was a drag car, and it was called Terry's Toy. And on the side of the door panels, it said Thacker's Garage, which he ran a garage for a while. But in the back rear quarter panels, it said Terry's Toy, and then had a lot of sponsor decals, up through it. But it was a 69 Camaro. That was his favorite one. And he liked black. He loved black cars, which I will be. I will be painting a 67 Chevelle, the same color for him.
oh, 60.
That's what Senior wanted me to. he wanted me to
Yeah,
build it.
Shitville, as I
Yep,
used to call them.
He was like, Pappy. We had the conversation one night, and it was right after he was diagnosed with cancer, and he was in the Hangout, and I was just trying. I knew he was down, but I was like, Senior, I know the inevitable's coming up, but what do you want me to build for you? And he went, Pappy, I'm going to put it to you like this. I want you to go out there in your stash. I know that way you ain't got to buy one, because I know you got about 40 of those 67 Chevelle AMT kits, and build one for a change. I was like, okay. Now I know. Now I ain't got to go buy one. Well, what color do you want it? And then he just really throwed a monkey wrench in there. He said, I want you to paint it black, because he's heard me gripe about black paint jobs. It's hard. So I was like, You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me. So I told him, I said, you got it. So I'm going to do a 67 Chevelle, but I'm going to put a Pappy twist on it, though. As soon as the group build starts April the 1st, start ordering you decals and everything for it. I know STS is getting a big order of them up for everybody. I'm going to be ordering some, and I'll announce mine here pretty soon.
Do you have a link for those? Where we can order them?
Yeah, hang on a minute. Let me grab a.
If you can, put it in private chat, and then I'll post it to all the channels.
Okay.
There is a link to it in the video that Brian and Pappy did on Brian's channel, where they announced the group build in and of itself. It's in the description of that video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Let me. I'll put it in the private chat.
Then that way I can
put Pappy's YouTube channel in the private chat?
Sure.
Well, shoot.
I can't find him.
I know I'm subscribed to Pappy under his actual name, Fred Henry.
Yeah, that's what I've always done.
I tell you what, Pappy, you've got a very soothing voice.
Thank you.
That's northern Georgia coming out in him.
That is that is true. That is a northwestern Georgia accent.
Yeah. I'm not that far removed from you. I'm just across the Appalachians in North Carolina, in the middle of the state.
Go.
As a matter of fact, I'm wanting to go to Georgia in a couple weeks.
Yeah, we're thinking about it. We're both thinking about going down to Georgia Renaissance Festival.
Oh yeah, I know where that's at. That's down south of us.
That's down in Peachtree, just south of Atlanta.
Yep, Peachtree City.
Yep.
Well, that's where I stayed when I would stay overnight. Right now, I just day trip the thing.
There we go.
Brian just said, "Oh God, don't make his head swell."
He can't get no bigger, trust me.
Why do I picture Brian kicked back on his couch with his feet propped up, laughing his ass off at us?
Yeah,
I'm sure he is, because I tell you, yesterday was a long day for he and I, and at the show in Marietta, and golly, I know when we left, his feet was killing him, my feet was killing me, and which I live from where the show was at. I live probably 30 minutes from where it was at, but he's 2.5 to 3 hours. He lives east of Atlanta. Pork Chop, which is Josh at Extremis. He lives in kind of the southern part of North Carolina, close to the Smoky Mountains. So that was a 3-hour ride for him as well. So.
And Brian just said, "Yep, exactly what I'm doing, Connie."
Yeah,
You
we're about 4 hours from
I think
from there. Then
let's see. Terry put in private chat, which I think I'll copy.
Mhm.
That's the link to the details on Man's Model Moments, Connie.
Well,
Yeah,
that's the British version. That's for the British distribution, I believe.
Yeah.
correct. Yeah, Man's Model Moment is making a bulk order from STS on those decals, so that for those of you that are on the UK and European side of the pond, y'all can order through him and get better shipping and all that on your decals.
I'm just hoping they're going to arrive in time for the start of the build.
Well, let's see. James TBG says at least Senior didn't want you to paint a yellow one.
This is true, but I would paint it yellow. I'd painted it with baby poop if he wanted me to.
yeah,
Oh, Boxcar. What kind of hobby shop is that? Do I even want to know?
yeah, Boxcar. Yeah, I saw that, and I just kind of left it alone. I was going to tell you about it. Connie said you went into a hobby shop that you would love.
And I don't agree with you, Yanka, but this time one I'll agree.
Is
Jeff
Boy,
Model Garage is in.
I was fixing to say when I heard you say Yanka, that's the only person that calls Brian Yanka is Jeff Ciacanelli, my little buddy.
It's good.
I just saw
Jeff,
Talk about the stream going south now.
Hey, it can't be any worse than what's happened on this one before.
Well,
Yeah, somebody losing a tree branch, can't hold her wood.
We've had I've had people in chat tell me they have fallen off the bed or off the chair laughing.
Yeah.
They got kicked off a public bus.
Yeah.
Sounds dangerous.
Yeah. No, I was looking at Got Fuels and was saying, heck yeah, that nose will be an easy to hit. And Jeff's Model Garage comes back with "You'd still miss."
Even from Georgia.
Hey, Rodney.
Oh, jeez.
Yep, normal then, James. Yep, we're back to normal on this one. That's why I love it, because
you know what? Thank God I got a white mat right here that I can draw on, because I'm fixing to draw a stick figure of a certain person. I just got to find a black marker. Okay. All right, let me get this open. Okay. We're going to play. Oh, God, I got the big screen now.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, let's see. Stickman. All right, this can be one of two people that we all know.
At the moment, he's upside down for us, but we all get the picture.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
It's okay.
I forgot to orient my camera.
I'll take an E.
See Papa Z now.
Hey, Papa Z.
Oh, that's because I'm swinging at one ferret.
Swinging at one ferret.
Yeah.
Jeff, you know I love you, buddy. Like a bad habit. You can tell we pick on each other. So
Rick Zinka said that's right, been hit by that snoot. Oh, it's like me last night. I didn't tell you, Connie. I ended up having to give up my pillow to the fur missile last night. My son has a Belgian Malinois service dog, and he couldn't take him with him on his camping trip that he went on, so he left him at home. And the dog decided he did not want to go in her box last night, so she ended up in bed with us. And I felt a cold nose at the back of my neck and realized I only had about 4 inches of bed because she had sprawled out between me and my wife, lengthwise across the bed. And we have a king-size bed.
Yeah, sounds about
I was
right.
like, ugh. But, yeah, it's a... Actually, do I have a picture? I think I have a picture of her.
Let's see. I think Judy sent me one of her.
It's raining again.
Oh, hey Connie, I got another funny. Put me on big screen.
Okay. Uh-oh.
My open wheel modified ran over him, but either that or he's working on it. So, when I need a lift on it, he just turns his head and it does this. He needs to get the car a little higher. He just turns over and puts the snoz up under it.
Oh, there we go. There's a good picture of her.
Okay.
I'm gonna pay for this dearly this
soon.
week. I guarantee.
There he goes. I think it just focused. Nope.
Oh my God, she's gorgeous.
Yeah, and that's my pillow she's curled up on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm sorry, you just,
Yeah.
You've been ousted. You've been ousted.
I got up and went to work because the sun's up. So yeah, she curled up and went to sleep on my pillow.
Yep.
I love that fur missile sometimes, but there's some days I want to put my foot in her. I love her to death, but I can't get down the stairs without her standing at the stairs barking at me, wanting with a bone in her mouth now. She has one of those Nalahide bones that we throw for. And if anyone knows what what they call the Malinois chatter, where their lips start quivering and they've got something in their mouth, yeah, she'll do that with her bone in her mouth now and bark, holding onto the bone. It's like a police dog. It's so funny. Absolutely priceless animal.
Until she steals your pillow.
Yeah. Pappy, Hot Rod Rocky was saying floor jack or jack stand.
Oh,
Wow.
where you at? We're Jeff's in the chat, and I said, "Look, I'm gonna draw a stick figure of Jeff Coyle making fun of his nose." So I drew that, and I said, "Well, anytime," I said, "he needs to get the car higher. He just turns it over and hits it, and it pushes it up." Oh, sorry, I had to explain that to Vicky.
Oh, that's fine.
Oh God.
Hey, Vicky.
Hey, Vicky. Nice to meet you.
James says.
Oh gosh, let's drop the
James
windshield.
TBG says, "I know what a Belgian bark's like."
Yeah. Although I don't know which is more fun, a Belgian Malinois or a German Rottweiler.
Malinois.
Well, I had a friend of mine that had a German Rottweiler. She was 210 pounds and thought she was a 20-pound lap dog. It would actually take up a two-person love seat, and if you were sitting in the middle, she would lay across your lap, roll over on her back,
And
and want her belly scratched. Yeah,
Yep.
and want you to rub her belly. There's only one problem. her paws were the size of my fist.
Right?
And if you got the right spot on the back foot, hope you're leaned back because she will crack you in the jaw and knock you out. She bloodied my nose one day.
I believe it.
I'd leaned over to have a sip of beer, laid it down, and as I was coming back, the foot came across my face. And I thought I was punched. I was just like, ow. Oh.
Long time ago, I had a dog that my stepson's dog was the mother, and she was a German Shepherd Timberwolf hybrid. He'd gotten out of the fence while she was in heat one day, and a neighborhood chow chow had found her. So pup was born. He looked like a little Hershey bar, so I started calling him Hershey.
See you later, JC. He's going to head off to get the little one tucked in.
At about 3.5 weeks, the chow chow kicked in, and he blew up fur-wise and looked like a little grizzly bear. Like a little grizzly bear.
Yeah.
So I named him Grizzly. At 3 months old,
His paws were the size of my hand.
Yeah.
At 7 months old, now I'm 6 foot, mind you. 7 months old, that dog's shoulder was up here to my hip.
Yeah.
And his chest was easily broader than my shoulders.
Yeah. I had a wolf hybrid that was 98% gray wolf. And I say St. Bernard, but it was a large boned dog like that.
mm-hmm.
St.
Bernard, Bull Mastiff.
Yeah, well, Newfoundland.
Yeah.
Because at a year and a half, it stood 36 inches at the shoulder and had 4.5-inch paws.
Mm-hmm.
At 5, he was 210 pounds and was 38 inches at the shoulder. And my buddy took him up with him to Anchorage, Alaska that year to run the Iditarod in the open class.
Yeah.
And I died laughing when he told me what time he came back with and managed to come in with all 16 dogs.
Oh, yeah.
Which dog was a loose term on it because the highest dog content was 75%. They were all hybrids.
Yeah.
But on one of their mandatory stops, they broke the anchor chain. So they decided they would tie it up. They would tie him up to he was an 89 Ford F-150 4x4.
And probably pulled it.
Yeah, a quarter mile down the road in the middle of the night.
Wow.
Because they came out the next morning and one of the guys looks up and goes, "Where the hell's my truck?" And the sheriff's department was pulling up the road. He goes, "Oh, it's down at the station right now. I got the dogs down there. They're eating right now to keep them from going further."
Yeah.
He ended up throwing about 15 steaks out there, and I was like, "That's one way to stop those boys."
Right.
I was like, "Or
For short term.
For short term." I was like, if you want a long term fix for them, put a cow quarter out there. Just put one full cow leg and hip, half a hip on the ground. Yeah, if there's any more than 5 of them, it'll take them no time at all. If there's 5 or less, yeah, it takes them a while to get through it. I've seen 15 clean one in 2 minutes.
Wow.
I would say up there, I'd go for a moose half.
Right.
Yeah.
Might keep them busy for a bit.
Yeah, that might keep them busy for a bit.
Things about Grizzly, he was a natural born guard dog. Didn't have to train for it at all.
Yeah.
But he and Grizzly,
I hope you feel better.
the Pit Bull Shar-Pei mix that I'd had at the same time. During daylight,
John.
you walk up my driveway, come knock on my door, no big deal. Drive up my driveway, get out your vehicle, come up, knock on my door, no big deal. But if it was dark out, do not walk up my driveway. Drive up my driveway, but do not get out of your vehicle until I get out the door and let my dogs know that it's okay for you to be there.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a buddy of mine that had that. There was it's where I was keeping my wolf when I had him in Mecklenburg County in North Carolina, because he had the exotic animal license and also had another hybrid.
Yeah.
And I saw the fence closed, but saw his truck there, and I was like, all right, well, I got out. I opened up the fence, pulled in, shut the fence, got back in my car, got up to the house and got out. And I got about 3 steps and got to the tall grass, and all I hear is, oh. It's the both of them sitting on either side of the path growling at me.
Yep.
And I was like, Nook. And I hears, oh.
Yeah.
When he realized it was me, because I had a different car. He didn't recognize the car.
Yeah.
Because I was wholesaling cars at the time. And a buddy of mine was, I told him, I was like, don't get out of the car until I walk up and figure out where the dogs are.
Yeah. Hey, Ted.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Hey, Ted.
But
Hey, Ted.
Hey, Ted.
the thing is at the time that I'd had those dogs, my now ex-wife had 2 daughters, well, 3 daughters, but the 2 youngest were 6 and 7 at the time.
Yeah.
And when I would play with the dogs, I'd be rough with them. I mean, these were big dogs, and you had to be rough with them to wear them out so that they're not tearing everything up.
Right.
And I'd watch my stepdaughters play with them, and they'd make what I was doing look like, oh, good boy. I mean, and all these dogs would do when the girls would play with them is just sit there and look at me like, Dad, make them stop.
Yeah.
That's all they would do. They wouldn't snarl, snap, growl, nothing. They just literally laid there and let those go whatever they wanted. However, anybody ever tried to hurt them girls?
Don't like Donkey Kong.
Yeah. Yeah.
Might as well go dig a hole.
You got it too.
You're going to have a few bones to bury, but that'd be about it.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's on like Donkey Kong and then some. Yeah. Yeah, I ended up.
Can y'all imagine a guy that's 6'3", weighs about 260, walking into a PetSmart with a Shih Tzu?
I have seen
That was me. That was me.
I had a friend of mine that was 6'4" and about 300 pounds of solid muscle walk in with a Chihuahua under his arm.
Pappy, it's okay if you walk in while you're carrying the Shih Tzu, as long as you're wearing a pair of pink slippers.
So you got the pictures. Okay. Good.
I got a picture.
to add insult to injury, when I had that Shih Tzu, I had just come back, which I had a Harley at the time.
Wait a minute. Why did you have a Shih Tzu in the first place?
Because it's what my ex-wife wanted, and it turned out she wanted the dog. I ended up being its caregiver, and she's gonna, if you feed it, you take it out, let it, do its business and do it. She's gonna think you're the alpha, and you're like you're my caregiver. So I had been out, and I'd been out riding my Harley, which I had my chaps on, had my sleeveless shirt, and I had my bandana around my head, and I forgot I hadn't bought any dog food. I was just like, okay. So I pull the Harley into the garage, I jump in the truck, throw her in there with me, which anywhere I went, she was there. Her name was Aggie. I still had my chaps on, still had my jeans on, still had my sleeveless shirt, try saying that 3 times, and my bandana. Walked into PetSmart to go get, I had her on the leash, and everybody was looking at me going, what the yeah.
Actually, what comes to mind on
at
that
least you
was
didn't have the little basket on the Harley to hold the pup. with goggles and a little helmet.
She would ride. She would, well, not, if I was riding down the road or something like that, she would jump up in my lap and I'd run, maybe a mile down the road, but no, I never did travel. No, but I thought about putting her in but I knew she wouldn't have that. She'd be like, nah, you ain't putting me in that carrying case. Cause I had a big ultra classic, had the saddlebags and the trunk on it. And I was like, nah, I ain't putting you in there.
Yeah. When you were describing what you were wearing, the first thing that came to mind was a cross between Freddie Mercury and the Village People.
Yeah.
I went a bit, Brian.
I'm so sorry.
That was all I got, though, was looks. Nobody really questioned it. They were probably like, nice dog. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. It's like, here's the big burly biker. Yeah. It's like if you ever saw Blade Trinity. The really long-haired blonde vampire.
Triple H.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, it was Triple H. Like, oh my, to see him with the Pomeranian, I was just like, Paul, no. Oh my God, no. That was just so wrong.
Oh my.
Oh, he was, oh God. He got no end of crap over that when that came out. Everybody gave him shit about that.
Here's a dude with a little cute dog, right? They are just a girl magnet. Absolute girl magnet. You
are so right.
Oh yeah.
Now, in that character's defense, that was one hell of a BA Pomeranian.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it was a Pomeranian hybrid. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
It was bad, but still a Pomeranian.
Yeah, but still, it's a Pomeranian. I mean,
well, look at it. Look, he was the leader of the pack with 2 Rotties as backup.
Yeah. Yeah, and the other thing about it was, every time I think of Pomeranians, I think of Fizzgig from the Dark Crystal. Yep, Ed got it. Itty bitty body, big puffy head, and they are mouthy. So mouthy. Because all I see is the big open mouth. And yes, I'm that old, Ed. I'm actually 53. I'm 53. Yeah.
I'll be 47 in May, so
yeah. Oh,
I'm probably the second oldest up here.
Yes.
All right, who's oldest? Me.
No, you're third.
I think
history is the oldest.
How?
I'll be 60 in September.
Okay, yeah, you're older than me. Then I'm number 3.
Yep.
61. I'll be 60.
Same age as Snowy.
Next Thursday, I turn 61.
Oh wow! Happy birthday for them, then, mate.
Happy birthday early.
Thank you.
Now, do what, Sam?
I'm the same age as you.
Let's see. Question in the chat. Pappy, where do you get your dirt track models at? Actually, from Model Roundup. I buy a lot of my models from Model Roundup. Or I find them at shows and things like that. Or Hobbytown, USA. So.
Oh, yeah, Hobbytown's great.
Hobbytown, yeah.
Connie and I have one. It's about 20 minutes from her house. It's about 45 minutes from my house. It's right in the middle of the two of us.
I have 2 of them.
You got the one up
20
in
minutes
Hickory.
the other direction. I've got 2 of them.
Yeah.
I've been to, we got one probably 30 minutes from us in Kennesaw, and then there's another one south, I think close to Columbus. And there used to be another one east of Atlanta, and I never went to it, but I did go. I go to the one when we're in Tennessee. If we go up to Gatlinburg or somewhere like that, there's one in Knoxville. I always like to come back through. They've got a lot of RC, but I think I bought a I bought one of my Holy Grail kits from up there one time. I found the great big 148 scale Tamiya F4U Corsair that's sitting out there that ain't never probably going to get built, but it's in my stash. So
Yeah.
I've got
Nice.
but it's
The
always
FP Corsair, I built it in. Actually, I did build it in 148 scale in the Tamiya.
I've got a little mom and pop hobby shop, G&G Models, less than a 5-minute walk from where I live. Also happens to be the oldest, longest running hobby shop in the entire state of Texas. And then
Nice.
I've got a slew of Hobby Lobbies here in Houston.
Ew.
And I will bet you money that what you've got at yours there is the same thing I have in mine 5 minutes up the road right here. I kid you not. Every one of them, anytime we go on vacation or something like that, I'm always like, well, got to find a Hobby Lobby. We walk into one, it's the same crap that's in mine.
Yep.
And I go somewhere else, same crap that's in both of those. So
Yep.
They need to up their game a little bit.
That's why whenever I go to Hobby Lobby, I just go to the one that's maybe a 10-minute drive down the road. It's the closest one to me. And then I've got a Michael's that's roughly a 10-minute drive. So,
yeah, I've got a Michael's near me that I like, but they don't have much in the way of models anymore.
No, they have. I've seen a lot of humdrum on Facebook lately about Michael's. My brother, which he's 8 years older than me, he's retired. He's a retired history teacher, but when he retired teaching, he went to work at Michael's. And when he worked there, they always had a pretty good bit of them because he was always like, "Hey, Fred, guess what? We got a new." Okay.
Oh, the 40% off coupons were always cool.
Yeah, those were.
Yes.
But the humdrum lately is, Michael's is going to quit selling models. So I went into mine the other day, just to see what they had. And they were short kits. So I called a lady that knew my brother while he worked there. And I asked her, I said, are y'all discontinuing models? She said, no. I said, well, there's a lot of chatter going across Facebook. She said, oh, I hear that all the time, but no, we're getting rid of, they're getting rid of a lot of their inventory that was dead. And that was what they're doing. They're just doing not discontinuing. They're just getting rid of them. And they're going to actually start carrying more models is what she said. And I was like, oh, cool. So I said, y'all trying to stay up with Hobby Lobby? I said, well, let me give y'all a little bit of information. Don't carry the same kit that they're carrying.
Yeah.
I said, if you want to get your, if you got any pull with the corporate, people, tell them to listen to the hobbyists, and we'll tell you what we like.
Okay.
Anyway,
Fenners will be
Connie,
right back.
I'm gonna have to go.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's quite early. Well, it's what, 5 a.m. for you now?
Late and early.
No, it's 10 past 5.
Oh.
Oh my God, it's 5 a.m. late for work. I gotta go, yeah. No, just kidding. Wait a minute, wake up, Fred. You're in the States.
Sam, great to see you again.
And you're an hour ahead of me.
See you later.
See you later.
We'll catch you later, Sam.
Take care, Baywatch.
Bye, Sam's. Nice meeting you.
Bye.
Later.
I've got to
Guys,
put my
gotta tell
glasses
you,
on. I'll be
whenever
able
you
to
come-
see.
If ever you come to the UK, you have to visit
Hey, Mikey.
New York. Hey, Mikey.
Hi, Mikey.
Hi.
And visit the Monk Bar Model Shop. It's been going since 1963. It's awesome.
Wow, that's a brick and mortar. The one that's been there for a while. That's the ones I used to enjoy.
I bet that one has some dusty ones in the back corners.
I bet they do too.
It was originally started out as a railway place, like the model trains and stuff like that.
Yeah, a lot of them
that's
did.
kind of how G&G started, and that is their bread and butter is the railroading stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
They do have cars, trucks, motorcycles, armor, aircraft, ships, semis, and trailers.
And they do an awful lot of die-cast cars as well. Die-cast cars, lorries, trucks, all that kind of stuff. It's really awesome. I mean, and it's embedded in the walls, in the city walls.
Mhm.
Because I don't know if you know, York is surrounded by an old Roman wall that was added to it started by the Romans, added to by the Vikings, blah, 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 blah. And it's actually embedded. The shop itself is embedded in the city walls. It's just an incredible place.
Nice.
I remember growing up here, which I've grown up in Georgia all my life, but we had every year we had one mall, which really wasn't a mall like you would think of today, but it was a small. I remember it had Rich's. It was a Rich's store there, but they had a hobby shop, which Mother would go to Rich's and she would drop me off and tell me to stay in there at the hobby shop. Thank you, Mama, for doing that, by the way. And I remember, but it was called Milton Bradley. And she dropped me off in there, and that was when my affection for this started. But I remember seeing, they'd always at Christmas have a model train lay out in the front, not a small, big one, but a little small one, running in a circle, and I was just mesmerized by that. And I was like, wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
And then they started, the art. Well, they had control line airplanes. That was good for a good drunk, going around the circle till you can't follow your airplane.
A good friend of mine is into that kind of stuff. They call him Sparky from what's his channel called? I can't remember now. Anyway, I digress. Go on, carry on, mate.
But I got that's fine. But but seeing that and then balsa wood airplanes, I got involved into those. And then, styrene. I got bit by the styrene bug and model railroad. But that was always something I was like, Mom would be like, well, we're going to, the place was called Cobb Center Mall. And I was like, well, you know where I'll be at? And, yep, I ain't gonna be hard to find you. So I'd be over there.
I got my start in the hobby, in the overall hobby, when I was like 7. I'd been given a Lionel train set.
Wow, man, I always wanted Lionel.
And that's what got me started in the hobby. But then, like Snappy, I got bit by the styrene bug, and I started building 24th, 25th scale cars and trucks. And
yep, happens to the best of us.
Trains kind of fell to the wayside for me. I mean,
yeah. Then I hit.
My mom.
Then I hit puberty.
Yeah. Then I hit puberty and I started working on the real stuff, the one-to-one.
Then I got hit by the fumes, the car fumes and the perfumes.
Right. Methanol exhaust.
I'll never forget bringing my first girlfriend home. I must have been about, 16, something like that. Because I was never into girls until I had left school, because I was into models and things like that. I brought my first girlfriend home, showed her my room, as you do, and I had a massive scale extric running around the room with model aircraft hanging from the ceiling, all the other models, and the look that I got off of her. Oh my God.
I remember asking Mother and Daddy, I wanted a HO scale. And of course they went and they bought for Christmas one year it was a AHM was the brand name, and it was a Santa Fe EMD whatever, EMD 40, something like that anyhow. But I ran that thing around, but then I was like, I want to build a layout, and that Mom and Dad was like, no, but hell no. Yeah. That's no. We're country people. We're simple. I was like, okay.
On my train stuff, that was the only scale I ever dealt with was HO.
Yeah.
Now, I had an uncle out there in Virginia that he did a lot of N-gauge.
Yeah, that was one that I got into when I got older. That was
some small stuff, let me tell you.
Have you seen Z?
Yeah.
Z gauge? Oh my God.
He actually had a couple of Z gauge sets too, and I was like, ooh, wait.
Yeah. Yeah, that was.
I've got something here. I'm not into the model trains. I didn't get much into modeling until like 10 years ago. But
better late than never.
Yep.
How about T-scale?
I have heard of it. What's that close to?
Is that T-scale you're holding up there?
This is a T-scale building.
Wow.
Oh my God, that's
That's a
smaller
two-story.
than Z.
Yes. I think it's 1,480, something like that. But this is a 2-story switcher station.
I'm out.
So one inch is what, 480, or 1 foot is
Yeah.
480 or something like
Dear
that.
God.
Oh my God.
Connie,
There
you're
is.
insane.
No, I was just playing with the building one day. I broke it all to pieces, but I keep it just for scale purposes. I mean,
Wow.
yeah, that is a T-scale building, and for better reference, there's a bottle of paint.
Wow.
Oh wow.
That's tiny.
So,
Okay, now I got to prepare here. Let's see, repair.
but I just, like I said, I tried to build this.
I know how to
It was the first brass kit I ever had. I'm just like, I broke it, and I said, no. I just keep it for grins and giggles.
Yeah, that Fenris, that nitromethane, that stuff smells pretty darn good, I have to say.
Yeah. My mom worked at an ice cream store, right? But they had a hobby shop out back. And then they closed the ice cream store and they had a train store. Man, I was hooked after that. I was. Started in HO, and I got now and scale. My rocks look like real limestone.
But the first model kit I ever built was probably, about 10, 11 years ago, was a Fine Molds Millennium Falcon.
Oh, nice.
144 or 172 scale. Yeah,
Cool.
My first was the 124th or 125th scale MPC Bantam Blaster. And it was a glue bomb from you know where.
Hey, Tasha.
Hello.
Yeah,
This is your
talking about
fuzzy wicks to.
Hey, Tosh.
Hiya.
Yeah, Rodney's saying T gauge is smaller than Z. Yeah.
Talking of railways, I was saying last week, my father's going to leave. Well, he's left me. When he passes, he's got a Lionel railway from 1954 that will be coming my way.
The Lionel
Oh, nice.
stuff. Is that German made, the Lionel?
I don't know much about it. I know he said it was super rare and they're obviously not about anymore. And he said, do not lose the power pack because you'll never get another one.
Different voltage.
I think it is, yeah. I think it's the voltage, a special.
I know you got the input of whatever, if it's like 120, 60 hertz but I don't know what it drops it down to, but yeah.
Think it's 13 to 24 volts or something like that.
Yeah, DC.
Yeah, the DC. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I had a fur missile run.
Let's see if I
But
can
yeah, going into the NHRA funny cars, the nitromethanol, I've baptized all 3 of my children off of John Force Racing.
Nice.
My father used to be the executive vice president for Bruton Smith, who owns Speedway Motorsports and Charlotte Motor Speedway and Z-Max.
And used to own Atlanta Motor Speedway until he sold it.
Still owns it.
He still does?
Yeah, as far as I know, he still owns it.
I thought he got rid of that, but I'm okay. Anyhow, I'm sorry.
Oh no, that's fine. But yeah, my father was his executive vice president for 49 years, and he used to get me tickets to Z-Max, and he and John Force got to talking on the phone because my dad had contacts with USA Today, and John wanted to promote the 4 wides in Charlotte when they first started. So they got going, and I took my oldest daughter there to the first 4 wides, and Ashley was still driving.
Oh, wow.
And she had just made a run when I had gotten there, and I told my daughter, which she had the headset still in her hands, to put on the earmuffs. We were standing off the track, and I was like, "You want to meet the driver? It's a girl. She's right over here. I just saw their Connex." And she's like, "Yeah." So we go standing there, and as Ashley walks by, my oldest daughter, who's now 21, looks up at her and goes, "That's so cool, a chick driver."
Yeah.
And John heard it. It about fell out of his Connex because he was on the steps when she said it. And I've managed to have all 3 of my children meet the girls.
Nice.
And I got a great pic. I don't have
Blue
my
Ridge
iPad
Models
down here.
is in. Hello,
Yeah,
and Stephen Haynes is in. Hello.
Yep.
Hi, Stephen.
Now,
But yeah, they
I've never
Louis.
been lucky enough to meet John's daughters or anything like that, but I have met John Force.
yeah.
An amazing, amazing man. What you see in his after race interviews, that's how he is.
Yes.
That's not a front. That's not a mask.
No.
That's genuine.
Yeah. That's how he is in the pits.
Yep.
That's how he is when he's going through the promenades.
Yep.
My same daughter, that was the Z-Max 4 wides, which were in April. We came back in September for the Winter Nationals.
Mm-hmm.
Same year, she's walking ahead of me through the crowd, and I happen to see the crowd parting for John Force on a moped.
Yeah.
He locks up the brakes, stops, goes, "Hey, Bree, where's your dad? You want a picture?"
Oh, nice. Nice.
I'm like,
Remember, that's
like,
awesome.
John, how do you remember one nondescript 9-year-old girl 8 months later? He looks at me, he says, "William, one reason. She called Ashley a chick driver."
Yeah.
I was like, oh, and then insult to injury. That night we're leaving, and there's a huge long line for a signing. And like you said, John, what you see on interviews is how he is. He comes off the stand to go through the crowd, apologizing for the wait. Sees me kind of going through the line, looks down at my daughter, who has a blue Kenny Bernstein stretch dragster in her bag, picks it up out of the bag, pulls a pen out and signs John Force Racing on the bottom of it and sticks it back in the bag and keeps going down the line.
Love it.
The guy behind that's standing there, he sees the whole thing, goes, "Does John just realize what he signed?" And I go, "Oh, abso-fucking-lutely."
Yes.
I go, he and Kenny Bernstein were some of the greatest rivals, but some of the best of friends.
Exactly.
And I go, Bernstein would do it to John any day of the week.
Bernstein would have grabbed a Force Racing team car, whether it would be John's or anybody else's on the team. And that one as well.
Yes. But yeah, oh my God, that was so. And then my youngest son got a meet and greet. Liam is 15 now, so this is probably 6 years ago or more when my father was still around. Got us a meet and greet. Well, Brittany and Courtney were trying to talk to my son. My son was extremely shy.
Mm-hmm.
His nose, he's trying to hide behind me with his face pressed into my butt while these 2 beautiful women are trying to talk to him on either side. And I'm just sitting there dying laughing. I finally got a picture of him with Courtney when she drove for Traxxas. And it was, she wasn't looking at first, and Liam wasn't paying attention to what she was doing. I had him turn around and face me to take the picture at her where she was signing autographs. She leaned up on the table and leaned over the table and put her head just about to his shoulder with a big smile on her face, and I got the picture.
Oh, nice.
She sat back in the chair. He had no idea. He goes, I want to see the picture. I want to see the picture. And I showed him the picture. Poor guy. He turned about he turned that color red. He turned that color red, matched her jersey. It was just like that, and I'm just the two of us were just sitting there, just crying, laughing.
Yeah.
Oh. I'm 60 years old. I think I would have done that too.
Oh, I do every time I get around them.
But you know that I
turn into that 4-year-old that goes bad.
That's the genuineness of these people.
An unattractive daughter.
Yes,
he doesn't.
Yeah, that's the genuineness of these folks. Some people wouldn't give you the time of day.
No, it's that's what I was about to say. And then you've got NASCAR, and some of the drivers are just put offish.
Don't get me started on that one. I'll tell you a Kyle Petty story.
Oh,
went to Atlanta Motor Speedway, which I've talked with friends of mine through this hobby that knows Richard knows Richard Petty very well.
Yes,
and I shared this story with him. If many of you are familiar with Mark Batson, he's one of our pillars of the community in the model car community, especially with NASCAR building. But I was sharing this story with him one time, told him how Kyle kind of dissed me and my son one time at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Mm-hmm. And we were in the pit, or actually in the infield, and it was right before a driver's meeting. And we seen Kyle going down through there, and my son, which I forgot how old Zach was at the time, but he was getting his program signed and all that. And we seen Kyle come walking down through there, and I went, Kyle, can my son get an autograph? He's like, I'm late for a driver's meeting. I ain't got time.
Yeah.
I'm like, and I was like, I hope you hit the wall.
Yeah.
Pecker head. So
yeah.
But they are. But he, I wouldn't wish ill will on anybody. But you got to remember, I just made your paycheck. I just donated your paycheck.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, that's like everyone always told me Dale Sr. was the biggest douche they'd ever met, and I was like, no. I was like, wait a minute. When did you come up and ask Dale Sr. for an autograph? They go, well, it was, before the race when they were around the driver's stand. And I was like, okay, there's your biggest mistake right there.
No,
he's getting ready to go up and meet
go to work. He's ready to go to work.
He's ready to go to work. His mind is on a 600-mile race right now at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the Coca-Cola 600.
Yeah.
I go, when else did you talk to him? One of the other ones is like, well, I talked to him when he was over by the infield hospital. And I was like, did he wreck? They're like, yeah, he wrecked and he DNF'd. I was like, there's mistake number 2.
Right?
You just came up to him after he's coming out from seeing a doctor and tells him he's not going to be able to finish the race today. He just totaled $1 million car in a wreck that probably was not his fault, that he got collected in, or he started.
Robin Drayson.
Yes, he used to say. So there's mistake number 2. I was like, the best time to catch him is early in the morning in the garage, or after the race is over and done, all the festivities have gone out, he's had time to decompress. That's the 2 times to catch Dale Sr.
Yeah.
And I have a door panel right now sitting in my house from Watkins Glen that has tire rub on it, signed by Dale Sr. And I've got a tire signed by Dale Sr. from one of his former crew people, Don Hawk.
Yeah.
Don Hawk came to work for my father after Dale Sr. passed away. We have no idea where the tire came from, because it's unbarcoded. There's no barcode on it like they have now. I literally have to go through. I have to go through the serial number of the tire to Goodyear Racing and find it. And I haven't bothered because I don't want to know when the tire was signed, because he was such a great driver, and I love him so much.
Right.
Yeah, he was very, I remember seeing him, if he was sitting in the car, he'd look at you and go, I'm sitting in my office. Because that was his office. He was ready to go to work.
Yep.
And that's where he made his living. That's where he died at. And but yeah, all these drivers, especially these newer ones, they didn't, they're not drivers. They're just
they're running around technological marvel.
Yeah.
They're not running stock cars.
No.
Well, years ago, I went to. I'm not a NASCAR fan, but I'm a racing fan. I just love the sounds and the experience. I prefer drag racing.
That's what started this.
Well, I prefer drag racing, and because I remember the first NHRA event I went to.
That's cool, Joshy.
I had to have been maybe a good at least 50 yards away from the opening gate. And then the opening gate to where you would actually go in to get your tickets and all that. The track itself is so much further away from there.
Yeah.
Unknowns to me at the time. And because the only drag racing I have experienced, other than what's on TV in person, was like your typical street race, which is not the same caliber, not in my age group at the time. And so anyhow, and I'm driving through the grass because I'm having to park way out. It was like a Rally's nationals or whatever. And I'm hearing this car alarm going off, and this bastard's loud. And I had, it was a summer day. The girl I was seeing at the time, we were doing up, had the windows down, I had like the radio as loud as it'll go. Our eardrums at a point where it's starting to bleed, and all of a sudden, it's the only thing I hear is the little meh, meh, meh from the car alarm and my radio. All of a sudden, it just hears, and all of a sudden, I'm like, what the fuck is that sound? And like literally, everything was quiet. Only thing you heard was just, someone was doing a burnout, and I'm like. So, I quickly, just found the quick spot, and I'm getting around, I'm looking around, I'm like, oh my God, I'm about to see something, I look around the parking lot, and there's no one outside, other than people walking to the gate. That was a top fuel that was at the starting line doing a burnout. Right? And I was like, and I walked in there, and I kind of, and I put one and one together, and I was like, oh my God. This is the coolest thing ever. And I was like, I turned into such a nerd. Yeah. And I was at the fence right there.
Watching the NHRA on TV is not the same as being live.
No.
I'll get to that in a second, because there's also another thing I learned. So we're walking, we kind of got like ourselves a little drink or whatever, and we're walking to the bleachers, and we're walking, and this guy, and it's kind of funny because even with the cars pulling up, they're loud, but they're not, what's the word, disruptive, as they are when you actually get them in the burnout and they're heating up the tires and all that, and they take off. Even just them pulling up, you hear them, you can feel them, the ground is shaking a little bit, but it's not as disruptive as they are when they're about ready to get down.
Yeah.
And I told the girl I was with, she was like, let's go find a seat. And I'm like right there. And all of a sudden they did the burnout. And literally it's like, it felt like I was walking on a trampoline on this concrete. And I was like, no, we're going to stand right the F here for a moment. And I put my hand on the top of the chicken wire fence. And they took off, and I went to go say something like, this is so cool or whatever. not that she heard me, but it was like, it's all go, because I was like shaking as they went by. But
oh yeah, absolutely.
As far as on TV goes, they look like they're going slower than what they really are. Now they're going, 7, 8, 9 seconds, whatever the case may be. And it's like, oh, okay, cool. But when you're actually there,
yeah.
There was a guy that had it was a, what do they call it, B-Mod Cobalt. And then they had like it was a Model T, it looks like. And they was kind of doing like a bracket race. But what they were doing is, let's say, for example, if y'all were faster than me, depending on the time, they would trip, so if y'all were faster than me, they would trip my light, but then depending on how much faster y'all were than me, depends on when you would get the green light, and then you would take off. So that way it was more of it was still whoever got to the finish line first, but it was more of a fair chance of anyone.
For both of you to get there at the same time.
Right.
Yeah.
And this Cavalier, this Cobalt, and the whole entire time, she's like, watch him go. He took off. I'm like, no. I want to watch this go forward. And I can see in my peripheral where the half midway point was over here. I watched that forward, and when they flagged them, about the time as that Cobalt hit that halfway point, that Model T was on him.
Yeah.
And then he flew by him, and I was like, holy shit.
Tasha, Joshy says your Ninetail looks great.
Oh, thank you.
And John Alex off to tend the grill. He'll be back. Dale's in. And there's been, I'm sorry if I'm not keeping up. Oh, Dragon Queen's in. Hey, Britta.
Hey, Britta.
Good evening.
But as far as on
Why
TV,
is my chat not keeping up?
Pick up.
It's
how
probably
fast
on the
that
other.
was. That was, literally in a blink of an eye, the guy crossed an eighth of a mile.
Yeah, Brian says nothing stock about NASCAR anymore.
Yeah. Well, it's like one of my favorite was my oldest and I were at the Four Wides one year, and Robert Height blew his body off the car. And the body landed on the walkway at ZMAX directly across the track from us. And I happened to see him the following year at a meet and greet, actually when was it Ashley or no, Courtney had just gotten engaged to her husband. And I happened to look at Robert Height, and I was like, Robert, last year you blew the body off. It's like, that was great. It's like, what was it like from your perspective in the car? He goes, oh, it was great. 1 minute I'm sitting there, I'm all in my dark little shadow, everything's going great, and then it's like daylight, and I'm going, where the hell did everything go? He goes, he said, it was that quick. He goes, I felt the motor go as I was getting out of it. He said, but by the time I got out of it, the blower had come off, and the body just disappeared. He goes, I didn't find out where it landed until after I had gotten down to the end, and it was coming back up, and everyone was sitting there talking about it, and I got to watch the replay. And I was just like, yeah.
It's just like the comedian Bill Cosby used to say, first you say it, then you do it. Oh, shit.
Yes.
Well, when I was at that race, the coolest thing I saw was it was a guy, it was a girl. Well, I shouldn't say girl, excuse me. It was a woman driving a purple. It was like a purple, like a 63 to a 65 vet. I can't remember it.
Well,
it looked like a vet.
If I'm not mistaken, that might be. I don't know if she was still racing, but could it possibly have been Shirley Modowney, Little Miss Cha Cha?
Speaking of,
didn't she drive a purple?
Yep, she drove
a car.
Yep, she was all
Well,
purple.
I don't know who it was, to be honest. I mean,
Surely
I
a
don't
cha-cha
follow
little
drivers,
brownie.
but it was between her and this, like, I can't remember the color, but it was a 69 Camaro. And I mean, both of them were, they're kind of like a pro street. They're like kind of like street outlaw between pro street and a complete pro mod. I mean, they were still actual cars because they weren't, fiberglass bodies as far as like sticker headlights and all that kind of stuff. But there's nothing stock about these cars at all. And the light turned green, and the dude in the Camaro just took off. And this poor woman in this vet that tail end is just getting saucy. I mean, it's just going left to right, and she is just staying on it. She was feathering it, but she was staying on it, and she would just keep going. Well, the dude in the Camaro let off the gas. Because I guess he saw her, she was just, roasting the rear tire. She wasn't going anywhere.
Yeah.
And so he kind of like let out the gas, and all of a sudden it's just like,
Mistake.
And it just caught. And that slingshot it down. But then I guess, obviously here, and the guy just got into it, but he already lost all his momentum, and she flew by him. And she took the round, obviously. And then the best part of it was the guy who's doing all the commentating gets on the speaker. He's like, and that is why you don't quit on race day. And I was like, yeah.
Exactly.
So
so true.
Instead of deciding that he was going to let up and not potentially break something, had he stayed on it, he'd have had that round.
Yeah. Exactly. He thought he had the win already because he saw how squirrely she was, and see that's like, yeah. Well, his wife was vacuuming up above him, so he was kind of muted most of it. Actually, now that I think about it, blue collar, I was thinking the other one was the Patron car, and I can't think of her name, but that's the other female. Top Fuel funny car driver that I was thinking of. But I actually met Shirley Moe Downey at ZMAX for the 4 wides one year when she was having it was a silver anniversary or something like that. And she was out there. You want to talk about, everyone always was like, oh, the older drivers are not personable. She's just like John Force.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, the woman, she's like a freaking kitty cat on a 4-day meth kick.
Yeah.
She is bouncing off the walls, and I'm like, John did the same thing, and everyone's like, what's he on? And I was like, nitromethanol.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I go, the man, he just has that natural energy about him.
Yeah.
We have we've got a car museum north of us that our model club goes up and helps out at. It's called the Savoy Auto Museum in Cartersville, Georgia. And her this month, or her Top Fuel rail is in the museum this month, but it's for women in racing. So that's one of their series this next few weeks or months. She was up there this week doing interviews. Her and Wayne Carini was up there. So
well, I know y'all probably heard me talk about my friend Jody, who's dad. She has that old satellite that her dad drove, and when she got to like in her 20s, he gave her the keys, and he stayed in the pits, and he worked in the car, and she drove it. And she's told me stories where, like, a lot of the guys at the time, of course, her being a female, would try to intimidate her, get in her head and all that, psych her out. And she was telling me an incident where one driver, a local driver, did such a thing, and like how her dad, even though he's got something invested, it's his car, it's his time, his money, and all that, but at the same time, it doesn't change the fact that it was his daughter. And went out there and went to the guy at the pits, and she was telling her dad, like, hey, this is this and this. He goes, oh, don't worry about it. I took care of it. And to have that kind of support, and what inspires me, or what really makes me happy to hear about, because it's something I always wanted for my daughter. I just don't have the money or the time to pick up a car and all that. And besides that, my oldest is 8, so there's no way she's driving a car anytime soon. But at the same time, I always thought that was the coolest thing for.
Lindsay has a question. Anybody remember Aggie Hendricks?
Yes, jet driver, or not
Yep,
jet
that's
driver,
what- yeah.
but drove a
Well,
drove a
Top Fuel
jet
and jet-
car.
Jet car.
Yep. Remember that name?
But I just thought that was the coolest. I just thought that was the coolest thing, and I just, and to be honest with you, it's a sport that anyone can really, money wise and knowledge wise, you can get into and have a lot of fun in it. So, that just really,
Oh yeah.
Made me feel good.
I used to have, when I used to race RC cars, I used to have a little sticker. It was on the side of one of my work boxes that said speed cost, how fast do you want to run? And then it had dollar signs out beside it. Because that's how, that's really how it is.
Well, Snappy, that's when I raced RC nitro cars.
Yeah,
I had a Team Associated RC10 GT.
Yep.
The group that I ran with, on the back of our cars, we all had bumper stickers said the one with the most broken toys wins.
Yeah.
Well, there's 2 old sayings that when I was younger and I was tinkering around with my own Malibu, there was a guy, an old mechanic, what he said was there's 2 things when you go, when you go put money into a vehicle, there's 2 things that you need to learn. One, and kind of like what you said about the speed costs money, is horsepower costs money. How fast do you want to go? Exactly. And then another one was there's 3 things you need to work on the car: money, knowledge, and time. Whichever one that you lack in, you better make up in the other 2.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, damn, that's a good saying.
Well, if you don't have the time, you got to pay somebody to do it. You don't have the knowledge, you got to pay somebody to do it or learn it.
Yep.
And if you don't have the money,
you better have the know-how and
you better have the time and the know-how.
Yep.
Yeah.
My appreciation for, I would say cars, which I was fortunate enough growing up. I had friends that, of course, what I didn't know, I had friends that could, I could always rely on them. Hey, well, how do you do this and what do I do that? How do I make it faster? But I always had fast toys. When I had 1-to-1 scale, I had a '69 Camaro. It was pretty fast. It started out as a small block car, ended up as a big block car, ended up as a pro street car, ended up with a big fat floor sitting on top of it and the whole 9 yards. My appreciation for speed wasn't at that point. My appreciation for speed when this guy named Richard Petty opened up a thing called Richard Petty's Driving Experience.
Yes.
And I was like, ooh, I get to pay X amount of money to go sit in a NASCAR race car.
Yes.
Drive. So I signed up. I signed up for a ride along. Let somebody else drive me around, risk my butt. And I was like, wow. I was like, I like this. I want to drive now. So probably the next year, I think I got my taxes back, and I was like, man, I went up there and I laid cash on the barrelhead, and I got to, of course, I went to Atlanta Motor Speedway, which is a super speedway.
Yeah.
And they told me that you're going to follow a pace car around. It's going pretty much will monitor, don't drive around them. I'm like, okay, I'm not. And we got to do, and in my personal cars, I think the fastest I ever got in it was like probably $110. And I Atlanta Motor Speedway, I'm following this little pace car around at $1.10. I'm like, I've been there, done that. I want to go faster. But I paid for X amount of laps, which was about, I think it was 8 laps is what they gave us. And top speed was like 115 miles per hour. I was like, seen it, done it, been there. So when I pulled in, my money was, my money had ran out on my little car here. I pull into the speed down the pit lane and shut the car off like they told me. And I'm going down there. And as soon as I stop, the guy comes over, takes the window net down, puts his hand in there on the steering wheel because they told us to pull the steering wheel off, put it on the dash. And he puts his hand in there over the cover, like, don't do that right yet. And I'm like, well, did I do something wrong? He sticks his head in there. He said, leave your seatbelts on. There's 4 of you guys out here that we watched, then we're going to give you extra laps. But there's not going to be a pace car. Y'all are going to chase a race car. And I'm like, cool. How many laps are we going to get? And the first thing I said, how many laps do we get? He said, we'll let you know. You just watch he said, if you see the guy on the, in the stand, you know, in the flag stand, do the crossed checkers flag, it means that's the end of it. We got 10 extra laps, and I got to and we actually got to pass. They took our helmets off, put us on a radio helmet, and we could hear pretty much. And we got, I think it was 10. Yeah, we got 10 extra laps where we got to do and actually got to pass. And my appreciation for NASCAR got better that day because I was like, yeah, I know what it feels like for your ass end to get kind of squirrely because somebody comes up and tucks their nose right up under you, or somebody comes up beside you at $160. Yeah, our average laps was 155 miles per hour, and I was like, I'm talking, hey, that wide track, look, and those stands that you're passing by are going by. I mean, it's a blur. It's like,
mm-hmm.
And then
I did one at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Yes,
same thing. They're mirror tracks.
Yeah, they are.
We got it. I did the driving experience here, and then I came back later that day and did that also, but we were in the Busch Grand National cars for the driver experience. The 3 of us that were running out of the group of like 12 or whatever, same thing, came up, said, come back later, we're going to give you different cars.
Yep.
And we're like, what? And it was like, you pushed the pace car at $150. It was everything he could do to stay ahead of y'all. So they stuck us in the car. And they were like, you know, you felt how the car felt and how tight it was. We're going to give you 3 laps. Let us know what the car is doing so we can fix it for you. And we'll give you 5 laps to play.
Oh, nice.
I have Sandy Alia in. Oh. Hello, Sandy. I don't recognize you, but you're through one of the linked channels.
Sandy. I love Formula One. I love open wheel, but NASCAR, you have to excuse Snappy Pappy, Ed and I, because in Dragon Lover, we all we are in the belt buckle of NASCAR country.
Well, man,
I live in the county below Wilkes County, North Carolina.
Oh, I'm quite familiar with that.
At one point, I lived close enough to the Wilkesboro Speedway, or the racetrack, that I could hear them on a Saturday night. If the wind was blowing right, I could hear them.
For me personally, the only NASCAR experience I have is on TV. I've never actually been to a track when a race was running.
Oh,
I'm entirely certain that if I ever did go to a track and watch one in person, I would have a much greater appreciation for NASCAR.
Well,
Snappy, we need to get him to Atlanta or Charlotte. I need to make phone calls. I haven't been to a race actually in 6 years since my father passed away, but I still have contacts through Charlotte Motor Speedway and Speedway Motorsports. I need to get us into a race sometime. And actually, if they do the All-Star race, the All-Star race for me was my favorite because I got hot passes.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah,
Which
those
put
are-
you on the pit road, and I was on pit road of Charlotte Motor
One
Speedway.
of my bucket lists is to go to. I told Marissa one of my bucket lists is to go to an actual NASCAR event, actually a big NASCAR event.
Yeah.
Oh, they're great.
Just for
I
you,
love
blue
them.
collar.
Just for experience. For anything, if anything, just for experience.
Andy has given a very British point of view.
Drag
on that.
racing.
If you're in the stands, you're gonna come out looking like you had a. Well, especially if you're right there at the edge of the track, you're going when you leave that day, you will look like somebody took a pepper shaker and shook it over the top of your head because there's so much tire dust going to be on you.
Oh yeah, the rubber dust. The first 10 rows, which now at Charlotte they've taken them out and they've taken the walkway out. And that stems back to the Indy race that was at Charlotte Motor Speedway where the debris went into the stands. That was a sad day for racing. I was actually at that race, one section over the same aisle as those people. And the only reason why I wasn't there where those seats were was because they were sold out. Those were my seats. I used to sit in those seats for NASCAR races because you look right into turns 3 and 4. And it's right even you look into what they called Humpy's Hump, which is a bump in the middle of the speedway.
Humpy Wheeler.
Yes. But I knew Humpy Wheeler for years. Oh, sorry, Connie, go ahead.
Oh, and someone new, Alonso Feja. Have you guys ever heard of FSAE?
No.
Which I just happened to look it up real quick just so I could understand it.
And it
is Formula SAE Challenge. They challenge students to conceive, design, and fabricate small formula style racing cars.
Ooh.
Well,
Haven't heard of it, but I admit I just looked it up.
You know, I mean,
I'm glad. Thank you, because I was about to do the same thing. I was like, I've never heard that. And I'm like,
I've never actually had
With the drag racing thing, I'd had a next door neighbor get me into that when I was 9 with the junior drags. Started out with 12 horsepower Stratton. About a year and a half later, I bumped up to a 25 horse Brigden Stratton. About a year and a half after that, NHRA gave me a license for a full-on V8 hot rod, and I've been doing it ever since.
Yeah.
But, and having not only driven down both 8 and quarter-mile tracks, as well as having been at NHRA-like races, the being there, whether as a spectator or participating, is a completely different ball game than what you see on TV.
Yes.
So I can entirely understand and I can entirely believe that if I ever got to a NASCAR race, my appreciation for NASCAR would skyrocket compared to where it's at now.
Well, I'll tell you this, just because, or you take the same way home, or, you've been in the area that you live in for X amount of time, and you can take the, your favorite hairpin turn or 30-mile-an-hour turn at like 50 mile an hour or 55 mile an hour, don't mean you can actually drive.
Exactly.
No.
Hold on.
You ain't. You don't know what sliding up that racetrack's all about. You better leave. You better sit back and hold my beer and watch this, because that would. When you get out of that seat, your seat will have a pucker mark.
On your daily driving, just because you can make a turn faster than what the recommended speed is, a lot of people think they can drive it. It's like, no, you don't. You really can't appreciate what the actual drivers do. As far as knowing how to drive.
You have no sense of the sheer power
No.
that just
No.
There's a
you
lot
just
of
sit in a
different.
car like that, and it's just
Yeah,
like
it's a lot different now. Piloting
like-
a 200 or 300 horsepower front wheel drive car versus that of a 5, 6, 700, 800 horsepower machine
well,
that's designed just to do one thing and go fast.
the closest I ever came was my stepfather had a 1989 Firebird Formula. I got out of that thing and I drove it to the grocery store. And I came back and said, I don't want to drive this anymore.
No, I was a
They
state
looked at,
inspector.
well, you also have to realize that I am very small.
No,
Yeah,
I was a
she's
state
I'm
inspector.
like 5'1", barely 5'1". I buy shoes in the kids department.
One of the first cars I got to do a state inspection on was a 96 Callaway, 96 Lingenfelter Corvette, excuse me.
Oof.
And I'm sitting
Penny's
there.
pit stop is in. Hello, Penny.
And I'm sitting there, and I actually purposely drove an extra block or so further away from the shop because I just wanted to get on it one time because I knew what Lingenfelter was.
Mhm.
And I'm looking around, like no one's around. Cool. So I only had it in first gear, and I barely tapped the gas, and I
That's
let
all it
off the
takes.
clutch, and that ass end just.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, you know what? If I learned anything from watching Clint Eastwood, and that's a man's got to know his limitations, this is it. I'm going to drive back to the shop. I'm not going to do it. You know what? Got passed. I'm not going to do anything because I just almost wrecked this guy's car because even though I might have appreciated it, I underestimated it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And that's the problem.
And and don't get me wrong, I very much appreciate those NASCAR drivers for their skill because I do know that what they're doing on those tracks is not an easy job.
No.
Just like you would think going in a straight line down either an eighth or a quarter mile. How hard can going in a straight line be?
It's not the straight line. It's the just barely tamed rocket you are sitting on.
Well,
That's the problem.
And if you ever watch those drivers, if you ever get the chance to watch an in-car camera, their hands are like this on the steering wheel.
Yeah.
Well, I'll
That's
give you a
funny.
better one. How easy is it to put a model kit together or to put a train set together? Well, how detailed do you want it? How cool do you want it to be? How well do you want it to perform? How well do you want it to look? That goes with anything. So anyone can do anything, but to do it at the level of, some of the people that you look in magazines or go to shows to or go to events and actually see them perform, it's like, oh, wow.
You've got to actually get your hands on it and do it yourself.
Well, I watched some of those where they test the rocket cars on the salt plains.
Yeah.
I was like,
here in Oregon.
Connie, it's funny you said that about the on a
barely tamed rocket.
Yeah, which I read a lot of history, and when who was it? It was Alan Shepard. They were sitting on the launch pad. I forgot what Apollo mission it was that he went to the moon in. I think it was it was 14 if I remember correctly. He's sitting there, they're waiting on the launch, and he looks over at his two buddies that he's about to blast off and go to the moon with, and he goes, fellas, y'all ever think about that this machine that's right up under us, that's really just a miniature version of an atom bomb, was bidded out to the lowest bidder?
Yes, I heard that.
Oh my God, yes.
Shepard had a very wicked sense of humor. So
on a control panel that was designed, and bitted out or built by the like you said, the lowest.
Yeah. There was another matter of fact on that same mission, when they blasted off, they kept having troubles trying to dock. They were trying to dock the command module to the lunar excursion module, which was the little thing they float down to the moon on. Well, it wasn't docking, so they were like, kept going to mission control and going, what do we do? Well, try it again. Hit it a little harder. They hit it a little harder. Wasn't docking. They did it again. No success. Finally, they go off the radio and they talking amongst themselves in the command module. They're going, theoretically, they're saying that we can do this. I could put my suit on, go outside, float around, and pull this thing together to get it to latch. And they asked him, they said, is that what y'all did? And Armstrong, he looks at him and Shepard goes, you'll never know. And just throws his hands up. He said, you'll never know, but we went to the moon. And I was just like, but he's an old Navy. Armstrong was an old Navy, commander. He wasn't a dummy, but that was.
If I'm not mistaken, Armstrong was from Ohio.
Yes, Armstrong was from Ohio. Alan Shepard was from, I can't remember.
Because I remember seeing the Neil Armstrong Museum.
Museum, yeah, that's going up 75, I think, towards Ohio, in Ohio. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I've always wanted to visit that, but
Well,
I'm 8 hours from Cape Canaveral. I'm 4 hours from Huntsville, so I got the best of both worlds.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Ed, my other favorite, the first car I ever owned, my father found. It was a one owner car. It was a '69 Firebird with a 350 in it.
Still not shabby.
My dad bought it for me when I was 15 years old, and I got my driver's license between 15 and 16. I got my full driver's license. Going into, Bruton Smith and Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is middle of the year, summertime. Bruton looks at my father and says, Sully, take Billy Boy out to the track. Tell the track people I said to go ahead and let him drive. Don't use the high banks. Just use the straightaways. He said, and blow it out. And I quote, blow it out your effing system. On a closed track, put that car out there and do what you want now before you get on real roads. Put the speedometer at 155 on the back stretch. Had to stand on the brakes to get it to stop so I wouldn't go up the high bank. And I literally, you talk about pucker factor. I think I stuck the leather seats into my backside because that car scared the absolute crap out of me. And that was before I took it into auto mechanics and cleaned the motor out, shortened the exhaust to just in front of the rear tires, and put the ports out the side like a vet with 2 cherry bomb glass packs on a 4-inch exhaust system, basically straight header.
Oh, nice.
And had it running at 700 RPM.
Well, I've never actually had experience as far as actual cars on the track. However, when I did go to, I went to California. I went to Universal Studios with another girl I was seeing. There's a time frame gap in between all this, so. But anyhow, there's another girl I was seeing, and we went over there. And the second time I went to this, what do you call that? The virtual reality of NASCAR. It was like a new thing they were doing. And the second time, first time I had a blast. So the second, I kind of did decent. So I wanted to go there again because, I was itching all day. It's like, I had fun on the rides. I had fun at the attraction. Yeah. But I kept wanting to go back to play in this game. And you sit inside. You actually had like a rectangle. You actually sat inside. You had a 5-point harness you had to put on, and you actually push button start. It had a Hurst shifter, had a clutch, brake, accelerator, and when everything came on, no matter where you look, you saw nothing but the track.
Yeah.
And when you go up in the high rise, and all of a sudden, like the car actually will tilt off to the side or whatnot. Anyhow, so I don't know, like there's like maybe like 10, 15, cars that people can actually play. the rest of the pack is just, computer. And I think he did like 10 laps or whatever the case was. And, and I don't remember what car I was in. And this happened like almost like damn well near 20 years ago, if not 20 years ago. I don't remember what car I got in. And I was like, in the middle. And a couple laps in, and I'm third place, and I am just like kicking ass, and I'm catching up to second place, and I'm banging through the gears. I'm like into it. It's like Days of Thunder in my head right now, right? And all of a sudden, I spin out, and what it was is that like an M&M's car, the M&M's car, I along tapped my ass in and spun me out. Well, I'm mad. I'm hot. So, and, when I hit the brakes, I didn't push the clutch and I stalled the car. So then I had to sit there, basically restart it, get the car back up, put it in gear, and I'm like losing, my position bad. Long story short, I'm like a madman. I'm like bumping into cars. I am driving super aggressive because now I don't care about winning. Now I want to take out the car that took me out.
Yeah.
Now I have to get I'm from Texas, you F around and find out. Well, you showed me how much you want to F around. I'm about to show you, give you the same amount of finding out. And I chased this car down. I finally got up to it. And it was just kind of ironic because the car, me and the car was like kind of like fighting for like third and fourth place, which is kind of ironic. And then I got up and I banged that car into the turn just before we finished the last lap. I buried that car into the wall and it bounced back off, and I buried it back in there, and I'm doing all kind of damage to it, and you hear all kind of metal scraping and all that. We get done with the race. I finished off in third place. Whoever this other person was fourth, and then my girlfriend at the time, she's like, "Are you happy now?" I was like, "No, I want to go out and see, meet this SOB." That was constant. I'm hot, like, dude, that wasn't. I mean, that was like, how they did it was careless. And I was like, "No, hell no, I want to go meet. We'll have a talk with them." So I took the belt off. I get out and I'm ready to scrap. All of a sudden, I see the car. Right, I see the car that hit me, the M&M's car. The driver door opened up, and I'm about ready to unleash. The
kid comes out
inside me. All of a sudden, I hear this little girl crying, like, "Daddy, why did that car hit me?" I'm like, oh wow. The guy who was letting his little girl drive the car. And I'm like, oh, wow. Oh,
yeah.
And she's like, "Are you happy with this? We gotta go. We gotta leave." And the guy was like consoling his daughter, goes, "Sweetie, I don't know why that car hit you, baby." And she was like bawling. I had ruined this girl's day. And the whole entire time, like my head, like my dog when he did something bad, like tail tucked between my legs, my head's all slumped down, like nothing made that day better.
Here you were, some grown up like you that had done it, and you were going to lay into him.
Oh yeah.
Find out it was just a little girl, and
I was like, "Oh, son of a!" I feel so bad.
Joshie, no problem. Go enjoy yourself.
Oh yeah.
You know us. We'll be here for a while.
Yeah, but
well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm being summoned to the kitchen, which means I'm going to get to cook. So means I'm also going to get to sample. So ha ha ha.
Ha ha.
So anyhow, folks, enjoyed it, Connie. Thank you for having me on as well.
Anytime. This is other than October and November. You can find us here most Sundays.
Roger that.
October and November is our local Renaissance Festival.
Okay.
All right, Snap.
We go play.
Yeah, we go play.
Yeah, I'm just
I'm
closest thing to being a Renaissance man's for me is just going out and burning meat out in my backyard. Which it's about to get to be that time of year. As I told Vicky the other day, I said I'm ready for some smoked ribs. So I'm ready to fire up my grill.
Oh yeah.
But I think we're supposed to be getting a little rain here in Georgia today. Probably later on this evening. I'm gonna probably wake up in the morning and I'm gonna be like, "What the heck happened to spring?" They say it's gonna be about 20 degrees here in Georgia.
Yeah, they're
so
calling for a
Yeah.
freeze warning tonight. And I was like, no,
Yeah.
my
yeah,
you
yeah.
know, my hydrangea
called,
is blooming.
Yeah, we
For
called
budding.
that growing up here in the South. It's called blackberry winter. So that's where usually about the time the blackberries, which you showed me the pictures of the yellow bells blooming, and
Yeah.
our Bradford pears are blooming around here. So
Yeah.
usually the next things to start blooming is the blackberries, and then we get to go pick blackberries and make blackberry pies. Woo!
Shush. Hush your mouth.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
I got all kind of blackberry bushes around here.
You just have to be careful when you're picking blackberries. There's these little creatures in there called copperheads, and they like to eat them things. Well, they like to eat the critters that like to eat the blackberries. So
Yeah, don't remind me
Yeah.
of copperheads. I had to
Mhm.
kill one here
yeah,
about it was
Last summer.
last summer.
yeah, they were
About,
bad
3.5
last summer.
About a 3.5 footer was the first time I'd seen one out at my house in 5 years, and it was about 1.5 foot from the service dog.
Yeah,
Tangled
There's-
in netting. That's the only
Yeah.
reason why she didn't get bit.
Yeah.
Now the only thing that they do like to eat, that a copperhead will eat, they're cicadas. When the cicadas are real bad, they say a copperhead love to eat those. And and they're actually those cicadas are supposed to be bad this year around Georgia. So
Well, all of them, because there's 2 cycles that hit the 13-year, or is it the 7-year cicadas and the 13-year cicadas?
it's the 13.
Both of
I
them
think.
hit.
Yeah.
Well, both of them. No, both of them are supposed to hit this year.
Oh, great.
The cycles. So we're getting a double batch of cicadas this summer, I believe.
Yeah. So.
Oh,
Which means it'll be
great.
noisy.
Yep. So hate to be the bearer of ill news. So, anyway. Folks, y'all have a great rest of your Sunday. I'm going in here and play Chef Fred Henry and
Thank you for joining us.
I enjoyed it. Thank you for having me. And y'all behave.
See you later, bro.
All right. Y'all take care. Happy out.
Bye.
All right.
Bye.
I have 2 videos that Brian sent me. He wants me to play real quick. I know it was earlier. I was kind of waiting for a break in the
shenanigans.
flow a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
So let me see if I can figure out how to play a video here.
And Snappy's not the only one that's got to get, because I have got to get to a Home Depot and Restaurant Depot for the boss to get stuff for tomorrow, because like I say, we got that big golf tournament that we're catering tomorrow, and that's going to be at least a 12-hour day for me. So,
ouch.
Oh, I know that,
Ed,
Bill. I had a
you have a good
14-hour
one.
yesterday. Oh, thank you for joining us, Ed.
oh, you're so welcome. And
Nice to
thank
see
you
you,
for
Ed.
having me. And there's a few of you that I was already subbed to, like Fenris there. And there's a few of you that I added into my subs today. So next time I see y'all on, if I'm up and mobile, I'll jump in, and maybe I'll actually be working on something instead of just waiting on putty to dry.
It's pretty much me. I'm spray painting stuff to get ready to actually start doing the detail work. I didn't feel like doing the fine detail work of stuff like this today. So I decided I would wait and just get some more side stock done. And I'm just like, I'm looking at my 6 bins going, God, I got a bunch of crap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to get this little buddy done and then pull my paint stuff out, because I got a couple of dragons I need to paint. Get back into painting.
Yep.
Yeah.
Been a while. But catch you later, Ed.
Y'all have a great day.
You guys,
too.
You too, bud.
Thing I wouldn't do, if you do, don't name it after me. Like,
Bye,
I
Ed.
didn't a whole lot
Bye.
not to do, but hey, we're not going to go there. All right, y'all. Bye.
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 I don't know if I told you.
Let's see. Penny's in. She got to the hotel about 4 hours late. Oh, lovely.
Hi, Penny.
Hi, Penny.
that I got a new printer.
Come on.
I don't know. I think it was Fenris. I think you and I have the same printer now. The Anycubic Photon M5.
I do.
No,
Okay.
Connie has the M5.
I got the M5S Pro.
I would say I got the M5S Pro, and I am like loving this over my elbow.
Yeah, if I had the money, I would be getting it over the 6K that I have right now. But I love my 6K. Actually, I got a 5-hour print running right now on it.
I need to fire mine back up, but for some reason it lost the Wi-Fi connection that I need to, and that's another reason I'm taking Saturdays off of streaming, because right now it's like I either stream or I'm at work. I'm not getting any projects done off the bench. So
Well, I don't do any of the Wi-Fi or the cloud or anything. I'm just basically, old schooling it, I guess. But from what I was reading, and from what I was told, the M5S Pro is supposed to be like a 14K. It's really not a 14K. It doesn't put out that much power. But so it goes,
it's not that much power. It's the number of pixels.
Right, and so, but anyway, I mean, even still, there's a lot of features it has on it. And there's a guy, there's another YouTuber that, he doesn't do 3D printing. And I was watching one of his videos. I was like, hey, I noticed you got this model and I got this file. And I was like, me and him kind of go back and forth a little bit. So I'm printing up the file for him. So me and him can kind of like do something together with it. And, we hear you, Ollie. That pitch over there grunting. But anyhow, the learning their splicing, like learning how to do their supports, it's different than using Chitterbox, but at the same time, it's like once you kind of get familiar with it, I'm not going to say one's better than the other one, but I would say that I like it. Anycubic's better than the Chitterbox. Hi, baby. How you feeling? What's wrong? Huh?
Hey, Josh, what you working on today?
What?
Oh,
Spider-Man.
Yeah. I have a show next week, so I'm just trying to kind of finish a couple things up to take.
So you can help you a little bit, okay? Okay. I love you.
How's it going, Tasha?
I'm not far off on completing this.
Okay.
I'm nearly done. That's why I turned the camera around.
That's cool.
That's cute.
Oh, this is about how far I've gotten. He's going much faster today.
Yeah.
Well, it helps when you don't have things
I like his
misaligned.
little face.
So is that a Lego thing or?
It's a version of Lego. I call it fuzzy bricks.
Fuzzy bricks.
Because they're Lego-esque, but they have interlocking sides.
Oh, okay, I know it. Okay, yeah. I know what you did. Okay. They have a weird name too, huh?
I haven't found a name for them yet. But this is how the sides look. They'll interlock.
Spyro.
Yeah, I still like the original start of that build. That's just a 15-year-old.
That was. So they interlock side to side.
Right.
So the building is a little bit different. And yes, the original, when I first started this thing, I did not, and I will on any other future builds of these I do, check the instructions beforehand so I can prepare myself for the inevitable comments.
That's all right. I joined you. So you weren't alone.
Yeah. So for those of you that are late coming in or didn't see them earlier,
I can give a
that's what
preview.
the original.
Yeah, I saw it a couple weeks ago when you were doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the heck?
Like I said, the Arby's hat.
I'm sitting here making these things, and I'm just like, when I realize what's going to happen, I'm just sitting here thinking, I can't stop. They're going to want to know why. I've just got to keep going. And it went just like I thought it would. And so I looked up, I said, well, at least it's getting later in the evenings.
You.
Because, yeah, the hilarity went for hours. And poor Tasha's, hers looked almost as bad.
I
All right, guys. Well,
on mine.
it is spring break, and I've been having my girls all week long. And unfortunately, the first half, my oldest had a stomach bug, and I got a stomach bug. Yeah, Hannah been a little. That's when she came in and goes, Daddy, I finally went to use the bathroom. I'm like, okay, well, I'm happy for you. But
yeah.
Well, with her is she's been getting bullied at school, and it's gotten pretty nasty, and it's at a point where my ex called me up because, hey, I want to have a meeting with the principal and the assistant principal. I'd like you to be involved. I'm like, all right, well, when you get to school, call me and do a conference call. I mean, you're like 3 hours away from me. What the hell do you want me to do? But put me on the phone call and I'll chime in. So I went along and I said, not to rehash everything, but I went along and I said my piece, and then it got to the point where CPS had gotten involved, and I was like, and I'll tell you how, like I told the CPS lady, despite how me and my ex may feel about each other, that does not take away from her as a mother towards my kids. So as far as, if you want, I can paint you a picture of my ex that is just horrible, but that's coming from an ex-husband. As seeing her as the mother of my children, there's really nothing I can really complain about. She does wonderful with it. She's fine with it. And I told the principal, and I was like, y'all have a zero tolerance on bullying, and along with cyberbullying. And it's like, how, so let me ask you this, since there's really no way you can really control everything, because what we'll do in a bully investigation, like, what is that going to do? You're going to ask a kid, did you make fun of this person? Did you say something to this person? What's the kid going to tell you? No. Okay, then what are you going to do? How are you going to punish the kid? And the teacher doesn't, is clueless. So let me ask you this. How do y'all feel about service animals? And my ex started laughing because all week long, my pity, she has been up my daughter's butt the whole entire, because my daughter, she is upset. She's a little depressed and everything, especially now because she knows she's about to go back to school. And she is like, when she was outside playing out, we had got back from church, they all went, Marissa and the girls went inside, and I had to put wiper blades on the van, and I hear the back door opening up. Not thinking anything about it. And like, I put the blades on, and I'm going to go, walked up to the garage to throw them away, and I'm hearing like this galloping, of both, and both it was my dog, Bagpipe and Ollie the pit, and they were like this devil hound sounding bark, and my daughter was outside with them, and I was like, you know what? Ollie, you're going to go to school. At that point, I would love to see someone try to put their hands on my little girl with that 57-pound pit right there.
Yeah.
But because even like she did something to her sister the other night, and I went to swat her on the leg for her, and Ollie was right there, and she looked at me, and I was like, "We'll have this conversation later." She looked at me, and I could almost hear if she would talk. It almost would sound something like that from Sling Blade. Like, go ahead and hit her. I won't touch you, sir. Mm-hmm. Like she just had that like like was looking at her like,
Yeah.
But anyhow, but I've been spending some time with them. Took me to a jump park yesterday, which if anyone's ever been to a jump park, best way I can explain it or describe it is think of any riot scene in a prison, a prison riot scene in any movie, and that's basically what you're walking into. As far as the chaos.
Yeah. That is a good way to explain that. Yeah.
Kids running around and screaming and all that kind of stuff. And like the youngest, she wanted to go into the ball pit, and I'm like, no, sweetie. And it says like, you have to be this high. And my poor little girl's head is like just above there. And I'm like, sweetie, that means, she goes, see, I'm almost as tall as but baby, it means if you go in there, you're going to sink, and we're not going to see you. And so she got all upset, and and then like I will say this though, has a lot of magical powers within that building because my youngest fell down, hurt her ankle, and she was just crying hysterically. And I was like, "Did you hurt your ankle?" And she's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Okay, well, sweetie, if you hurt your ankle, then maybe we should just go home." She's like, "What?" Like, well, we should go home. If you hurt your ankle, you can't jump. You can't jump. There's no point of us being here. She goes, "I think I'm okay." She got back up and started jumping around again. I'm like, "Oh, okay." I know. But at home, she'll milk it for whatever she can get. So
Oh, nice, Tasha.
This place got some got some pretty cool healing powers.
Yeah, I was about to say we call that mind over matter. I don't mind, so it don't matter.
Yeah.
Oh, that was cool, Tosh.
But
He competed.
Stuff's expensive. It's been like almost like $50 just for almost a little over an hour worth of playtime.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, John Alec, that was a rather entertaining evening.
Almost as entertaining as a tree trunk getting
as where I got my where all the tree jokes originated.
Yes. I guess we can leave it
alone. Oh yeah,
now.
there's Tasha's original one. that was a rather interesting meme that went about. Yeah. He's got something to smile about. Yeah.
God.
I'm gonna go downstairs. I came up here to get my 3D printer working, got it all set up. So I had to make some adjustments on the files. So did all that. So I will talk to you guys.
Catch you next time.
So, catch you next time.
All right, y'all have a good one.
You too.
See you later.
I just realized I haven't eaten yet, so I'm sitting
Jan.
here cutting up sausage.
Welcome in.
Hey, Chan.
Links on top of my chat if you're interested. I'm not sure who's.
Looks like she came in through yours, so it's pinned at the top of yours.
Yeah.
I've been mumbling away and I've been muted. I was saying, everybody who's watching on my channel right now, head over to Connie's and then you'll see all the chat. I've no idea how many are watching on mine. Let me have a look.
Oh, okay. She's in the basement.
Okay,
Oh, she just
right. There's 15 people watching on my channel right now. You're not going to see all the chat, guys. I've linked Connie's channel in the chat.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to write it that many times.
No, if you put it in the one chat, it'll go to every channel.
Oh, okay.
So and then
Holy,
it just
there's a lot
pops
of
up
channels.
on. And we got John Knopfel back. Hello.
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 I'll say it says that I've got 15 on mine, 12 on Terry's, 4 on his Twitter. William, Horlixs, and Tasha all have 1.
Oh, that's me then. I've got mine open for chat.
I'm
yeah,
lonely.
I've got mine open. So yeah.
But like I said, this is what I like about this is we're getting different people in.
Oh yeah.
Different flavors of conversation. I like it.
We're only missing Canada. We'd have the Allies again. Let's start a war.
We do. Chan's can't. No, wait a minute. Is Chan in Canada?
Canadian.
Yeah.
Yes, she is.
Well,
Yeah, we've got it. So we've got everyone. Let's start a war.
USA, Canada, UK. Yep. Come on, Germany, kick off again.
Oh, wait a minute. No, we could just call up a channel.
No.
Gross.
Don't even.
No,
I think he's gone.
We'll wait for Germany to kick off again. Then you guys can be late to the war again.
Hey, Donnie. Welcome in. Donnie Dodger's
Hey, Donnie.
in the house.
Hi, Donnie.
No, Rodney, my comments will not show up on the channel unless they happen to go through if I type them on the StreamYard chat, they should go to all of them.
Mm-hmm.
But half the time I just put them on mine. Because if I do that, because I do links most of the time, if I put links in anyone's other than Williams, they won't be hyperlinks.
Right.
Because I'm not a mod
All right.
on those channels.
I need to fix that.
Well, I think I am a mod on your channel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you've modded me on yours, so I could put links on your channel. I think you've got 2 mods, me and Joshy. Except Joshy can time me out, which I think is funny. Which I am fine with. I think it's funny.
Yeah.
And he says, no, I won't do that. I said, I don't care. Oh, that's not the one I want. That's the one I want.
Yeah, I started a mod war one time with one of the other mods on a channel. See who could time who out faster. And yeah, I lost. Massively lost. That was that was on Sparky's.
Sparky.
Yeah, that was with Sparky.
I think you were on.
I don't remember whose
like
stream we were on.
Or was it Tuesday night?
I don't remember.
It wasn't his. It wasn't his.
No, it wasn't one of Sparky's.
No, I can't remember whose it was, but you.
Yeah, we were trying to time each other out, and they had me out for like, it was like a 300 some odd minutes I was out.
Oh, wow.
And this was before they put in the 24-hour mod.
Right.
Yeah, where you're banned for 24 hours.
Or the 24 hours, yeah, 24-hour timeout.
Yeah. It was a stack amount. It was just, yeah, it got stacked.
Well, it's so funny sometimes when you're sitting there and there's like 5 or 6 mods in a channel, and then somebody comes in and says something inappropriate, and they just get slammed.
Yeah.
They've been timed out for 24 hours by this one, this one, this one, this one.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, my favorite was yeah, this person was timed out for this many minutes, and then when you look at it, it was like every mod on the channel hit them. It was like there was no point in them even coming back in the stream at that point because they weren't going to be able to comment anytime during the stream going, because most of those streams only went like an hour or so. It wasn't like what we do now where we're going a couple of hours.
I think me and you were in the same stream last night while I was in chat anyway, and must have been about 1 a.m. something like that. And I'm eating oranges. Like for some reason last night I felt like eating oranges, so I was eating oranges, and I had a bowl full of pips. And I knocked the pips, and they fell on my keyboard, and they jammed in between some of the keys, right? And I ended up getting timed out on this channel because it kept on going hashtag enter, hashtag enter, hashtag enter down the chat. And the dude says, little history, I'm going to have to time you out, dude. And I got timed out.
Yeah.
I think it was Vinny's Friday night. It was a Vinny's Friday night. It was hanging with the cuz.
I was so
Yeah, Terry. Yeah, because I saw him. It was last night. I hear him say something about little history that's inappropriate, and it's like, sorry about that, sticky buttons, and I just started laughing.
Yeah,
because I couldn't find it on there. They had actually cleared it off.
They had, yeah.
And I was just dying. I was like, "What did you do?"
No, it was nothing appropriate. It was just hashtag. It was stuck on the hashtag key and the enter key, and it kept on doing it on its own.
Yeah.
So I owe the dude a proper apology the next time I see him.
Oh, glad I didn't open that one. I already have a full one on the counter.
Oh, a drink?
Yeah, I was fixing up. I thought I'd finished this one because I just crushed a can a minute ago. And I was like, no, I still actually have a cold one sitting here. Oh.
I don't know if you guys can hear my neighbor's chickens are out and about, and half the flock are roosters.
Oh, fun.
Can't hear them yet.
No.
Well, so far my headset's been pretty good as far as limiting outside noise.
Mm-hmm.
But every now and again, they're right outside the window. It's like, God, can you guys hear that? No, like I said, I remember that one vaguely. I think it's when I first started watching them. And then I inadvertently timed somebody out for 24 hours on the Spruce channel one day.
Oh, yeah.
Well, no, I deliberately timed him out for 24 hours, but it was a mistake because I didn't check the channel before I reacted to what was said.
You're great. You're great at timing people out, Connie.
Well, one time I did it by accident, and then another time I did it intentionally, but I did not look at the person, and he was actually a good friend of Spruce. I think I still apologize every time I see him. Well, it's one of his gaming it's one of the gaming off of his gaming.
That's right. It was the gaming community.
It was his gaming community, and I didn't remember. I didn't know, and he just came in with a comment that was too reminiscent of somebody else causing issues, so I just timed him out for 24 hours and found out later after I did it. Oops. No, he's actually a friend. Ooh, Sprue, and you can't undo the timeout. That's the only thing is you can't undo a timeout.
Yeah.
No.
Hot Rod Ryan just satisfies awake. Yeah, I was awake. I just had to step out for a few minutes.
You're not going to live that down. I don't care what you
No,
say.
no, no, no. That's what I get for falling asleep
Yeah.
at random times.
Which one are you working on, Chan? It's a stained glass one.
Yeah, it's a stained glass rose.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, John Alex says the chickens I hear are out back making a sizzling sound.
Is John Alec barbecuing?
Yes, he is.
Oh, I'm jumping on the plane, John Alec.
Oh, what was bubbling in the cup? Oh, that's his
Well, that
back
was me.
flushing.
Yeah, back flushing a airbrush. I was cleaning out one of my airbrushes.
Getting ready to change power on the south side loop here.
Harry knows all about a back flash, didn't you?
Yeah, I was fixing to change brushes.
Thanks for reminding me, Horlicks.
That's all right.
Yeah, I've got glycerin water in here somewhere for this needle here in a little bit. Or is it
this is not
glucose? No, glucose.
You don't want glucose.
I want my glucose water.
No.
All right.
I'm glad you finally warmed up.
Oh, that was, yeah, the bubbling in my cup, John, was just, yeah. I actually was getting the bolt gun metal out of or the lead belcher out of the Iowata airbrush.
Changing power on this outside loop. Anything special anybody in the chat or you guys want to see run?
He's wanting to know if there's anything interesting anybody wants to see on his track.
Oh.
On this outside loop, I'm going to change the power on the outside loop. I'm still going to leave the F3s on this inside loop.
All right.
I don't really know that much about trains, but I do love watching them run round, so I'm happy.
Oh, John Noble wants to see a switcher run. I guess we can do that on the inside loop. You talking about this one, John? This BN one or the Santa Fe one? Or I can run them both. It don't matter. So there's the BM one right there. So.
I said to BN. Burlington Northern.
If they'll pull it, I'll run it.
I must say, it's a switcher.
Well, these Athearn switchers aren't exactly the greatest
pullers
in the world. Little cobwebs off of it. I mean, it runs good. It's just pretty anemic when it comes to pulling power. There you go. You know what? I'm going to stick that this BL2 on there too. Just to be on the safe side. We'll put both of them together. That way I know they got enough traction to pull it. course, I decided to leave the rest of the train.
The engineering behind these kits is amazing sometimes. On any of the brick kits that I've put together.
I am of the firm opinion that whoever invented diamond dots is an absolute sadist.
Why? It's actually very relaxing.
No, just in the point that where you think you've done all of one color.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
all of a sudden you're like, oh, I
Right.
didn't.
Uh-huh.
And then there's one there.
Yep.
Yep. Always. The way it rolls. See, I just forgot that there was one right there.
I've actually just switched to using tweezers, and I actually think I prefer it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, some people do. I use
Okay.
tweezers a lot when I do squares or the special
Mhm.
shapes.
Yeah, I do for special shapes.
You decided to quit on me.
Uh-oh.
Well, she's dead in the water now. I don't know what happened.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think this hauled off and died.
Oh
Oh
no.
no.
That's not good.
Probably overloaded the power pack, I'd say. Because not only are those two engines running, it's also running that track clean boxcar, and it has two motors in it. So it's effectively running the equivalent of 4 locomotives at once. So I probably need to load it.
What does it do? Have like a safety thing where you
Yeah,
disconnect?
I'll show you this power pack I got. This one right here, and I think what it's got some kind of circuit breaker in it, and if it overloads, it trips it and then shuts everything off. And then you got to turn it off, let it sit, and kind of cool down, reboot itself, and then it'll fire back up and go again.
Yeah.
Hello, Daniel Barry.
It's the only thing I really
Welcome
don't like
in.
about that power.
Welcome in.
It's nice seeing you again.
Oh. Yeah, Roddy was saying the pictures, Connie, are the interesting ones,
Yeah.
and then the shapes and size. You mean shapes and size?
Yeah.
Sizes, yeah.
Half a pot over.
Oh no.
No.
What'd you do?
Just spilled a load. It's all right.
It's a nightmare.
Oh. Oh, you spilled the tray, Horlicks?
Yeah, half of it.
Oh,
though.
I hate that.
Normally, it's
I
the
hate
whole
that.
thing upended.
Ugh.
I've been doing it all day, pretty much. I've had them stuck under my arms. They're on my legs. One on my face.
Oh, it's like
Yeah.
Joshy talking about pinging him across the room and then finding him the next day stuck to his socks.
Yeah.
Or you're doing them either next to the bed or on the bed, then you wake up and you got one embedded in your cheek.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You wake up and you stagger and you're like, what the? Oh no.
Mhm.
I don't know what I want to get started in next.
Do some diamond dots, mate. Come on.
I would if I had one. Although the way my hands are right now,
Remind me.
I'm cramping up.
I'll bring one down. I'll bring you a couple of them.
Yeah.
Make sure you take him a really big one, Connie.
Well, it can't be too big because I don't have a whole lot of room to work with down here.
It's okay. I'll stop and get you a board to work on. Well, we can cut you a piece of foam. You can work on it.
Actually, no. Depending. Well, I could do a. Well, yeah. I've got 24 by 36 inch boards running around in here. So yeah.
I mean, that's what my
So I
big
gotta-
cat is sitting on.
Yeah.
Oh, which reminds me, I need to measure for the. See if the tray table I want will fit in my chair.
Right.
What kind of
Yeah,
diamond
because-
dots do you guys lean towards? Like what like fantasy or
Mine's 95% dragon.
awesome.
All right, Horlixs, no problem.
Mine is like fantasy and
Yeah.
like yeah.
Oh, this is the one I'm currently working on stream.
Oh, that is beautiful. That's really pretty.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
nice.
about to the halfway point.
Right.
And I
That's
tend to
really
use the
pretty.
smaller ones here, like the 30 by 30s or the 30 by 40s.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm on the bigger side. I like to do bigger canvases. But
Did you just call yourself that?
no. I said I like to
Hey Dorca, welcome in. No, we had
Yeah.
I've got some bigger ones coming in, but this
Mhm.
work surface is not that big.
I heard I'm on the
Right.
bigger side.
Yeah, my roommate does like
Ah.
the really, really big one.
I'm leaving
Like
that one alone. It's too easy.
I think my big cat's like a 50 by 80.
Oh, nice. My roommate just got one that's 60 by 80.
Oof.
And I have
Is that millimeters or inches?
Yeah.
60
Centimeters.
Or centimeters. Okay.
Yeah.
I had some interesting ones coming in.
Hmm. I have all kinds.
Yeah, that's one.
Oh, that is gorgeous.
There
that's
is
pretty.
a website. Have you heard of fan cells?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Yeah, there's a couple of them on there that I'm just like, I'm waiting for them to come in.
Ah.
That's another
Nice.
one.
Oh. Nice.
The first one was a 50 by 40, and I think, what was that one?
2 hours? 2 minutes?
That's a 30 by 45.
25 minutes? Okay. Okay.
But this is one I thought
Oh,
was
that
so
is
cute.
super cute. I love those big eyed girls.
All right, I got the TikTok meme going through my mind right now. It's like, shut up. Just shut up.
But then I've got, my usual dragons.
Yeah.
That one's going to be fun.
Oh, that one's pretty. Look at all the colors on that one. Yep.
Oh. Excuse me.
And this is one I'm probably going to frame.
Oh, yes. Oh my God, yeah. That's pretty.
Well, considering that my living room, which is where 90% of my dragons are, has midnight blue walls.
Oh, that'll look even better.
Rodney will be back. Yeah, John Apple says he has over a year of magazines to read. Yeah, John Knopfler said if his iPad was charged, he'd show the layout.
No.
He's got nothing down except for the track. But hey, y'all,
Right.
you start somewhere. That's like I said,
Yeah.
I look at it, it's like, that's one I do not need to get into. I don't have the room. I don't need another hobby. No. If I want to go play with trains, I can drive an hour and go play with trains. Someday.
Yeah.
Right.
Or I can go see Tammy and Ray.
Yeah, it's like we can go to Timmy and Ray's, or we can actually go over to East Spencer to the
Yeah.
Transportation Museum. They've got a train layout there that we could go look at. That's kind of a mock-up of the Norfolk Southern line for our area.
And Mike at Smith Beach is in. Hey, Mike, welcome in.
Hey, Mike.
Caitlin was in earlier.
Yep, it's all Mike's fault.
What, you and Diamond Heart? Diamond Heart?
All his
No.
fault.
Yeah.
No, I don't think it was Mike. No, I think that was everyone else giving you a hard time about it. He just happened to be the website that everyone got the stuff from. Don't blame the store. Blame the customers.
He's the dealer on the corner with the drugs.
Yeah, he's the dealer on the corner. We can't blame him.
He just feeds the demand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not my fault. It's not my fault, Your Honor. They're old addicts.
Right.
Exactly.
Oh, there's one on it. There's one of the there's two of the Heaven and Earth designs that I want.
Oh, yeah. Heaven and Earth designs are really nice.
He says, "Thank you, Snowy."
I think. Yeah. Oh, believe me, once Lindsay and everyone started doing the 40K models, everyone kept looking at me going, "You got them started." I was like, "No, they jumped on that on their own."
Well, thankfully, once this is done, no more diamond dots. Yes.
All right,
Until the next one comes in.
who's got Terry's address?
Nope.
It's a challenge now. We must send him more.
No, because Lord Peter is now.
Okay, the switchers are back going again. That's what it was.
Oh, cool.
Lord Peter is under strict instructions. No more gifts sent to me.
Who said anything about Lord Peter?
That doesn't mean we can't have him forward them to you.
Exactly.
Start this again.
What do you mean again? We never stopped.
Come on, little Spitfire, you're nearly done.
Oh, Do I have? No, I have not. Okay. I was just saying, well, I can always set my track up with the Kato Unitrack, but unfortunately, I don't even have the power lines over there. None of my bus lines are run, so I can't run anything now. Oh, I'm sure he's enjoying doing the dots, Smiths. Hey, Rodney, good to see you back.
Hello.
I mean, let's face it. He's been on them since for the last 10 hours.
Yeah.
I know the feeling.
I used to be a popular, outgoing human being. I had lots of friends in real life. My social circles were massive. And now I am stuck in my shed, hunched over a picture of a Spitfire, putting little tiny plastic dots on numbers. Oh my God, my life is over.
I'm half expecting to hear about dinner any minute because it's 4 o'clock now.
Yeah.
Prisoners in Russian gulag have better time than you do dots.
Yes. Oh. Yeah. I'm not going to be able to work on anything else today. My hands are cramping up really bad. Both of them.
It really is the crack cocaine of hobbies.
It really is.
Yeah.
Once you start,
it's no worry, John. These older engines, they do that from time to time. They need to have been run anyway if you last, but I'll probably have to pull that try clean car off. Really, I need to service both of them. They'll probably help them a lot.
Yeah, that's what I'm almost afraid of when I put mine back on the layout. The three locomotives I haven't been running almost 2 years. They've been sitting back in their boxes now, and I'm almost afraid to put them on a layout when I get it up. I was just looking underneath to make sure I thought I had put my trunk line in for my power for my DCC, but I didn't. And I was like, oh, great. So I'll have to run that out one of these days. Now that I have this side of the layout opened up.
Well, for whatever reason, and like I said, it's probably just a deal where they just need service. That power pack does not like running these old afternoon engines. I don't know why.
Well, forgive my ignorance, but the older running stock, surely that'll be brushed motors, and the modern ones are brushless, coreless.
It depends. Sometimes you can get the brushless ones, but for the most part, they're all still brushless. It's just difference between DCC and DC models. It's about the only difference in the two now.
Now this one here, it runs fine. It runs fine with that. It runs fine. Of course, it's got different axles under. I put ready to roll axles underneath of it. So I don't know if that played a role in how much better it plays with this power pack or not. But I did a full service job on that one. I swapped out the axles.
But Chan, this is another one that I have.
Oh, that one's pretty.
Now that's a 50 by 70.
blues.
That's a 50 by 70. That one's gonna be
gorgeous though. The detail's gonna pop. I
think is
love
that
that.
one, and I think I'm not sure. I think that one's around.
I don't know if I found the
Okay.
real soon.
Because I don't. Some people don't like the rounds,
Right. I
but
love rounds.
on the big one, particularly on the smaller ones, you can
Yeah.
still the background detail will still come through.
Oh yeah.
The 50 by 70s, yeah, the squares are great, the bigger ones. But if you've got the slight, like I do a lot of 30 by 40s,
Right.
so if they were square, they'd look almost pixelated.
Yes.
So the rounds allow the background colors to help smooth the lines a little bit.
I agree.
White, brown, yellow. Okay. Oh, what you building now, Tasha?
Do you want to see what I'm building? I can't remember who said they can't wait to see this one.
Oh, it's
Wally!
Wally! We were just talking about that one earlier. Who was? It was Dots. Wally and the Dots.
I couldn't find either.
Aw.
But hopefully one day that one pops up.
We'll have to see. We lost Josh for a minute, but I splurged when I was at the infamous Walmart the other day doing my fun. I actually found a name brand kit,
Ooh.
but I just love the colors on that one. I don't like the peacock.
Pretty. That's pretty.
That didn't feel good.
And that one wasn't outrageously expensive.
Oh, good.
I mean, you can also build either the butterfly or the dragonfly.
Right.
But I just like the peacock.
Yeah, it's pretty. I like it.
And you can fold the tail down.
Oh, cool.
So. It's like, I don't need any more hobbies. No, I barely have enough time to do the ones I have.
Yep.
Well, as the weather improves, I have projects outdoors that need to be done.
And that's cool.
Like Mike says, Lord Peter has Terry's address. We have Lord Peter's address.
Yes.
Now, we are not expecting Lord Peter to hand us the address. No. We just send packages to Lord Peter with extra postage on the inside of them.
Yes.
And then packages get sent out and about.
Yep.
Was someone speaking?
I'm just commenting in general because I have some packages I'll be sending in a couple of weeks. I'll have a big box going over, and it'll start at JC, and he'll forward a bunch of stuff from there. And I have something to send on to Lord Peter, so I will find a connection somewhere along the chain. And
that would be funny if we all started sending Lord Peter stuff. Hey, man.
And now if there's something in that box that happens to need to go to somebody who Lord Peter has the address for, then I'm good at box in a box in a box type of thing.
Yes. Oh, good, he's done.
And if there's other things on the way that need to be added to said box, that's fine with me too.
Connie, look into
Yes?
my eyes. Look into my eyes.
Not around the
forget
eyes.
I exist. You will forget I exist. You will forget I exist.
I won't. I won't forget because I'm just that much of a meanie.
I'm just that much of a shithead.
Yeah.
And anybody who knows me well enough will agree with that one.
Yes.
Yep.
You know how the old saying goes, think outside the box?
Uh-huh.
I look into the box. I'm not in the box to begin with.
All right. Oh.
That's why I kind of had to laugh the other day when Penny commented on my videos saying, or I popped in live chat or something. And she says I was so sweet and everything. Never heard an unkind word out of me. I said,
Yeah,
you
it's like you don't know her
haven't
very
seen me
well.
riled up yet, have you?
No, she hasn't. I've seen you riled up.
Well, if a lady can play the long game, like we've just seen, be careful, fellas.
Oh,
Yes.
you haven't seen when I am seriously personally pissed off at somebody.
Yeah, let's just say there was certain individuals that knew both of us that were like, no, it will be handled.
Yeah, they almost had to put a muzzle on me. Oh, Mike is asking Natasha, what are you making? I think he saw a brief picture of
Wally.
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 I love the little plant.
This is the plant. I've got to build another plant. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cute. I need to find Eva. He's gonna be cute when he's built. Does that go through both?
It looks like Terry.
No comment.
No, hey, Tasha, when you do it, you need to put one of the diamond dot pencils in his hand.
I'll be right back.
All right, Randall.
Over here, Randall. Oh, Rodney got his light in. He hasn't run his trains for a while. I don't have trains. I don't want trains. If I want trains, I'll go run down. I'll if I get a burning desire to work on a layout, I'll just go down to Williamson.
Yeah.
All right, where am I?
All right.
Oh, I forgot to ask if Brian got the link. because I don't know what they call these things. You know, I don't know how you look for them specifically on sites.
I don't know what you're referring to, Connie.
These fuzzy bricks, as I call them.
No.
Timmy.
I know to find them, but you know, it's easy enough to find them once you get started. But how you find them originally, you know, if that's what you're specifically looking for,
Yeah.
if you haven't. Actually, Rodney, I believe there is a loco called the Connie. Believe it or not,
Nah.
somebody showed it to me earlier. That's actually. Let me see if I can find it. I think it was a Hornby. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
I think it's one of the nicknames for one of the British Railway steams.
Why is that one so cold? Sorry. It's not your fault. Oh, it's so cute.
And Jake is in.
Hi, Jake.
Hey, Jake.
Let's see. Yeah, I can't remember who showed me this the first time.
It's so cute. Yeah, do you like what I did? Would you change anything?
But there's the Connie.
It's so
Oh,
much better.
Yeah.
Oh.
that looks a little bit like Smoky Joe, but a different colour.
You're so cute. They
Yeah, there
are
you go.
cute. Can I have that one back? Because I want to just kind of reference. Yeah. I want to kind of make the colors
similar.
go together.
I think Peter stepped out a while ago, Jake, but he was here earlier. So
Yeah, it's getting kind of late over there.
Yeah, it's starting, well, about 8:30.
Oh, okay. That's not that bad.
Oh, we still got 14 watching online and 38 total. Cool.
Sorry, I'm making noise.
Oh,
That's
you're
all
fine.
right.
Yeah. Jake says Smoky Joe is shaped different if I'm right, and I'll write that. He said, yeah, an 822.
Oh, okay. It looks. I haven't had one. I used to have a little Smoky Joe. Loved it.
But like I said, I have no desire for a train layout. My project room is already kitted out to the gills at the moment.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it's slightly different. You see where I got it from, though? Like, I share this screen. This is, as soon as you showed the Connie, this is what I thought of.
Oh, okay.
Similar, but yeah, a bit different.
Yeah.
Yeah. And 040, yeah. Or yeah.
Yeah. I used to have one of them.
020. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I love the European style steam locomotives, but they're so hard to find over here. And I've said it for a while. I would love to put my hands on a Flying Scotsman.
Oh yeah, lovely.
But finding one in N scale that's DCC is really, really hard. And I want to say Hornsby put one out not too long ago, but I haven't been able to find it stateside. because that's more or less my my nod to my European railroad friends would be putting that on the layout, kind of like I've done with a bunch of the stuff that will be going on the layout in the next couple months, because I got everything where I can get to it again. I just got a little bit more stuff to take out, and then I'll be able to start working on the layout again.
I would
But
like
I've
to
got,
but
yeah,
nice.
yeah. Well, that's why I run N scale. I run N scale because I can, you know, you can almost do a 2 foot by 4 foot layout, and just have a simple figure 8 loop track going on something that small. Or you can do a double loop with connectors, you know, with switch points and that, and actually have a modular piece that you can do switching on and everything with like industries on it and all. Really good channel to look at. Some builds that he did like that was DIY and Digital, which is not that far from where I am here in North Carolina. And his channel has some great stuff on it. I mean, he does all kinds of N scale micro layouts. And it's real fun. Some really fun builds to watch him do.
I think I've always liked trains and stuff, and I've always wanted to have a model railway, and I think maybe it's just, you know, it's imprinted from growing up. As I say, my dad used to do it, and I've just never really had the space. And double O gauge, you need more of a permanent setting, and I wanted the whole, you know, set it up, do all the scenery, and, you know, build stuff, and
yeah,
it's going to be cheaper. Like, well, not cheaper, but it's an expensive hobby. But you know what I mean? There's always something to do on it. So
right,
scratch building, and I just feel like it's just permanent, but it's just a space. And if I had an end gauge, like, yeah, I could probably knock something up on this desk. I mean, it's quite big. Just have like but you couldn't permanently put anything on it. It would just be, oh yeah, look, the train's going round, right, let's put it away.
Yeah, well, see, that's why a lot of people that I know have done what they call modular tracks in N scale, where it's a small section that they can put on a, you know, basically shelf size, you know, say 2 foot by 3 foot or whatever, or even 18 inches by, say, 24 inches. And it's something they can stick in the closet. When they're done, everything's permanent, but they can pull it out and link it all together and do a huge layout.
Yeah.
Which is actually something I had done. If you go way back, almost 4 years ago on my channel, there's my original layout that I was doing, and then a modular layout that went with it that I started. But unfortunately, when I was doing it in the house, some of the stuff that I was using, some of the glues in that set off the kids' asthma. So I ended up getting rid of all that stuff and repurposing some of it. But I had fun doing modular layouts. And then when I got the shed, I was like, oh, okay, I don't have to do a modular layout anymore because I don't have to take it down. But I had Kato Unitrack. And really with that, I mean, with the Kato Unitrack, you can set it up however you want, put it up in a box, but then you can build the buildings on like little diorama bases and just pull the buildings out whenever you pull the layout out.
Yeah.
And that was the beauty of the N scale. That's how a lot of lot of N scale modelers I know would do is they would do a layout in sections and just put it up and just have like little pieces, like little miniature dioramas that the train set would run through, and then you could stick it in the closet when it wasn't being used or if it was in the way. And from my tabletop days, that's really how I got the idea to do some of the layout I did. Was I was doing it as tabletop boards, and I'm actually getting back into that. I've got a bunch of boards laid aside right now that I plan on. That's what the walls are being built for. Is I plan on doing a single level tabletop board that I can just pick up and throw in a closet when it's not being used, or on a shelving unit underneath my layout. And then when I want to go game someplace, I could just pick it up, throw it in the Jeep, and go.
Mm.
But it's still going to be modular pieces where, you know, they're not permanently fixed on the board, and they can be run any way you want. So you don't get a stagnant board that, you know, once you play the board 3 or 4 times, you know what strategies you need to do to beat somebody on it. It's like it's always evolving and changing.
Yeah.
And that's what I like about model railroading is, you know, it's always evolving as far as the layout goes.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, right now I've got the bench work done, which everyone's seen. I've got the substrate done, where I'm at the point now all the terrain is done the way I want it to an extent. So now all I have to do is come in and lay my railroad track and road bed, and then start all the grass work and everything else. But I probably won't be doing that for a while yet. Oh.
Well, I'm going to switch my headset over, so I may have to drop out. I don't know. We'll try it a different way. So if I disappear, I will be right back.
Okay.
All right. Thanks for the warning.
So, Snowy, when does Renaissance start this year again?
Renaissance Festival starts up in October.
Oh, we've got a while to go.
Yeah. Actually, Jake, I was the one asking about the N-scale Scotsman. I've looked around here and there for them. I just having to find it in DCC. Over here in the United States, we don't find many European railroad steam locomotives, especially in the N scale. So it's kind of one of those. thinking about looking around, but I haven't had the time because I don't have the layout set up right now.
Right.
Yeah, for some reason, my headset, my favorite one, it'll run about 10 hours, which will work on my stream, but I started at 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. this morning. So,
Yep.
so this is actually my original headset, which they tell me sounds a little different.
It sounds better, actually.
Oh,
Yeah,
does
it
it?
sounds a little bit. Yeah, it
Yeah.
sounds a little bit louder and a little bit more clear.
Oh, okay. I might just have to go back to it. The other one's just my one I use my cell phone. I just may have to go back to this one then.
You sound very sultry on that one, Connie.
Oh.
Can I have my green card yet, then?
And now I hear Sprue in the background going, moist.
No, I just had to change my headset, and it won't change it midstream. I have to leave the studio and turn around and come back. That's the one thing about having a co-host is you can, if one of us does need to take a break, the other, one's still here to control. Actually, Jake, it was New Fenris. Was asking about the.
Yeah, I already brought that up while you were changing the headsets over.
Hey, Kenneth.
Hi, Kenneth.
Welcome in. I don't know whose channel he is on, but you are welcome in.
He's in one of the links.
Yeah.
He's on mine.
That's fine.
Okay.
I said we appreciate any company that's polite. Now, I'm not saying I don't say you have to be that. Well, I should say you need to be friendly. We don't mind roasting. We don't mind jokes. You don't have to be on your best behavior. You just have to,
Yeah, he's good support. So Kenneth.
Pull up a chair and sit a while.
Yeah, we don't care. Flormaria Casa Diego.
You've lost me there, Connie.
No, it was just it's somebody just popped in. I don't recognize the name.
Could be from Twitter. Is it from Twitter?
No, it's a YouTube. So I don't have everybody's.
Well, according to my Twitter, there's 4 watching on the Twitter right now.
Yeah, no, it's coming from one of the linked YouTubes.
Actually, it's one of yours. It's coming off of yours.
For
mine?
Maria Castle. Where the link is. Hang on. I need to put the link into Connie's. 1 second, Maria. I'll put a link in.
I was just wanting to link over to Connie's chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's one of the worst things. If you join the chat after I put the link in, you don't see it.
Yeah, it's like.
You can you just put the chat link, what I call the chat link, and just pin it to the top of yours.
Hang on a minute. Let me pin it.
Oh, I know why the light looks weird over here.
Maria, that's the link to Connie's channel. That's where all the chat is. So everybody else watching on my channel, just head over there. Then you'll see all the chat.
Okay, this side.
Oh, cool. 5 o'clock UK time. Well, 5 o'clock US time. 9 o'clock UK. The terrain tutor is live for the Sunday Nighter Live.
Oh.
Very, 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 very good terrain guy. There's mostly tabletop gaming stuff in that, but a lot of the techniques he uses, you could use for
Layouts, dioramas.
Yeah, 148 scale terrain for dioramas and that, or just take the techniques down to whatever scale you want.
Message in private, Connie.
Okay. That's okay. I'll just keep an eye on it. Because that's just the chat link at the moment. So
I've already checked out the channel. It looks legit, but you never know.
yeah. Well, like I said,
Yeah.
we don't have problems until they start problems.
Yep.
And that's why StreamYard has that ban thing.
Yeah.
I forgot to put subscriber only chat on my channel.
Yeah, it's all right. Like we said, we don't have any problems with it until they start causing problems. But if they don't cause problems,
We don't mind. Like I said, we just hang out and.
Yeah.
But welcome, Maria, wherever you're viewing from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we just sit here, a group of friends hanging out, doing whatever hobby happens to be on our bench at the moment. Some of us change hobbies. Some of us
are forced to
have
do hobbies
just
they don't really want to do.
Oh, you wanted to do the diamond dots.
Yes.
I don't want to hear that, Terry.
Remember, Terry, I have a
you
clip
begged
of
for
you
diamond
saying
dots.
yet. You know, I mean, that was your downfall.
So I've got my normal subscribers saying, "Why aren't you doing World War II stuff? Why are you doing diamond dots? Where's the documentaries? Where's the builds?"
Right.
I've got no excuse, no argument. Apart from
Well, but you're not doing you don't do the diamond dots on your own personal streams.
This is true. That's my get out.
You know, you're just the fact that you're streaming, you're joining other panels and streaming to yours. That's that's what you can tell them. Is that on my personal streams, I'm still doing the builds and I'm still doing the.
I'm not the official Little History right now.
Yeah. No. Oh, you changed your title. Oh, you never did tell the crew earlier about what the your little title was. That was I felt for you.
Oh, that's good. On T, you can get a set of 16
Hello.
diamond paintings.
Hey,
Jake. Hi.
Hi, Jake.
I'm not doing any modeling. I just thought I'd quickly jump in.
Oh, that's. Did I say you had?
Oh,
You
that's
don't have
fine.
to do modeling.
Yeah,
True.
I mean,
that's
we
the
don't
only
mind
thing.
people just hanging out.
I mean, hell, I was
Um,
hanging out for a little bit, just
yeah,
not really getting into anything.
I can't say his name. I think
No
it was
comment.
Risedam.
Risedam.
Wisdom, Josh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was you that was asking for the engaged Scotsman, wasn't it?
No,
No,
it was
I
New
did.
Fenris.
I was asking about yeah, that was Snowy.
All right.
Yeah.
New FR. All right. Sorry. I can't find an engage on the internet for Scotsman. It's TT120, which they've just recently brought out within the last 2 years, but they've officially brought out last year and still coming out. Or it's 00 gauge Scotsman. I can't find anything for engage.
Yeah, they've got that one at Monk Bar
Yeah.
Model Shop in York. I've seen it. It's
I know.
gorgeous.
I've been looking. There's a couple I found on ye old eBay and stuff like
Yeah.
that. But as far as I haven't found any new ones, but I've seen a couple running around. It's just I can't remember what manufacturer I saw that had it.
Yeah. I know a lot of people are taking bodies apart of engaged locomotion, of engaged locos, and 3D printing the Scotsman onto them locos so it fits. So I don't know if it's 3D printed or anything. I know I can't find anything on the internet for an official engage.
Yeah.
But I think it will eventually come out so it becomes more popular for people doing it. But I've probably seen one, but not realized it in an actual shop, but I can't find it on the internet.
Yeah, no, I looked about a year ago. I looked, and I even went so far as to look at mini tricks, and I couldn't find any through them either. And they were like, they were my go-to engage for European power. And I actually had a
Okay, John. You're welcome to join us back when you get back. We've got a couple more hours in this stream, so.
Yeah, I had a 210-2 from Mini Tricks that was a DC that the guy asked me not to ever sell because it was a collectible, being Mini Tricks. The only thing is it had I had to throw it out because the chassis actually shattered. And I was heartbroken because I loved it so much, and I went looking for a new one and did not realize Mini Tricks did limited runs of locomotives, and they don't have that locomotive anymore available.
Yeah.
But I had a friend of mine from Australia who had one that was similar from Bachmann that was actually DCC, and I think it has sound on it. I can't remember because it's been so long since I've run it.
I know you can get sound fitted and DCC engage.
Oh yeah. Oh, I've got that Bachmann that's DCC. I've got a Broadway Limited that I absolutely love. That's a God, what was it? It was a crap. I don't remember it was a Chicago Northwestern that I got. That was a steam locomotive. Is the box underneath the table here with me? No, that's the 484 from Cotto.
Excuse me.
Now it's got me curious because I can't remember what the Broadway Limited one was now. Oh, there it is. The Broadway Limited was oh, that's right. It was the USRA Heavy Makota from Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy.
The Scotsman that you've seen running around, has it had smoke reflectors on?
Oh.
I have seen them with smoke reflectors on them. And I know the 484 that I have from Cotto has the smoke deflectors on it. Actually, I'd have to pull up a picture of the Flying Scotsman because it's been so long now.
I forget where my camera is. There's oh, okay, just turn it off. There's an A4. There's an A3. Sorry, which is part of the Flying Scotsman sisters.
All right.
So if someone could,
let me see. Let me bring you up big.
There we go.
Hey, Dan.
Okay.
So it's like someone could have changed the name from that to Scotsman because it is doable over here.
Right.
But, I'd say your best shot to look at is Gauge Master.
Yeah. Whoop. Dang it. I went full screen on myself all of a sudden. It's like, what did I do?
Easy done.
It's like all of a sudden everything went just widescreened all of it. I was like, oh god. Yeah, Quanto Man.
I say Dan's in.
Hi, Dan.
Hi, Dan.
Hi, Dan.
Dan Corner Man.
Hi, Dan.
Oh. I gotta get up and move. My butt's getting numb sitting in the chair. My back's starting to bug me. Oh. How much longer is on that? I still got basically 3 hours on that print. Ugh.
Wrong page. Turn on.
Oh well. Oh. Oh, wait a minute. I know which one to use for a Flying Scotsman. Jesus. It's a 4.6. It's a 4.64 wheel pattern.
4.62.
Or 4.62? Okay, I couldn't see the back. All right, so it's 4.62.
Easy done.
Okay.
So it's you've got your
class
foot front,
A3.
then your 6, then your 2 underneath the cabin.
Yeah.
You guys
But
could be talking
yeah, it
rubbish
looks
right
like
now.
it's gonna be that one what I showed you. That's more closely enough to get that Scotsman.
Yeah.
And it looks like I don't know what it'll be for dollars, but for English pounds, it's about 200 and odd pound.
Oh, that's not bad. We're just about. I think it's 2 to 1.
No, it's like 1 to 0.8, I think, or something like that.
Okay.
So at about 20%. At about 20%.
Yeah.
Give or take, and that'll give you a rough idea.
Yeah, because I was seeing it's about $300 US is about 200 pound.
All right.
But yeah, I've been looking even going on flying, as a Flying Scotsman, but even going as the class A3.
Yeah. Any A3 or A1 body locomotive that you can get in N scale, you just get the nameplate changed into Flying Scotsman and the numbers,
Yeah.
It's a Scotsman at the end of the day because she was originally an A1 back in 1923.
Yeah.
Then around the 30s, she got upgraded into an A3, which got her up to that 100 mile an hour, and that got her all the way up to London to Edinburgh and back.
Yeah.
In the space of 8 hours, something like that.
Yeah, it's almost like the big boy and the Challenger here in the States.
Yeah.
Or even the 484 from Union Pacific that does the excursion trains now. There's an what is it? F8
Our
that I want to
F9
get.
would be compatible to the big boy that you have because that's our biggest freight train we have.
Yeah, because the F7 is a diesel locomotive, and there's one that actually ran the rail lines by where I grew up, and outside going out of Chicago, called the Chicago Northwestern 400, and it was basically it made the trip from Chicago's Grand Central Station to St. Louis in like 400 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, she hauled butt, and Kato just put out a DCC version of that as a box set.
Oh no, 172. Sorry.
Yeah, and I'm just like, oh. I was just reading Quantomad's comment. It's like Megatron better watch out because Prime's now armed.
Oh, he said he's assembled enough of his right arm to attach his hand, and now he's doing a cleaning of the little sprue bits before he moves on to the left. Dan, we've got room. You want to come up and join us?
Come on, Dan.
For you, you're
I
looking
forgot.
at £220 pretty much.
Yeah. If I could find it in N scale, that'd be funnier than crap. But Thomas and Friends, the green locomotive that they had.
If Connie makes me a mod for like 2 minutes, I can send you the link.
You gotta put it in private chat.
2 seconds. I'll have to swap.
From phone. Yeah.
Yep. 2 seconds, and I'll be back.
I'll be back.
That man has so many classic one-liners over the years. Because you got I'll be back, get to the chopper. I thought so and so was coming along. Oh, I had to let him go when he dropped off the bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
I'll be back.
All right. Thanks for the warning.
Okay.
Be back.
Oh,
okay. Sorry about that. I had to leave in a hurry for just a few minutes.
Oh, that's okay.
I will definitely have to how do I
Oh, and he's back. Do.
I'll be back in 2.
Okay.
There we go.
The link's in, by the way.
All right. I just saved it to other bookmarks. All bookmarks. Yep. Okay. Cool. Yeah, the livery is what I really liked on it. Is the British Rail's early green.
Yes, it is.
And it's the White Knight. I might see if I could find a like I said, the 462 wheel configuration. DCC
And Tammy and
ready.
Ray are back with 6 boxes of pancake mix.
Oh, Jesus.
Hi, Tammy Ray.
I forgot
Well,
Ray
have
actually
you
likes
se-
pancakes,
have you
so
seen the size of the pancake she makes?
yes, I've seen
They're
the size of the pancakes
huge.
she makes. Yes.
They're huge.
Right, there's the size of my Scotsman.
Yeah.
All right, let's
That's the
see.
below.
Yeah, it's one eight. Excuse me. 184. Or actually, British is the OO was what was it? It was
176.
yeah. Yeah, 176.2. Yes, what
Very nice.
I
There's a
really
point.
didn't mind. Yeah,
So that's
I
new
really
to
don't
me.
mind the British N scale either at 148
Yeah.
because it fits right along with what I plan on doing with the layout. I don't know if you saw Games Workshop put out the new Epic scale, which if you remember Forge World and the Thunderhawk
Yeah.
gunship. All right, that's a Thunderhawk gunship
Okay.
in 1/44th scale. It's the size of my hand.
That is cool.
That aircraft is in actual game size is about 14 to 18 inches long.
Wow.
That's like where is the little wolf? There he is. Actually, this is one that's more popular, is the Warhound Titan. That actual model is about 10.5 inches tall.
That is cool.
That's the N-scale version. That's
Yeah.
1/144th scale now. And then because I'm a complete
Masochist.
masochist to myself, all right, there's a 35 millimeter model.
Yeah.
Here is its 1/44th scale counterpart
Oh my
on a
good gosh. The
25 millimeter base with 5 guys on it. Those guys are 8 millimeters. Come on, focus, baby, focus. There we go. Those guys are 8 millimeters tall.
Crazy.
I want to see you detail paint them.
Definitely. Oh, I am working. I started doing the banner. I've got the banner colors the way I want. I just got to find the water slide transfer to go on it now. But yeah, those guys will be getting they'll be getting added paint to them. Actually, I started one of the Contemptor dreadnoughts too. It doesn't even come up to the ankle of the actual one.
Wow.
I was gonna say, is that all those come in the board set?
Yes. Yeah, they come in the new the Legion Imperialis box set.
Right. Okay. You have a printer. Why don't you just print out a big Titan?
I have not found the pattern that I like, but I've actually got one of the original Warhound Titans that they no longer make anymore from Forge World, called the Lucius pattern, actually in a display case up in the house that I bought probably 15, 16 years ago.
Oh yeah.
How much knowledge do you know about the British Railway?
Zero.
Okay. So this here is my lad.
Yes. Yeah, the
The
Mallard.
upgraded
Yeah.
version of Scotsman.
Yeah.
our fastest steam locomotive in the UK and the world, because there's no other steam locomotive that's beat 125 mile an hour.
No, I think
26 mile, 126 mile an hour.
yeah, I don't even think the 4. I don't think the 484 hit that either.
Oh, Tammy's got another idea for another section of her train layout.
Oh God,
Rue's gonna love it. Breakfast World.
That sounds awesome.
Oh,
Well,
she's
she
in the
just
process of finishing up Candyland.
Yeah, she's doing
based on Willy
Candyland
Wonka.
Yeah, and that's in was it O scale or was it HO?
She works I think she works HO and she works N scale.
Yeah, it's HO she works. And she's put N scale around where I think it's the castle, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know she's got small gauge somewhere near that castle.
Yeah. Well, see, that was the other thing that I found about this one was these guys are actually 1/44th scale, which is perfect for my N scale layout. So the buildings
she
I
does
have
O
for
scale
them,
also.
yeah, yeah, she does HO or OO, N scale and O gauge. Yeah, that's one of the buildings for it, for the 40K stuff, that are actually the right size to use with N scale. So there's a whole bunch of those that'll be put up with in that layout.
That is sick.
Yeah.
Cool.
Camera's
So-
doing some strange stuff.
And my camera's being stupid, to say the least.
That baseboard behind me, that's my layout. I just need to get track and everything for it. Then the scenery will be getting put onto it.
Oh yeah. Let's see. Where's that? Please excuse the
Disaster?
Do this right quick while I pull that up and yeah. Oh, that's not going to work. Never mind. As I said, I'd put the camera up and let you see the layout, but yeah. Yeah, my layout's back behind me here on the other side of that table.
Buried.
Buried underneath a couple of boxes of stuff and whatnot over there. But it's 44 inches wide by 6 foot back, and then it's got a 2 foot changeover to another 8 foot by 44 inch on the other side of the shed. Because my back wall is 12 feet and it's 16 feet long is what my shed is.
That's not bad.
No.
I mean, it's decent size. Like you can do a lot with that.
Oh yeah. Hang on.
Dinner call.
Okie dokie.
You know what? I don't even think I can face another dot. Oh, now I've dropped him as well.
And Tammy's said she does N scale and HO around the Godzilla and Pirate layout. Willy Wonka, Candyland are O scale.
Ah.
And the double mainline and castle are HO scale. I just love that castle.
Yeah, that is fantastic castle.
I actually need to take a day and drive down there sometime. She's not that far from me.
All right, that's not bad.
Yeah, no, that was actually Kyle wondering if I would run the fur missile again for him. And then I was asking about dinner, and Judy's like, yeah, we're just ordering in from Greek Grill and that. So I was like, yeah, Greek
Ah.
Grill sounds fine. But I'm going to run up to the house and go run the four-legged monster. And actually, while I'm there, I'll change my laundry around so I actually have clothes to wear to work tomorrow. Yeah, otherwise, I have to come up with a different shirt for work. All right. Yeah, the Millard's another one I want to put my hand. That's the two British Railway locomotives that I would love.
Yeah.
And actually, I found a Millard as Gordon from
Yes.
Thomas and Friends.
Gordon
It's the
is
gray.
the best. How do I put this? The best way of having Scotsman, because he's an A3 locomotive anyway, so you can
Yeah.
change it a little bit and just put nameplates of the Scotsman on it.
Oh yeah. No, I was gonna do the Gordon one just because I have so many railroad friends, and if I could find it in N scale and it actually have, Thomas and Friends on the layout, they're just gonna be like, oh my God,
Yeah,
that's
you
not
can get
that's
Thomas
not model railroading. Oh yeah, I can.
Yeah.
There's one when we went to the York Railway Museum. I got a share up.
There you go. Oh.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a locomotive that's back in Spencer. That's a steam locomotive that I actually got to see under steam power.
It's Silverlink or Silver Fox, because we have two, which is pretty much the same locomotive. It's Spencer.
Yeah.
So there was.
Thing is, photos don't do justice to the Mallard's
No.
size. It is.
Oh no, it does not. Yeah, it's like I've got one of the. What was the 611, Connie? I can't even remember now. That we saw at Spencer that one time. Right before it went to Strasburg, Pennsylvania. Because I actually wanted to get it, and I actually found the N scale version of it, but I don't remember.
You literally, if you go onto Google or whatever you use, you just put in totallythomas.co.uk.
Oh yeah.
And you literally choose in between what Thomas you want. There's the horrible, ugly version of Thomas, or then you've got the original Thomas, and it's in 00 and it's in N-gauge.
Yeah, now there's a company here stateside that did them. I want to say Bachman did them,
Yes,
and I can get
Bachman
them
has
actually in.
yeah.
I can get them in the United States, and I think they have the HON scale.
Because I've just recently found out over here, just by popping in and out of model railway shops, I've found N-gauge Thomas the Tank Engines. I find it really cute how adorable they are. The about ye big is.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, like I was saying, the 484 steam locomotive. I've got the Kato version in N scale.
Okay.
The 838. That's that's that one, and I mean it's tiny. It's basically the length of my. It's about 6 inches in length. The locomotive.
Yeah,
and unfortunately,
tiny.
It doesn't get run much because I've had major issues with turns.
I'm just laughing at Tammy. You have my mind
know
going
the
crazy
scene
about
of
doing an
Toy
HO
Story?
breakfast around the world. Do blueberry pancake mountain with syrup river.
That sounds beautiful. That literally
Sprue.
sounds
I mean,
beautiful.
God, Sprue would just be dying.
Yeah,
And it was a 611. The
pancakes for
big boy is
Yeah.
out west or out
Yeah.
west. It actually tours Denver.
Ray's favorite locomotives were the 611 and the big boy. Yeah, the 611's up in Spencer again, and actually doing excursion runs up there now after her retrofit.
Then, should you?
All right, I'm gonna run. I will catch you
Okay.
all in a little bit.
All right.
Catch you in a bit.
Yeah, and he's that time is you need to
Food,
have like
don't
little
you
buffet
even think
cars.
about it.
You need little buffet cars, so as you watch the layout go round, you can just like pick a bit of pancake off the top. The blueberry.
Right, I'll be back in a second.
So you still with us, Randall?
Yep, I'm still here.
Okay, just checking. It's still fairly early yet, so.
No one's asleep
Oh, yeah.
yet, Tommy.
We still got daylight outside.
Tammy says, "Don't tempt me. I could pull it off." My husband just said, "Oh Lord." I could just see her drawing the plans up and then showing Sprue or telling Sprue about it this week. Yeah.
Right, question about diamond dots.
Yes.
Under the dots supposed to be the same color as the dots?
No.
Right, okay, good.
I mean, they're close, but not exact.
Well, I've got green under these, and the dots I'm putting on are brown. But it says number 7, and this is number 7, so.
Oh yeah, these are the same. I'm doing browns at the moment, and the underneath is purple.
That's why I said the pictures are so different once you get the dots in place. Oh, come here, you little goat.
Terry.
Hello.
You know how you've been to York railway station? Well, not
About a
railway
million
station.
times.
Museum, sorry.
It's only about 100 feet away from me, so yeah, I've been to it a lot.
Have you been up to the second railway museum, which is up here in Durham?
Well, I used to live near Darlington, so.
All right.
Over at Darlington Station, they used to have Stevenson's rocket at Darlington Station. Is it still there?
Yes, it's still there.
Oh wow, awesome!
We've still got Stevenson rocket, and we've got the original locomotion still there.
Yeah. But I don't think I actually went to the museum. I was very young when I lived up there, so.
I'd definitely say make it a journey to come back up this way, because we've got a second addition onto the locomotion now.
Really?
Yeah.
My trade knowledge isn't that great, to be honest, but what I do enjoy is looking at the things that the great big giant industrial machines that mankind has made. And I don't think anything encapsulates that more than going to the National Railway Museum, because it's all there. You're just blown away as soon as you walk in.
Of course.
I mean, the Flying Scotsman, Mallard, I think the last time I went, they had the Japanese bullet train there, and that was just the best thing.
I don't think that's there anymore.
I think it was
The
on
jacket
loan
for
from
the
Japan actually at the time. But that was the last time I went, so you can see how many years ago it was.
Yeah, I know
It's
they
just
had
my
it in
bullshit. I can
Sheldon.
go anytime for free, which is the weird thing. But you know, it's. In fact, I'm going to go again next weekend. I think.
Yeah. But yeah, definitely come back up this end. I'd say probably middle of summer because they've just recently opening it, the second building that they've just built on.
Well, the thing is, I've got friends up there. I mean, Dave DS from DS Models,
Yeah,
he's up Norway, so maybe we could get
Yeah.
together, a bunch of us, and go.
definitely.
I'll be up for that.
That's
I
where
would
that
be as well
last
because
picture.
they've added a building on to get another. I think it's 45 or 48. It's somewhere in the 40s. Another 40 locomotives up there, and they're moving stuff from the like location of the I can't even say the word now. Locomotion into the other building so they can get more stock into the locomotion now. So instead of having stuff always sat outside, they planning on moving most of that stuff inside so they can get jobs done quicker and everything.
Which one wasn't the original? Was it Stevenson's Rocket that was rebuilt, or was it Locomotion?
They were kind of built around the exact same time, but for us, for Durham and Darlington's side, that was the first ever freight line, which was built.
No, what I mean is one of them was rebuilt from scratch.
Oh, right. That
Was it the Rocket or
Stevenson's.
Locomotion?
That was Stevenson's Rocket.
Yeah, I thought so. Because
yeah, the locomotion is still sat in there, falling apart slowly.
Right. Okay. Very sad.
It is.
And we got Dan in the house just as he stepped away.
Hi, Dan.
Hello.
But yeah, they're bringing locomotion out in 00 scale now. They've finally brought out Hornby. Took them however many years to finally oh yeah, let's bring it out in.
I'd love to have it. I just don't have the space. Don't have the space.
Yeah.
Every single shelf in my shed is stacked full of models.
Oh wow.
I don't even know if I can point the camera over there. Hang on a minute. I'll take. Actually, I might be able to take this off the stand. Oh, give me a sec. If I take that out of there, point it over there. Oh, there you go. Like this.
Okay, Tammy. Have a good evening.
I don't
See
even
you
see
later,
that
Tammy.
over
Bye,
there.
Later,
Tammy.
Tammy.
The shelves just rammed full of 1 to 16 tanks, 1 to
Definitely.
24 aircraft, and then the stash carries on over there with a load of tools. And then even more modelling tools on the shelves below, together with my bandsaw and my pillar drill and everything else.
Definitely full.
Just no space at all.
Why are you planning on putting the aeroplane then?
What, the Stuka?
Yeah.
Oh, that's on the stand. So I'm gonna have a turf out and get rid of some stuff I don't need. There's gonna be a massive eBay sale.
Wow.
Well, I've had them long enough. It's time for somebody else to enjoy them, I think.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Yeah.
Just remember, get rid of the ones that you're not gonna be like, oh, I should have kept that one.
There's always that. Always.
Yeah.
I had a turf out about 10 years ago, and I sold 5 or 6 tanks, and I still regret that now because
Of course you will.
The price on them have gone through the roof. I mean, you're talking £1,000 for these Tamiya tanks now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Back when I was buying them, I was buying the brand new kits for around the £300 mark.
Wow.
Oh, I know that feeling as well.
Yeah, I forgot how much Tamiya models go for. I forgot they were ridiculously priced. But then again, I can't say much. I've got some I've got some locomotives that were, you know, $300-400, and there's one that, like I said, there's that 611 I want. I've actually seen the actual model version of it in N scale and so wanted it, but didn't have the money at the time for it or the room on the layout to put it on there. So I haven't gotten around to actually doing it, and probably won't do it, just because it's I don't have enough room for the train layout to run tracks for it, because I would rather do it where I have individual trains on a track and I can run, 2-3 trains at a time.
Yeah.
Somebody's got a
And
stash he's holding on to.
not having to speed match.
Talking about prices, this brand new, £320. I don't know. That would probably be about £400 over by you, but £300 for that brand new. Hey, you just getting 2 ends and 2 coaches.
Yeah,
and it's
You
not
will get-
even
You will
decently.
get a die-cast chassis and die-cast wheels on it, though, so there's money there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Jake, the other thing, look at what was in the upper left-hand corner. You're
True.
paying for that name sitting there.
Yeah, you are.
That's like this. I can find this locomotive under any other brand, but I'm paying for that name right there. I'm paying for the Kato. I'm paying for the Kato brand on it.
To be honest, I know you probably won't have heard of a Cura scale over the other side of the pond. You think
AccuScale?
these
Yes.
are expensive for how detailed they are? You're looking at highs of £260. And
Yeah.
that's £300 just from Hornby. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
AccuScale Railroad, that's like Pico. Pico, wonderful nickel track. I use their flex track. I have 2 full boxes of N scale with the wooden ties.
Yeah.
They run about, I'd have to look it up again. I can't even remember what it goes for now. For a box of like 25 is like outrageous sometimes. Let's see, Midwest.
Oh, it sounds like the chickens are fighting the cats again. I'm going to have to go chase them off the porch.
It's just weird because it's like newer locomotives that are just plastic and that haven't had the moldings changed since the day they made. It's ridiculous. Like £300 for that. They're bringing out a brand new locomotive that just recently got put onto the tracks over here back in 2018. You're looking at £500 brand new, and it's like, who's going to pay £500 for that brand new?
You'd be surprised.
Oh, God,
Somebody
a lot
will.
of people would.
I need that in my life, though. I like that.
For the start-off price, it's like £500. It's like
Oh,
normally
Roy
it's like
Garcia is
$250, yeah.
in.
Pardon,
Hello, Roy.
Connie?
Hey, Roy.
I thought you said something.
Oh, no, I just said Roy Garcia is in.
Have I got a delay?
Don't know, because I seem to have. Well,
No, you don't have a
I
delay.
want to say Roy's been in before.
Get out
Just
my shoes.
an observer.
You're not small enough to fit in there.
Well, so now I like that pride train is amazing. Being that way myself, like that's perfect. I want to do one of them.
Yeah.
Well, and two, it really comes down to how detailed you want your models.
Yeah.
The more detailed stuff is going to cost far more than the lesser detailed. See, like, I'll show you here. These 2 engines right here, these 2 F3s, the A and the B set.
Oh, let's put you on big.
Okay, yeah. But these two F3s right here, this AB set right here, I give, if I remember right, a little under $100 for the pair at a hobby shop.
Yeah.
Now these were obviously secondhand engines, but you can see the level of detail is not anywhere near what this engine's sitting down here, and I'll run it up here where you guys can see it a little better. Now, obviously, this one here is sound equipped, but so I mean, this engine here is probably. I mean, I got it on sale at Lombard Hobbies, but it was still $150 in these two engines. $150 more than these two engines. But you see the level of detail is so much more right out of the box. And then, of course, you got sound and digital command control. So,
like, in a way, what I think is with you Americans, you get more detail on your trains than what we do.
It
like
varies.
Standard ways.
That's kind of a hard question to ask. I'm not sure if I would be the right person to answer that question, but
yeah,
that engine right there, that's actually what they call their legendary livery series that Athearn has. These are basically fantasy paint schemes put on select locomotives. So like you would have your fallen flag. This SD70 being a Rio Grande engine. Rio Grande didn't exist when the prototype engine came out.
Yeah.
But the way Athearn did these were kind of okay, what if Rio Grande had survived another 10 years, 20 years? This could be what they've ended up with had they still been around.
Yeah.
So, and that's a series I like a lot that Athearn does, because I have a Burlington Northern Vivo as well, and also a pair of FP45s are in BNSF Heritage 2 colors. But I've always been kind of a fan of the what if on these with these types of engines. So, but yeah, you can just see you can just see the level of detail really ratchets up when you get to like the top echelon of locomotives, like your Athearn Genesis, your Walters Proto, your Scale Trains Rivet Counter, even
definitely
even their top of the line museum quality that Scale Trains has, which is even a step beyond the Rivet Counter.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a lot of money, but you also get what you pay for, the way I see it.
I think just like any hobby, though, when you've invested, I mean, you rail guys, you take it to the next level, because you literally invest tens of thousands of dollars in your layout. So if you're talking about laying out $350 or $500 on a new loco, then realistically, compared to the cost of your actual layout, it's not a lot of money.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Especially
I mean,
to give you.
I was just going to say, look at we was talking about RC cars, or look at that hobby.
Absolute money.
Yeah,
it is. I mean, it would be nothing for someone to drop $1,000 on an RC car, the right model.
yeah, I did. Actually, my
James is back too. Hello, James.
Hey, James.
Hi, James.
My daughter did on an 8 scale Techno. She saw one she absolutely loved. The motor alone in speed controller was $600.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah. She got it's the same model as mine, but she got the upgraded motor and speed controller in hers. And I was like, I told my dad, she brought it up to my dad, and he's like, well, it's your birthday present, Christmas present. Go ahead and get it for her. I was like, okay. Well, on the way back, I was telling Dad about the car and all, and I was like, they gave me a box of parts. I was like, I haven't opened it yet. I was on the interstate, so I could go on cruise control. I'm on cruise control and I open up the box, and I'm talking to my dad, and I was like, oh my God. And he's like, what? And I was like, there's 4 sets of tires in here. These tires are $50 for a pair of tires.
Wow.
I go, there's $200 in tires. I go, and I started looking through. I was like, wait a minute. These are the original shocks. What shocks does he have on it? I pull the body off, realizing he put the anodized aluminum shocks in it. And I'm looking at it going, he's got almost $300 worth of upgrades on the thing that he never put in the actual price.
Like, that's one thing with the cars that I like about that, because it's like you can sit there and upgrade them to like full on max.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah,
it's like
lot of it,
gonna
I
get
think-
the money worth no matter what. You could have it sitting on the shelf and you can play with it whenever you want, or you can just sit there and run it into the ground and just go out and get a brand new motor in it.
Well, and also, I think it depends on what is your goal, shall we say, with
Definitely.
the trains. Are you just wanting to do trains and operations? Are you wanting a showpiece?
It would end
To
up
where
being-
you are actually going down, a true replication layout.
A lot of
what we call
people
prototype layout.
replication.
Yeah.
Some of them will just sit there and have them on a shelf and show them, and some people just design a plan that could be from in the mind.
Yeah, which is what they call a fantasy layout. Actually, mine, most of my layout is going to be fantasy. The only thing prototype about it is the locomotives I have are actual locomotives that ran in the U.S., but the layout itself, hence the name New Fenris Railroad, because of my 40K gaming, I named it after the planet that the main army that I played from Games Workshop, it's their home planet of Fenris.
Oh, right. Okay.
And the original layout, like I said, if you go back to some of my original videos, was a layout in the house. And it was, I'd started it as a tabletop gaming board.
Yeah.
So it was, the 35 millimeter, basically O scale stuff. But then I discovered my box of N scale track that I had. So I actually started doing the N scale layout as just a grins and giggles. And there was a layout set up from Woodland Scenics that I liked, but I wasn't going to pay the like $600 for basically the box kit to make this 4x8 layout. So I laid it out on my own and bought what I wanted for it, because most of the stuff I already had.
Yeah.
There was only a few pieces of it that I was actually missing, and I've kind of done 4 versions of it, and I'm on my 5th layout now of that over the last 6 years. About a year and a half ago, I actually had the layout complete, where I started doing all the terrain features, the grass, laying my buildings out and everything like that. And I was doing some work on the ceiling with Dragon Lever here in the shed, and I stepped on the corner edge of the layout, which most of my layouts were bulletproof.
Yeah.
The one board I had was a 1-inch by 3-inch, but it was 8 foot long. It was actually 2 4-foot pieces with a dovetail joint.
Okay.
And I stepped on the dovetail joint, and the joint was sitting this way. So when I stepped on it, it broke like that.
Yeah.
And it shattered in the middle of a 4x8 layout. So it completely shattered the entire center of the layout. So I had to pull everything up and start all over. And that's at the stage I'm at now. Actually, most of the pink foam back there is actually set up for the layout. I think this week I'm going to end up spending some time in here actually organizing everything out so I can get back on that layout and start pulling it up
Yeah.
and finishing up everything, because I've got to put plaster cloth down now for the rail lines, but I've got all the track and most of the roadbed to do it. But I may put I've got a bunch of Kato stuff that I'm probably going to put down for the time being, to
Yeah, Jeff.
actually run
You know,
the stuff on.
anybody, you know, whatever your hobby is, you know, there are people out there willing to drop hundreds or thousands of dollars on
Oh God, we won't even.
on their
Yeah,
hobby.
Jeff, we won't even get started on photography lenses.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Yeah,
or
that's a
like,
whole.
you know, like
Well, I've got a lens that I bought after my father passed away. It's almost $3,000 just for
Wow.
the lens, but I can take a picture. It's a 400, 600 millimeter.
Ouch.
So I bought it for when I was doing a lot of photography at the NASCAR races and NHRA races. It was something I could sit up in the grandstand and take pictures like I was down standing on the track next to the car.
Yeah.
You know, being on a 1.5-mile track, I've got one photo that I was literally halfway across the track from the car during the wreck, but it looks like I was standing about 40 feet from the wreck.
Wow.
So
I think
yeah,
that's only one thing that's rubbish about phones compared to cameras. It's like you can get so much better, clear pictures from DLS, DRL, whatever you call
yes,
them cameras compared
SLR,
to phones.
SLR.
yeah,
Well, or
The graphics are just so much better on it.
yeah.
or like James says, you know, some people have the layout designed and built for them, or
True.
like
Yeah.
my original hobby, you know, long term is sewing. You know, Renaissance Festival.
Yeah.
You can, you know, I know people who can spend $10,000 to $15,000 on an outfit.
Of
Mhm.
course.
Now that's an outfit they will wear multiple times. I mean, particularly if they're working, they will wear it's their working garb. You know, they're on cast, they're court. You know,
Yeah.
so and they're built to last. And most of those are historically accurate and, you know, detailed down to the nth degree plus custom fit.
Yeah.
You know, or, you know, part of my enjoyment of the you know, Renaissance hobby is I enjoy making it. So I can make a lot of my stuff. Yes, it's not to that level,
Shut up.
but
Yeah, but then you
yeah.
get you get stuff like the shirt you made for me, which is absolutely great. It was
Oh
based
yeah.
on Pirates of the Caribbean. It's a Jack Sparrow shirt.
Well, or I get, you know, how many times do I get mistaken for being part of the festival?
Oh my God. We won't even discuss how many times you've been asked if you're actually on cast.
No,
It's like,
it's not even cast. It's like, which booth do you work in? It's not, do you work here? It's like, which booth do you
yeah,
work in? I said, I don't.
yeah.
Even people who've known me for years. Wait a minute. I thought you worked here. No, I buy a season pass. I come in and play.
Yeah.
But
Which is what I do now after 30
your
years of
outfit, you
playing
know.
with them. Yeah, I did cast for about 15 years, took a little bit of time off, came back about 8 years. Well, it'd be 7 years ago now. I was running the rickshaw cabs. Unfortunately, my body at 53 will not let me do my job, so I kind of walked away with a little help from some other things. But I was actually retiring that year anyhow, permanently. And I still have my costume. I still come out and I play. And a lot of people that know me know where it came from. But yeah, we have a lot of fun.
But no, I can go to any festival and, by
Yeah.
the time I start talking to some of the vendors, I wind up getting Rennie discounts,
Yeah.
which is nice.
Yes, I've done all the sevens. Yes.
Yeah, like Wayne says, 10 to 15K on a costume. I would spend it on getting a newer car for my missus. But like I said, for some people who spend that kind of money, this is their job. I mean, this is their livelihood.
Yeah.
And
And
it's
two,
high-end courtwear. I
you know,
mean,
you don't.
Did you finally finish it?
No, I've done all the sevens though, so I'm happy.
He's getting down there.
It's getting down to the final wire.
But I
Yeah.
was just going to say, you don't have to spend a fortune on model trains. This engine here, you got an antique shop for $20.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
you
and
don't
it runs
have to.
good.
Like I
So,
said,
Oh, most of the
most of my
rolling
garb
stock
I've
I
made.
have, yeah, most of my rolling stock came from train shows and that, and I've got 4 different Chicago Northwestern stock cars for livestock that I got for like $5 a piece.
oh yeah, oh
And they're
yeah,
like
I've done
20 or
that a lot.
$30. Yeah, they're like $20 or $30 stock cars new. The only thing I have to do is change the.
Hey, Jordy Dave, welcome in.
Hey, Jordy. I just got to change the trucks out on them or the bogies because I don't like the couplers that they have on it.
Here's another box car right here, a McLeod River box car. I think I get $3 for that one. So
Connie,
I mean, you
everyone,
can buy stuff
I'm
cheap.
bow out.
I would say it's getting a little bit late for you. You got to work tomorrow, don't you?
Yeah, I'm back at work at
Look
6
in the
a.m.
right places.
Thank you for having
See you
me,
later, Terry.
everyone. Everyone watching on my channel, I'm not going to shut it down. I'll leave it running till Connie finishes off. So have a great week. Have a great rest of your Sunday night, and I'll catch up with you Monday, 6 p.m. Bye, everyone.
I wish I could join you more often during the week, but I'm always at work. So
Oh, Connie,
I'll
don't worry
catch you.
about it. I understand. I mean,
Well, we'll see what happens next Saturday, depending on what I've got going on. I know I'm not going to stream in the mornings with the crew because I got off bench work I need to do.
No worries, Connie. No worries.
But I may pop in from my comfy chair at some point, just avatar, just to hang out and chill. Who knows?
Connie, you can do as you please. You're still full admin on my StreamYard, so.
Dan, if you want to put that one back up, I'll put you up solo. Hold on a second.
Before you go, Terry.
Oh wow.
Randall, wisdom.
Oh
There
wow,
you
that,
go.
that looks great.
Wow.
Oh, is that the Eagle Moth one?
That's his Optimus Prime.
Yeah,
That's a
I love that. I'm nicking it still.
that's a model kit, isn't it? Or is that your
It's a model
piecework?
kit that is completely repainted and weathered, and the weathering is just the best I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Anywhere.
I mean, I'm not being disparaging to anybody, but a pretty paint job with time is easy to do. Distressed and weathered without it looking fake is a step above, in my opinion. And that just, when it looks cohesive like that,
yeah.
Well, so I spent most of this week working on the section of his arm from about there down to his wrist. So it'll be last year that I painted his hand up. So, it's getting the consistency from top of his shoulder right down to tip of his finger on the weathering that's been challenging.
Well, that's what I'm saying is, getting the kind of weathering to where it looks all natural and consistent over a project like that.
I had good fun with tires though, because it would just. I got the
Hey Ron.
Sindel Zandra dust, splodged it all over tread, and then just took a sanding stick once it had dried, so that I've got the dirt in the tire tread.
Yeah.
Because I like going splodgy, splodgy, splodgy. It's fun.
Yeah.
I remember you talking about that.
Yeah, there's techniques that I do with, tabletop modeling. They take a piece of sponge and basically make your grime and grit and that on it. But I'm one for the pretty armor. I can do weathering some like you're seeing with what I'm doing right there on the wall. But for the most part, when it comes to me doing my miniatures, which I'll pull one of them. I think I've got one where I can get to it.
Oh, he's gone.
Trying to think of where.
But that, like I said, Jet that's just phenomenal.
Yeah.
The next week or so is going to be get the other arm to this stage.
Yeah. And that's where, to me, that's where the true talent comes in, is taking, even though you've done them however many, weeks apart.
Like, this is my layout.
Oh, okay. Nice.
And like this bit of track from here to that corner there, and this bit is based on real life, but the outer bit is just made up, so it's a continuous loop that I can get trains running around.
Yeah, it's what they call a rail fanning layout. It's you've got a continuous loop where you can watch the train run around in a circle, but then you have your switching yard and everything else. And I forgot the name for it.
Operations?
Well, no, not even the operations. It's your classification tracks.
Yeah.
In the rail yard there.
So this bit here, from here down to that end there, is based on the locomotion, which is up here where I'm based at. And the outer bits up where that top bit is, that bit's real, that top bit. It's just the corner
Oh,
bits.
Chan's
And
been gone for a while. I just noticed.
And keep pressing the wrong button. I was going to have it as a different way, but I got advised to by my friend because of wanting like continuous trains, so I can have trains running around instead of just being shunting backwards and forwards kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I can have a fiddle yard at the back where I can just continuously change trains and that all the time.
Like Wayne says, that's not a one-track mine.
No. Actually, I did basically like you have that classification yard. I did that for parking all my locomotives on.
Yeah, that's the bottom bit down. So it's like the middle bit. I'll have like
Ron, if you want to join us, the link is pinned at the top of my chat.
As it's a building, and it's like I can put people in there and all that stuff, so it makes it look like the actual real thing, which I'm trying to base it on. And from the bottom bit where I stood at, it's like it's a double track for the trains still be able to do like continuous loops. It's just got yards on it, so I can fit about 5 trains on it, and I can just run it around whenever I want.
Yeah.
So it's like I could get about 2 or 3 runs out of one train, then pull it into the siding, then get another train out and get it to run around a couple of times and all that stuff.
Yeah. Actually, the way my layout's set up, I've got where I could run 2 trains continuously because I'll have 2 separate tracks.
Yeah.
And I'm debating on whether or not I have to look at it now because I've changed it up so much. I don't know if I can get a 3rd track in there or not. But I think it's just a double track right now. But I've got one spot I can run continuous on it. and then I've got a turnout that's going to be underneath the mountainside to actually bring it out to the other part of the layout when I get it going.
Yeah.
And I did that just for modularity for later. But
Okay.
I still need to sit down with it and figure out what I've got going right now, because it's a mess. I can't remember how I have the layout set up right now.
Have you? I don't know if it's a thing over there. It's a thing over here. It might be called something different. But do you have like a railway designing program?
Yeah, actually, I can use what was it? It was there was a couple of different ones, and I can't think of the one that I
Yes, there
used
is.
at one time.
We have one called
Dinner
AnyRail
bell.
over here.
That's it. AnyRail. Yeah. Hold on. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've used AnyRail for a layout before, but I pretty much freelanced a layout from the Woodland Scenics Highland Scenic Ridge is what I based my layout off of, and I actually laid it out by hand.
Okay.
And I actually had to reverse it from what it was set up. What the actual layout would be, I had to reverse it because the way my board lays out, I had to reverse part of it because I couldn't do the layout the way they had it set up.
Okay.
But I just got called on dinner, so I will be back in a little bit.
Yoki cookie.
Mm-hmm.
Tell everybody I said hi.
I will. All right. I'll be back in a few.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wayne says say Greg's and he might join. And he also says Hornby did a PC program for designing layouts back in the late 90s. So I've
Yes,
seen
they
some
did.
of them.
Say Greg's and Wayne might join.
Oh, that's Ron.
You Wayne, you have to join now. I said Greg's.
No, it was funny. No, that goes back to Ron. He's known for eating Greg's sausage rolls.
All right. Okay.
While he's on panel, he'll have a stack of them sitting on a tray next to him, and you look back, and it's like, where'd they all go? He's done eat them all. And that's in like a 2-hour stream, and he had like 8 of them.
Lol. But yeah, with me saying that, it's like this costs £300. There's like no detail on at all. It's all solid detailing, like full on molded plastic. Compared to like Scotsman or Boo Get Down. This stuff out where it's literally every single part, like roof fern, buffer beams, literally like single.
And some people like getting a basic
detailing.
kit and adding to it.
Yeah, you can get bits like that with a lot of the locos. With a lot of it, it's where they just can't be bothered, especially Hornby, can't be bothered to sit there and update the diagrams that they have, because this Pride train is a X a Virgin train that we have over here, and it's like when they made that molding back in the day of like 2005, they've just kept that molding instead of upgrading it, where with like Flying Scotsman they've upgraded the body like 20 times to get different moldings of the Scotsman. It's just like, why don't you do that with all your
Well,
locals?
and they probably look at what is their market.
Yeah, I think it is.
And Wayne says the Hornby Railroad Range is the intro. And,
Yeah.
you also got to look at some of the electronics that go into it. You start talking sound cards, lights, and then you have to scale it down to fit. I
Definitely.
mean, look at some of the stuff Terry does, trying to get these tiny little servos.
I find that pretty cool. That the fact that he's getting little tiny motors, that's probably about what, maybe bigger than a 50p
A pencil.
here.
Like the size of a number 2 pencil is no bigger than what the motor is like.
Yeah.
And it's just, I'm just looking to learn to solder lights together.
Oh, of course.
You're at the right place. To me, Terry, and some others, we can help you.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's just a matter of me, taking the time when my interest hits. I have it. I've got the practice kit. I've got my kit. I've got everything I need. For me, it's when the interest hits.
Yeah.
Because if you've watched my bench over the last, couple of months or whatever, I've got something different.
Yeah, you do.
A lot of times.
Even in different lives, you've got something different every pretty much live, isn't it?
Well,
not with your life. Like if you join with James, you're building the Bugatti.
Right.
If you join with
I
Sprue,
do.
you're doing something different.
Right. I kind of, because particularly Sprue's and JC's affiliation links, when they're when they're quote unquote working for Les D, they want me to work on a full brick kit. I'm like, yeah, I think I've got something other than a dragon. That's the hard part. This morning I did diamond dots for a while with Michelle and Carl.
Yeah.
And, it was funny. You streamed on that one, green room for a while, then straight into my green room.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this mum, I don't know if you saw yesterday, Connie. I know some others did. We've got some of the decals on the
Oh,
Bedford.
yeah.
Oh, nice.
Well, I said he's putting lights in that. Oh, hello,
Yeah,
Ross. How you doing? Boo yourself. I say, if you're in the mood, I can send you the link, or it's in the top of my, it's pinned to the top of my chat. Help yourself.
Yeah, it was quite difficult, but it looks so much better now the decals are on. It's still not finished, but
I say, yeah, that's part of the Bedford build, isn't it?
yeah, British Railways.
Like with you saying that there, Horlixs, it's like us side. I know Randall can agree here. It's like nothing's really finished when you're modeling, like car-wise, trains, in airplanes and that, because there's always something you can sit there and change, isn't it?
Yeah. It's like this. I'm still toying. I know. Oh, the doors aren't on yet. That was on for show. It's like the back. I know it was supposed to be like that, but I really do not like the rear lights the way they are, because one's down here and one's up there.
Yeah. It's because of the way of how they were built back in the day for the wrench plates, isn't it? It does get annoying after a time from looking at them from the rear end, but back in the days there wasn't really much you could do with changing them.
Oh, that's fine, Ross. Like I said, I thought you just wanted to come up and hang out for a bit.
Yeah, I'm happy with it, and obviously I've just hot glued all the circuits in, all the electronics and the battery. But this was running. I had this on all stream, and it's still. I think this battery is going to last about a year in here.
Is it a penny battery?
No, it's LiPo.
Okay.
And it goes into a little circuit board, and I've attached.
It's actually got a USB charger on it.
Yeah, I've got a USB
That's
port on the side.
That is absolutely cool.
I could just plug this in and yeah, charge this up. I mean, it'll run on the power anyway.
Yeah.
But if I plug that in, you get all the red light come on. Like power banks do. It's new. I've not done anything like, there you go. I've not done anything like that yet without charge. But it'll still run with the, with the
lights
on.
That's cool.
Well, one thing about it, the lights don't take a lot of juice with it.
It's only a tiny little battery here. And then, once that's all buried under there, you can still get to this. And, not that, just novelty. I'm not really going to need to take it anywhere as such. But,
yeah,
it's just
But
cool.
you had fun doing it.
I had fun doing it. And, oh, my God, I've got a rechargeable plastic model kit. What's going on,
And that's the main thing. Right, move your butt.
Yeah.
Move your butt.
But yeah, no, I've enjoyed it.
Good girl.
And obviously, I've been spurred on by people because, like, the back, like, Lindsay kindly sent me some of the wood. To do the back out with, and that's made a massive difference as well.
Yes, John, we're still here.
Yeah.
Look what we were talking about the other night. Horlicks, it's like proper wood's better than plastic wood, ain't it?
Yes, yeah. I mean, I'm really new to this plastic modelling because I do. You can take me off now if you want. I do mainly do like partwork kits, like the ringmaster behind me and stuff. And I just started doing plastic. I saw that Bedford, the recovery one, and I was like, oh, DS Dave was doing it. I was like, I want to do that, and I did it, and I just enjoyed them.
And that's the best way, isn't it?
That's my third or fourth model I've done. That.
Right, I'm gonna go, guys.
Okay.
See you later, Tash.
Yeah.
All right, Tash.
We'll see you tomorrow, Tosh.
See you tomorrow.
Bye. But I just, I like, as most people that know me well know, I just tinker with anything electronic, and that's, as I said to you on other streams, that's where I designed this Bluetooth mod for the bus because I love the bus. The Partwork bus is amazing, but to turn
that bus is brilliant.
Yeah, and to turn it on, it's much better lit up. Like, I know some models are a fad, and it lights up, but the bus is not the bus without it lit up.
Of course,
that's for me. Like, to turn it on is a real pain because you have to put your finger in the cab, and you have to. It's just a nightmare. And it was Mark's mod's fault because we were on a live stream, and he was like, "Oh, Horlixs, you can make that remote control." And of course, I was like, "No, don't be stupid." And then I was like, "Do you know what? Challenge accepted." And I went through different designs, and I used RF, and that wasn't very good because it was hit and miss whether it would actually work. And did a bit of research, talking to Marvel Phoenix, Todd, and I ended up downloading a program, made my own circuit board, which obviously got my name on it. It's got Horlixs stamped on it. And there we go. Rootmaster Bluetooth mod was born. But the good thing about this is that I can use this for loads of projects. It's effectively a switch. So This would work on anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I like about the Arduino stuff.
Yeah.
My son was actually looking into Arduino, and he was like, "So, Dad, could you use Arduino on your layout?" And I was like, "Yeah, I just don't feel like hooking the computer up to it to do the Arduino stuff, or doing the switching and everything like that. But yeah, you could do that."
Yeah.
But
that's based on the Root Master, and the only reason, I came up, I had an issue with the Root Master because I wanted to keep the original Root Master electronics in it, and I thought, how am I going to get around this? Because the Arduino had to power up the rest of the circuit before the power got to the bus, because the bus circuit board was acting a bit confused, because this chip is always closed unless it's powered, and this needed power before the bus had power. Like, I'm getting really deep, but this needed power before the bus needed power. Otherwise, the bus would do random things. So you switch this on, and the interior lights would come on, or you'd switch it on, and then the cab light would come on. And I thought, well, that's no good. You want to turn this on, and nothing happened at all until you tell it. So that's when I just introduced. I had to amend the circuit board and add this delay circuit on the top. So most of the top side of this board is just to delay the power getting to the bus. So that was something I had to overcome, and it works fantastically. So, and then obviously I got all the boards printed, and then I solder them all up myself. So, and then I did another one for another mod, which is. This is the board I ended up with. This is one I need to make up. But, it's got my name on it, and this is for the Rossi bike. And it's a lot smaller because it doesn't need a delay.
Yeah.
Also, the fact that it's like 3 different ways of turning that bus on.
Yeah, mine is. I mean, most people haven't got the base. It's like what you were saying earlier about something's never finished. Like, it started off with the problem with turning the bus on. I thought, right, let me extend wires and put switches on the base. So that was my thing, and I was over the moon. I was like, look, I've got buttons on my base, and everyone's like, wow. And then it developed even more to, I'll tell you what, I mean, if I told you 2 years ago, would I ever make an app on a mobile phone to turn my bus on and off? I would just laugh. But there it is. Connect to it. But yeah, now I've got an app that works. And then for this circuit board here, this is for the Rossi bike. So same app, just change the skin. It's not going to work because nothing's connected. So, but yeah, and then that's where that started, and I'm super proud of that. Like, it's amazing for someone just to sit in a room bored and create something like this. Is mental.
Yeah.
Well, this is actually where my bench hobby started. Painting these things.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
That's actually the first resin pour I ever did.
I was going to say, is that resin?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's just casting resin.
For about a week on that, she was wondering how to do it. Remember you calling me on asking about resin pours and that for that one.
I'd never done it before.
Yeah, and I'd done more. I'd done my fair share of resin pours.
I had to bring one of my little ones from work. Somebody knocked him over and he broke a wing, so he went to the dragon vet. These
Well,
are
I
my
guess
favorite ones.
like resin's one of them. I've never used resin, but I think the main thing with that is the air bubbles, isn't it?
Well, yeah, the air bubbles, you can get air bubbles sometimes. Usually you get them on the surface. And really with that, all you have to do is blow on them with a straw or even a airbrush.
Right.
Or
And
even
it'll
a
break
little torch thing, like a
yeah.
hot
Oh
torch.
yeah. Yeah. Little creme brulee torch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh god,
With these you have to be really, really careful because some of the resin is flammable.
Yeah.
So you don't want to heat
Well,
it
some
too
of them
much.
have used like a hair dryer.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was going to say
Anything with a hot, it's basically warm CO2 is what's popping those bubbles. And I've, knock on wood, every pour I've had, I've always done really high, really thin beads dropping down, so I didn't get a whole lot of bubbles. I had more bubbles in it when I was stirring it up, but it's just, the slower you stir it, the less likely you're going to agitate air into it and everything.
You can also get one of them vacuum things that suck all the bubbles out, can't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's if you're going to do smaller casting bits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but if you're doing like a layout pour or
Yeah. Depends on also how thick you do it as well, innit?
Yeah.
I know what I'm like.
I usually do them in layers. I do no more than like 3/4 of an inch or trying to think of how many probably 8 or 9 millimeter pour is about as much as I'll do, and I'll let that sit and cure for like 24 hours before I do the next pour on top of it. But even with that, you got to be real careful because the multiple layers of pours you do, sometimes the under layers will cloud up. So you'll end up looking at it and seeing the stacked layers. I think the deepest pour I ever made was 1.5 inches deep, and I used Woodland Scenic's Real Water Effects.
I think that one's the easiest to use in a way.
Oh yeah, that's all of it. I've used it and I've tried the deep pour, but I didn't like the deep pour so much. Graham's saying hi, Kermit.
Actually, Graham,
we have grapes. Yeah, kind of got known as Kermit because we're eating the Kermit balls.
No,
aka grapes.
The story goes, I was wearing my current headset, the one I've got on, which is a 1 ear with a microphone bar. All of a sudden, one day, my mic got really muffled and we could not figure out what. I'm checking all my settings and everything. And then I took it up and looked at it. And sitting on the end of the microphone were basically grape guts. So that started the long association. I mean, several months of, I'm sitting here eating green balls, juicy green balls. So the crew we are with, they take it sideways and downwards, and hence Kermit balls and the entire joke of.
Hence Graham now saying minus Miss Piggy, LOL.
Yeah.
And then TBG comes back with she's farming Kermit balls.
Hence why I was so excited at festival to find, and I was gifted a little green dude.
Yes, yes. The
There's
little
been a
frog.
there's been a drought, yes, because the nice big ones have not been in season. This is a matter of fact the last of the bag I have for this weekend, so it could be worse. It could be white sticky stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a joke on me. We were. It was more toward wintertime. We were talking about ice and snow, and
Now
you
they
have
were
to
talking
understand
ice and
my
snow,
brain.
and you popped up with white sticky stuff.
Well, what happened was I was talking about ice and snow. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm not awake yet. I've only been up for maybe an hour and a half. And I made a comment of you can keep that. And I meant to say cold white sticky stuff to yourself, and it came out. You can keep that white sticky stuff to yourself. And hence
And it was
me
on
getting the
Sprue's
nickname.
channel in the
Yeah,
morning.
it was on Sprue's channel in the morning, and hence I got stuck with the nickname Snowy, and it stayed ever since.
Right. Okay.
Oh, well, it's white sticky stuff, so yeah.
Yeah.
I always thought the name Snowy. I thought you were classed as someone else that joins RGJ trains
Uh,
on a Tuesday and on a Saturday night
Nah.
because their name's called Snowy. So I always thought you were that Snowy.
No.
No.
Yeah, it could be
But
worse. Yeah, white sticky stuff. Yeah, there's.
yeah, actually, Fenris Models and I always joke about being Fenris 1 and Fenris 2. 'Cause he actually, I asked him, I was like, how old's your channel? And I found out his channel is actually a couple years older than when I actually named my channel instead of just having my name on it.
Okay.
So I was like, okay, I'm Fenris number 2 in that group of friends. But yeah, my channel's actually been around a lot longer. I haven't put content out until about 6 years ago, and that was actually because of my kids. Because I talked about wanting to put stuff on YouTube, but didn't know if I had a channel or not. And one of my kids says, "Well, Dad, you've commented on YouTube before with people, then you have a channel. All you have to do is go in and figure out how to upload the videos." And I was like, "Oh." And she goes, my middle daughter was like, "Yeah, you need to," or a middle son was saying, "Yeah, you need to, do videos of your layout." And it just kind of went off the rails from there.
Yeah, my actual account goes all the way back to like 2013 or something like that.
Yeah, I think mine's like 2011.
But I
Yeah.
wasn't active until I joined another channel, started streaming with them at this one's bullying.
Yes, I bullied you on that. Well, it's because I was tired of holding my phone up about every 20 or 30 minutes while you texted me pictures of what
You
you were
didn't
doing.
have to.
I was like, get your butt. Yeah, but if I didn't, and everyone's like, why is your phone blowing up? It's like, well, Dragon Lover is sending me pictures, so.
I could have. All you had to do is tell me not to, and I wouldn't have.
Oh, like I'm going to tell you no. So I was like, get your butt a camera here. Here's a good camera to use, and get your butt in here. And you did.
Well, yeah, I first tried it with the cell phone. It didn't work, and then I, did a little bit of research and ordered a camera. It shows up, but there was an extra box with it. I said, "What in the world? Did I order 2 cameras?" And I thought, wait a minute, and just as I thought of her, my daughter called me. And I was like, "Hello." She says, "Hi, Mom." I said, "Did you send me a camera?" She says, "Happy Mother's Day." So right off the bat, I had 2 webcams. Tell you what, you should love to feed a red panda. They are so cute. Yeah, I thought so too. That's why I built this little thing. And he stays on my bench. The only thing cuter than a red panda is a baby red panda.
Yes.
Yeah, he's fine with us calling him Snowy. I don't think he'd answer to Fenris right off the bat anymore.
No, I probably wouldn't.
You get
Talk
used to
about
nicknames,
Horlixs.
don't you?
My name came from an ex I had.
Yeah, I know.
And
Keeps me
I had
on.
to change it because it was spelled
I
as
just
in
tell
the
a
ring.
little bit.
And obviously, when people were trying to search me, it was coming up with anything but. It was just like, but my ex boyfriend before my last, he said I was boring and that I used to just want to sit at home with my feet up, slippers on, watching the telly in front of the fire. And then they started calling me Horlicks. And that's sort of where that name come from, and it's stuck ever since. So,
right.
Yeah.
And I'm not boring.
No.
I do things, and I do go out, and I don't just sit in front of the telly. But it's sort of stuff.
Sometimes significant others can be extremely cruel in their comments sometimes when things are just not what they expected the relationship to go.
Yeah.
And I had that with one that actually we dated for a year, and she made a comment to me one night, and I just looked at her. I was like, if that's the way you feel, get out. And I got absolutely obliterated that night because I couldn't believe I actually said that to her. So I decided to drown myself in a bottle of Captain Morgan's private stock and a 12-pack of Coke. When I came to the next morning, I had to work Carolina Renaissance Festival, and I met my wife, who I've been with for 23 years now. I actually should not have been working that day. I should have stayed in my tent and recuperated because you could still smell the alcohol.
You weren't hung over. You were still drunk.
Yeah, I was still drunk the next morning. But I am an extreme flirt, and Connie will attest to that, and so will my wife. And I flirted with her, and
no, it's not me.
No, it's not.
Contrary to what
everyone
half the fair
thinks.
population thinks.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, it was so funny because I was flirting with her, and bless her heart, my wife then was clueless. She's like, no, he doesn't like me. He flirts like that with everyone. And one of the guys with him knew me real well. We were actually really close friends. He looked at her and said, no, William has not made comments to anyone today since you were in his cab this morning. He really likes you. I'm sure he would probably date you if you said you were interested. And hence we met for dinner and talked for about 2 hours at dinner, and then she came out to the bowling alley where I was bowling, and I didn't go home till almost 4 o'clock in the morning talking to her, and I had to be at work at 6 o'clock in the morning, and it was 45 minutes from my house to the job site, so almost an hour to get to work. So I got about an hour and a half's worth of sleep that night for work, but it was worth every bit of it. I wouldn't trade a bit of it in.
I haven't really said anything to strangers as such, but I just, yeah, he's saying that, like you saying about your Captain Morgans, and that's sort of hit home a bit actually, because my ex-boyfriend, he was going through a bit of a troublesome time, and I tried to help, and it was stressing me out, and anyway, lots happened, and that he turned to that, and that actually literally killed him. So
yeah.
Literally, so I hadn't heard from him for a few days, and I went back to the house, and he was gone. And he was only 34.
Yeah. Well, that was my wake up call. I've been pretty much sober for the last 23 years. I'll have the occasional hard cider, but it's like once every 6 or so months I might pick one up.
Yeah.
Like kind of, yeah. So like only on the occasion kind of things.
Yeah. It's like whenever I get the hankering for a hard cider, I'll pick up a 6-pack. I might drink 1 or 2 out of it and leave the rest of them in the house, and they'll be there for 6-8 months before my wife or I pick one up again.
Yeah.
And actually, I was getting not Hornsby hard cider, but it's hard to find now. It's a brand that one of my cousins found in Ireland.
Okay.
That they had recommended, that we find imported here every once in a while, and I couldn't find it anymore, and I found Angry Orchard is very similar. And I usually get the crisp apple.
Yeah.
And it's just, stuff's great. How in the fuck?
Nice to have a drink now and again, of course. So I don't drink that much. But...
I just looked up and realized one of my lights came on, and it shouldn't be on.
No rumors in Maryland. Let me and William run Maryland Renaissance Festival together, and they would start because a lot of people up there know me. And well, if you come down to our Renaissance Festival, friends, because I call us running partners.
Yeah.
You know, his wife worked behind stage. He worked the cabs until about last year. 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And I've just been what I call a run runner. You know, I make friends with the vendors who sometimes they're solo, they're by themselves. So they can employ somebody to come in and give them a break so they can go get some food. But, you know, that's a half an hour to an hour out of an 8 to 10 hour day. Normally, at some time other than that particular hour, you do have, you know, take certain necessity breaks. And I'm one that I got a reputation. They will let me stand there in their shops, make sure nothing wanders off. Well, they run to the privy, as we call them.
Yeah.
Or backstage to their, you know, whatever, to get, you know, snacks or something. I just stand there and tell people they'll be right back. Or I'll run food for them.
All right.
You know, can you run and get me, you know, pizza from this place, or mac and cheese, or...
Yeah.
And I was doing that, and then William and I started running together, and a couple of the ones who'd known me for a while said, "Oh, is that your significant other?" I said, "No, that's just a good friend. I'm actually married to that one over there."
Yeah.
And I'm no longer married to that one over there. Yay me.
Yeah. The funniest one was there was one of the shop people that knew me, knew my wife, but actually thought we were a threesome at that point.
No, that one goes around too.
That one goes around every once in a while too. That one gets really fun.
Oh,
But
particularly when she started running with us half the time. It's like, no.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah, no, my favorite was
they were like, wait a
Georgia.
minute, you two are always together, but you're married to that
Yeah.
one? We just grinned, particularly because one of the ironic things is William was gifted a leather pirate coat that he wears all the time. He was
Yeah,
gifted
for
the
my
jacket
brother-in-law.
back in 2018,
Something like that.
2019. He was gifted this leather
17,
jacket.
18, yeah, 17 to 19, somewhere around in there.
I actually have an almost identical jacket that I had custom made for me from the same place in 2004. But I don't wear it as often because my garb, as I call it, changes. I wear different styles just about every day. So when we do wear the jackets together, I think the only thing different are the buttons.
Yeah, that's the only difference in it is the buttons. The buttons and the length.
Well, yeah, the overall size. Because
Yeah.
let's face it, I'm
Yeah,
a curvy little midget.
5'9". Yeah, I'm 5'9". You're 5'1". Yeah.
But it's just a lot of fun.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I still like.
Jeff, let me see. I will put a. Let me find it. There is a website in Facebook. There's a Facebook group that's an open group where you can look and see all.
Yeah.
Oh, did he
Yeah, it's
do?
Friends of the Carolinas.
Yeah.
Actually, the Georgia Renaissance Festival this year was hilarious because we went down. We went down there, all of us, including Connie. It was like my whole family, and we stayed at a hotel, and then went in Saturday. And I didn't realize how many people from Carolina Renaissance Festival actually did the Georgia Fair in the spring, and it was like a homecoming. And Connie and I were running together, and everyone just, it was, yeah, it was funny when we hit Carolina that year because the rumors really went crazy on everything.
Okay, Jeff, I will put this in chat.
Right,
and what this is a
not...
group to a Facebook group, and it's all pictures of the festival.
Oh,
you know,
giving
different
him
people. Well, no, I'm just giving him the Facebook group link.
Oh, okay.
Because that's pretty much just pictures of the festival.
Yeah.
You know, now there's a couple of posts in there of a friend of ours who we found out passed away today.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, that's quite a bit. As a matter of fact, there's.
I probably won't be able to look at it then.
No. No, but there are. If you go up to let's see, click on.
Yeah, because
click on photos.
Miguel was a very close friend of mine for the last 30 years, and especially the last 23, because he was one of the stage acts that my wife worked as a stagehand on their stage, and he was one of 3 that actually knew of the ring and me proposing to my wife. The other was my close friend who was the queen at the time, lady by the name of Lolly Foy, and myself were the only 3 that actually knew about it. That actually knew I had the ring in my pocket to propose to my wife that weekend. And it was really, it's been really hard to hear that, because he had a stroke here back in February. And they caught it. Things seemed like they were doing okay. And he was just endurance problems. He didn't have the energy the stamina to do anything. And he was hoping to be able to take some time, sit with family, and yeah. Too soon to lose somebody after losing Terry Sr.
Yeah. But no, if you want to go, yeah, just like I said, that's just one of them. There's, like I said, the first part of it will be a lot of memories of Miguel was his character name. I mean, he worked that festival for almost 30 years.
Yeah, he worked it for 30 years. He was one of the original stage acts along with the Tortuga Twins.
Let's see. Who?
There's
Somebody
actually
else just dropped. Somebody else just dropped. We're down to 6.
I don't know.
Oh, wisdom.
Okay.
Yeah, we
because Tasha and then Josh. Okay.
yeah.
I have learned how to check. I can just scroll back through the feed.
Yeah.
See who's dropped.
Yeah. Actually, there's a picture that I saw of Miguel, or Doug was his actual name, in Central Park in New York doing pantomime, and behind him is a very, very, very young Robin Williams. And I'll be right back. That's Kyle calling.
But no, like I said, you can peruse through there, or you can just there is a YouTube channel, or YouTuber Todd Ventures. Let me see.
All right, guys, I'm gonna run. One, I'm getting tired, but
okay.
Two, I'm gonna go run the four-legged monstrosity for a little bit. Kyle was just calling to see if I would run her. I was like, yeah, I'm signing off because I've got about as far as I'm going with this.
Yeah.
And I hadn't been feeling good this week either.
We may have another 45 minutes to an hour.
All right.
Maybe more. Depends on who comes in, what I feel like doing, how far I want to get on bobblehead here. Oh, just so you can see how far I've gotten since I started this thing today.
Oh, wow.
That's cool.
That is sick.
Yeah. That is really cool. All right.
No longer looks like the picture I have on Facebook.
No, it don't anymore. Well, actually, okay, it's getting late enough in the day. You can still see it.
Woo woo!
Oh God! I just looked at the white.
We're getting a mileage out of this one tonight.
Oh. Oh Jesus! All right.
Okay. Jeff, this is a link for a YouTuber that you can see videos of actual where he's walking around the festival. So it kind of gives you an idea of what we talk about. He's actually a friend of mine.
Oh, is that
yeah, that's Todd.
Todd that does photography?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I will see y'all later.
Okay. See you,
William.
Y'all have a good one.
Bye.
Night. Bye, guys.
Judging, I would say about between 8 and 9,000 bricks so far. I think this one has like 11,000 total. So like I said, the fuzzy, as I call them, the fuzzy bricks, I'm not sure of the actual official name for these things.
And I still don't know which ones either I want. I keep looking.
Actually, if I put some in, okay, no, I did that in Facebook. Let me go back up. Brian. Okay, Horlixs, I'll forward one to you on Facebook. Of just one, and you know how it is on Emu. You know, you type in one thing, you start seeing other link. You know.
Yeah.
So, and there's one that actually has like 35,000 bricks, and it's like 68 centimeters tall.
Wow.
Let me see.
All right, I'm gonna shoot off.
Okay.
And I will see you whenever.
Yeah, see you next time.
Okay, Joe.
Right,
Yeah.
Yep, you will.
Have a good one.
I'll catch us all in a bit.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey, Josh or James.
Good night as well.
Good night.
Afternoon for you because it be probably somewhere around about 6 p.m. Is it?
It's about 6:45 now. So
Alright.
yeah, it's about. At the moment, there's only a 4-hour difference. Once you guys
Yeah.
time change, it'll be back to 5.
Definitely.
And Tammy and Ray's back.
That's not bad then. But catch you all in a bit.
Yep.
Yeah. See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
I think first time in ever, I've actually got a semi-tidy desk.
Oh, wow.
I was kind of surprised that there was still a desk under there. I thought the crap had consumed it.
I'm like that. My desk is absolutely filthy with bits everywhere. Just trying to get it sorted.
Okay, Nina, I think I've seen you before. Oh, no, I don't need Messenger. I need to go to YouTube. Find Tush. Yeah, there we go. Nope, you're not there. I'm trying to figure out whose channel you've come in on.
Not mine.
Hey, Penny, welcome in.
Hi, Penny.
Link. Trying to figure out Horlicks works, little history. Oh, I bet it's probably Clint. Oh, well. But JC, if you're at the bench or just want to hang out for a bit, I can. I have the links pinned. You're on my side. Same with anybody who'd like to join us up here, even if you just want to sit and chat. Oh yeah, rascals, we're still on. Told everybody we run late.
Hi, Eric. How are you doing, buddy?
Holy Stream Addicts. Yeah, this is I stream. I host a stream once a week. It's a long one because right now, I'm in the Eastern U.S., so it is just now 10 minutes to 7 in the evening, and I don't have to go to work until 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
I keep looking at this one.
I have that one. I have several of them, but that one looks fun.
How big is it? Oh, it says actually 48 centimeters. Oh, that's quite high, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, as this one stands right now, he is just over 20 centimeters tall, and he still has I've got another like 10 centimeters at least on him, if not more. Oh, you just gone in the in the Hangout? That's like I said, I'm here until my tail end wears out or I run out of people to talk to. Because at the moment I'm trying to get this done so I can start painting again. Oh, thanks, is it Roy? Roscoe's Hobby, is that Roy?
Oh, Eric.
Eric. Okay.
Yeah.
I try to get, it takes me a while. I'm bad with names. Yeah. Like I said, I think the longest I've gone has been 12 and a half hours.
Yeah. I just couldn't face any more dots. That's as far as I've got so far. So, yeah, start seeing the Spitfire there now. And
that works. Penny, like I said, links up there. And Graham's got a Star Wars Millennium Falcon puzzle. One side is the blueprint. Ooh, that's cool. I've done a 3D puzzle of the Millennium Falcon. And a model kit. And a Lego kit. I've got the Bandai Perfect Grade kit. I got a couple of the Bandai kits. Then I've got, let's see, a wooden kit. I've done the Metal Earth kit. And I've got a cardstock kit.
I quite like the look of this one as well, but it's like, just find somewhere to put it. A book with a train coming out.
Yeah. Oh, that's
like Lego, I think.
that's like more like the traditional
Building.
Lego brick. They've got some cool stuff on that site. But unfortunately, a lot of the larger stuff, they won't ship to me here. I guess because of the weight. Or other restrictions. Oh, Eric's working on a 135 scale Vietnam diorama. It's a 4x2. 2 Hueys, lots of figures, lights, sounds. Started it 1st of January. Well, if you've got a camera set up and feel like joining us. Oh, which kit is that, Graham? Is that the Bandai Perfect Grade one? Because, yeah, it cost me quite a bit, but I had Christmas money in my pocket at the time, and the owner of the shop knew I was drooling over it, and he gave me a discount, plus he paid the tax that I didn't have to. So, yeah, I got it for about a third or about 2/3 of what it would have cost me. Yeah, Bandai. That's pretty. That's big. He's like, oh yeah. Where do you put some of this stuff when it's like, this dude's gonna sit on the floor? Then it's like, I've got a couple more I want to do. Where am I gonna put them? I don't know. But I want to get back to painting. Oh, how long have I been modeling? Not that long actually. I think I did my first plastic model kit probably about 10 years ago. I did the Fine Molds Millennium Falcon. Okay, Quano, that's who else we lost. Blue screen, did a blue screen of the. Ooh, I don't like those blue screens either. Hopefully it's a glitch and not a permanent one. Hi, Mikey.
Hi, Mike.
And I actually, like I said, and then I did Gundam models for a while because my hobby shop had them. And then about the time the shutdowns occurred, I went through a divorce. Perfect timing. And see, Graham's building a 32 scale F-15 Eagle. Ooh, 3D decals for the cockpit. That sounds interesting. And I still worked through lockdown because I'm a nurse, but my home time I spent remodeling the house. And just about the time things started opening up, I got the house finished and I was sitting around kind of, what do I want to do? What do I want to do for a hobby? It's like all my big projects were done, and then that's when I discovered these things. You know, just your plastic gaming dragons. This one's actually I think this is the young bronze dragon from WizKids for Dungeons and Dragons. But I paint them to look like this.
Yeah, that's amazing. That is.
And that's actually how I got started on YouTube, because I was sitting here painting these things. William was streaming with another channel at the time. And I was just sitting at my bench listening to them, and I'd text him pictures. And like he said, he got tired of stopping to show off. Hey, Gocto.
Is that so? That dragon, the wings and that, was that that color shift paint on there?
Yeah, that's one of the color shifts.
Yeah.
It's actually, I couldn't tell you exactly which one, but it's from a company called Turbo Dork. And they have there's some of the first color shift paints I use. I call all my color shifts and metallics my dragon colors. But this is one of the few that actually shows how, you know, the difference between where I've got the metallic paint and where I've just got your regular.
Yeah. No, it's amazing.
Thanks, Eric. Actually, the divorce was my idea. Nothing drastic other than the fact that he was an alcoholic and was spending more, and I was more embarrassed to be out and about with him. Hey, Andy, how are you doing? Unfortunately, I was on another live stream, so I wasn't on in your chat more. I do try to stop in and say hi.
That's bad, Connie. I know you feel with that.
Hey, hot dog pal, Andy.
Got quite a lot in common then with my ex and all that. And
yeah, it was a case of and the hardest part was it was my house beforehand.
Yeah.
And it was paid for at the time because my first husband passed away after an extended illness. And so I had a lot of things taken care of after that.
Yeah.
So, but.
No, it's mad, isn't it? And I mean, the thing is, though, like, you know, I don't want to go on. It's like happy, but no, I think it's just what I learned is that I was with my ex for 7 years, and I had no idea until the last year and a bit that this was a problem, and it took me all that time to realise. And then by that time, it was all too late because he'd OD'd on it.
Well, I
didn't think you could do that.
Yeah.
But obviously,
I knew he drank, but he worked first shift. I worked second.
Yeah.
So we didn't see each other much except on weekends, and I started getting concerned when he would start drinking at like 10 o'clock on a Saturday or Sunday morning.
Yeah, I had the same. Yeah, we had different work patterns, and then yeah, exactly the
Okay,
same.
Wayne. Actually, Eric, I have several of the dragons from Reaper. I always go get them, but it'll be easier for me just to pull up pictures real quick because I have some of them in my gallery. Let's see. This is actually one of my first ones that I painted. That's one of my first dragons.
Oh wow.
Oops. Sorry, cute little. Yeah, that was one of my first ones. And let me stop for a second and find. Okay. This one is. This is a Reaper miniature dragon. This is one of them that. Oops. And unfortunately, the pictures don't show the metallics. Actually, you know what? I'm going to run out and get that one. Because that's, like I said, that's a Reaper miniature. That was one of my favorites. Let me go get him. He's just in the other room. Okay. Let me switch. Oh, hey, Penny. Hey, Penny.
Hello.
All right.
Can you tell I'm away from home?
Okay.
Oh,
I don't know how well you can see that one.
Well, you can. I'll tell you what. If you want to call it posh, we'll go with that.
Hello, BH. Welcome in. Yeah, this is one of the Reapers. Let's switch. This one might be able to see some of the metallic on that. But that's one of my favorites.
Oh wow.
Let's see. Let me go big screen a little bit. Yeah, that's one of my favorites. Because Eric was talking about Reaper miniatures.
They're all right, those Reapers, aren't they?
Yeah, this is another one I've done. That one's, I did an elemental series. This was my fire dragon. And I think that one was a Reaper as well. But I had fun doing the base on that one.
Oh, nice.
And I was showing, this was my water dragon,
Oh, I like the base.
Yeah. That was my first resin pour I ever did.
Is that resin on cork?
Yes.
That's really nice.
And then this is also cork, the rocks.
Yeah.
but I just cut the cork out to set, you know, the base into. And then just did I was playing around with it. So that's where my channel started. I'm getting ready to get back into painting dragons again.
Yeah. I need
Yeah,
to do
no,
figures.
I've done some Warhammer. I did a lot of the Sylvaneth Army trees, the
Oh,
Wildwood.
nice. Nice. I would like to rebuild my Corn army up.
Yeah, no, actually, Andy, what that was just literally cork from our Poundland, our Dollar Tree. I had cork sheets for like, $1. And it's just inexpensive, what they call casting resin. I mean, I don't know where I have it stashed at the moment, but it's just a simple 2-part epoxy resin. And then a little bit of clear Mod Podge to do the ripples in the water. You can kind of see them right in through there.
I'm saying I've never done anything with resin, but I know what I'm like. I'll use a blowtorch and probably set light to the resin,
Well,
or use a straw and have a mouthful of resin.
When I did that, I was careful when I stirred it not to incorporate a lot of air. I didn't have any bubbles in that one when I poured it. But it's also, it's a rather thin pour.
Is it not just a case of you do it, you're sitting, not holding it on any one place, you're just going over it?
No, I think I had it, I can't remember how I poured it, but I had tape.
Right.
And it leaked a little bit. It was relatively easy. I mean, I did a few little test pieces. I don't know what I did with them. Where I had taken just little like 2x2 squares and taped it up. Yeah. Well, let's see, where did my...
Yeah. What's that you got there, Penny?
So I just thought I will just pick up my little metal earth kit of the Notre Dame. It's nothing too messy. Don't need a lot of prep for it. It's just something I can pick up.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, I kind of, I just need to sort of de-stress.
Which company name are you wanting, Jeff? For the dragons, the paints, or I couldn't tell you which resin I used. I can dig it out and have it for next time. Very cheap, yeah. Like I said, the rocks here are just, I grew up where there's a lot of shale. So it always comes in layers. Oh, Reaper? Middle Earth, Notre Dame. Oh, for the dragons, yeah, Reaper miniatures. Eric put it up, Monument Hobbies. Or Whiz Kids by let me see if I can get to it without breaking my neck, because I'm going to stand on my chair, which has wheels and spins.
Oh God!
Oh, you don't want to do that.
I think I've done that before. Well. Oh.
And this is the other company. Nolzur's Marvelous Miniatures. They're done by Whiz Kids.
I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah. And actually, it's one of the reasons why I got my 3D printer. Because I was running out of, I was painting those things like, I saw a tutorial where I could paint the WizKids dragons in the D&D colors, per their dragon guide in about 2 hours. Now that's somebody who knows what he's doing and doing it fast. So I was doing 2 to 4 hour streams, so I could easily paint one in that time frame. So, and then these are some others that I like to do. These are some that I've printed out. My little baby dragons.
Blessed.
Those-
Aren't they cute? They're cute
Yeah.
until they grow up.
Yeah. But at this stage, they're so cute. And that particular one is part of a set of 4. So every time I run a group, I've got 4 to paint. And I give those are the ones I like giving away. WizKids. It's WHIZE or IZ. Yeah, can't spell. And I give those are the ones I like giving away. Yeah, WIZKIDS is the brand. WizKids. It's WHIZE or IZ. Okay, somebody's got their YouTube on.
Yeah, sorry. That was me. I got it turned down.
WIZ.
Whoops. Hang on just a second.
Because I hear the delay.
Yeah, sorry.
But they have, and also deep cuts. Pathfinder's another, if you type up dragon miniatures unpainted, you can find probably 2 or 3 companies. So, but like I said, it's something to do.
Yeah.
Oops. Now, why is... Boy, I lucked out on that one. Oh, okay. I didn't. I thought I had closed everything out. Cool, I didn't. Oh, he'll be back with that. Yeah. But that one was part of a series of baby dragons called Wormlings. He'll be back with that. And let's see, I can still hear an echo, Randall.
Okay, hang on. Fix it.
Oh, okay. Brenda Lord Peters. Say BH. He likes reptiles. Cool. I love your blue-legged tarantula. Snakes are pretty too.
Yeah, I'll let you have that opinion, but I won't agree with you.
Oh, like I have said in the past, I don't mind spiders as long as they don't share the shower with me.
Yeah. I nearly threw a cup across the kitchen yesterday. It'd been in the cupboard for a long time. I picked it out of the cupboard, and in the bottom was a dead dried spider.
Oof.
And the cup almost went across. As an instinct action, not like I want to.
Randall's not connected at the moment, so okay. Your train's still running?
No, I shut them off. It's starting to get pretty cool outside. So
Okay. So did you wind up having to work this weekend?
I did a trip Friday night and a Saturday morning, and then it's been pretty quiet. So probably Friday night or early tomorrow morning, I'll probably be going back to work. So
Yeah, BH says Carabina versicolors. Lovely spider was an
yeah, that's it.
arachnophobe a couple years ago. Still poop your. Yeah, that's. I have quite I should say I have a selective collection of dragon figures, and I was wanting to add to my collection, but money not being tight, but just not a lot of extra, and I needed a hobby, keep my hands busy. I said, when I painted my house, I found out I liked picking colors and stuff like that. So I used to cross stitch and was doing diamond dots even back then. It's like those are all somebody else's colors.
Yeah, I know what you're saying there.
And then I started watching William, and he was, doing his train, but he also painted miniatures. And we started, like I said, we've been friends forever, but we really started talking a couple years ago. And I said, well, my hobby store actually had some of the WizKid miniatures. I said, oh, these are cool. And I had, game color paint, so I started doing, with the Vallejos. And then I found the Turbo Dork paints.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy. that started my shiny paint addiction, which has morphed into a paint addiction period. Yeah. I show my paint collection off at times, and this is part of it. Okay, Athel. Have a good one. We'll see you later in the week.
Oh, that looks a nice collection.
Yeah, these are my Turbo Dorks and Vallejo Color Shift and some of the Army Painter Metallics. And
How
Game
do you
Color
get on with those
Metallics.
army painted metallics?
For what I do, I haven't had a problem with them.
Right.
I'm using them as basically overcolors. So I like the fact that they're semi-translucent on the first coat.
Yeah.
And then I've got another 30 paints of the Green Stuff World.
Yeah.
If you ever want to make room, Connie. What, with my paints? Or my dragons? Hey, Scott, if you want to join us back up here, you've had some sleep. That's what I laugh about. Some of our friends, particularly like Scott and Sam in Australia, they'll go to bed, come back, and we're still out here.
Yeah. Yeah. I've seen that a couple of times. I'm like, I can't leave them. And then I've come back and I'm like, really? They're still streaming?
Yeah, like I said, I don't have anything else to do. I really don't. If I'm not on this, I will be sitting in my room or my bedroom watching TV with diamond dots in my lap, more than likely, or I'm on my tablet playing solitaire.
I'm at the stage where I am extremely tired. I really want to go to bed. I've had a terrible day, but I start work at 4 p.m. tomorrow, so I really don't want to be going to sleep now.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't go. My body is geared that I can't go to bed much before 11:30 because that's what time I normally go to bed during the week.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm always chopping and changing because of my shifts, which can be annoying.
Well, my standard is 3 to 11 Monday through Friday, and I work 3 to 11 every other Saturday by choice. But, if they don't have a day nurse, like yesterday, I was in at 9.
Yeah.
Friday I went into work at 11 because she was leaving early. And on occasion, if either the little one is sick or his primary caregiver is sick, I work an overnight shift.
Yeah.
And then I do crazy stuff like come home from an overnight shift, jump on panel for 2 hours, and then take a nap before I go back to work.
Yep. We've all been there, haven't we?
But
Even to the degree I've come home and I'm like, right, I need to be in bed in an hour so I can get up for tomorrow's shift. And then I get home and I'll just do that. The next thing you know, I've had about a 5-6 hour session on the model table.
Well, the way I've worked, second shift for most of my life. I mean, particularly for the last 15 years straight. I've geared it to where I come home and I go straight to bed.
Yeah, that's what I should do.
But because I'm also up early, by 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning. And that's one of the reasons why I do enjoy second shift, because I can get up, go do things like work in the yard, work on the house, work on bench projects, but I have to stop at a decent time so I can clean up and go to work.
Yeah.
Now, if I tried to do that, like when I was remodeling the house, I would get up at, 6 o'clock in the morning. If I was doing strictly inside, I'd start before 8 o'clock in the morning. If I had to run my saw on the outside, like cutting flooring or stuff, I'd wait till about 8:30 or so.
Yeah.
But if I would come home from work and do that, I would do it until I was getting 2 or 3 hours worth of sleep instead of having to stop, clean up, and go to work. And by the time I came home from work, I was exhausted. So yeah, I'd go to bed. John Nothel says mine is 8 p.m. bed. Well, for some people it's different. I can do good on, between 5 and 6 hours sleep works well for me. Much more than that, I get lazy.
Yeah, I'm the same actually. If I go to bed really early, I end up oversleeping.
Usually when I get done with the trip, I just come home, go to bed, get my sleep in case they call me out on another trip. So, and the way the railroad is now, you never know when they're calling. So, like yesterday, they called me twice in one day. So,
well, I'm, like right now, this time change has kind of thrown me a little bit because normally the weekday panels that I join, like Sprue and JC and Carl and Lindsay's, were at 7 a.m. for me. Hey,
Yeah.
Drew, how you doing? Long time no see.
Hi, Drew.
Although I probably see Drew is actually a friend of my daughter's. I see him on occasion in her Twitch stream or Twitch chat. But right now they don't start until 8 o'clock in the morning. So I've got like I don't have to get up till like 6:30, 7 o'clock. It's like I keep hitting the snooze button later and later.
Mm.
It's like, no, I need, 2 weeks I'll be back. Quano, you've got problems.
Well, what's Quano saying?
He's- when he goes to sleep, he wake up lots because of dodgy dreams about Marcus in a Care Bear costume.
That sounds disturbing, Quano man.
That sounds so typical, man.
You might need to seek a psychiatrist or something for that.
I do think that's bad. You have to hear him when he's in Marcus's chat. Oh no. So he said Drew said he might have to have the steam to paint some when he gets home. Well, I'm not painting I'm hoping to get back to painting here in the next week or two because I have two special dragons to paint. One is the tribute dragon for Terry Sr. And the other, I'm supposed to be doing a video on a giveaway since I have been solidly over 200 subscribers now for a week.
Nice.
Well, I'll put the video out. The gist of it is watch the video, comment what color you want the base color, and then on the next live, and you have to be a subscriber, I will verify the list and do a random draw of those that comment. And if you happen to be in the chat on the day that it happens, you can pick the colors along with me. I'll give you choices. But that's going to be the dragon that I paint. So that'll be fun. Need to flare his arms out. But then, yeah, I've got my tribute dragon for Terry Sr. tucked over there. I can't start that one until the 1st.
Well, I'm starting my tribute build in 3 weeks. I decided to go right outside my comfort zone. I'm doing a 67 Chevy Camaro, is it?
Oh, yeah.
Might even be a 69. I don't know. But apparently it's a car he actually owned. And he
Yes, I think a
race.
69, I believe it was a 69 Camaro.
Well, basically, it's the Fast and Furious one from Revel, maybe, but I'm not doing it as a Fast and Furious. I'm just going to tastefully put some of the decals on, and it might be awful. Terry might turn in his grave when he sees it, but
I don't think so.
I think
No.
he would be more like, well, you've given it a go. Because the thing is, I spent many years going, I don't like that, I'm not going to do that. And as you know, I've been starting on that tank, and I am so far outside my comfort zone on that, but I'm actually quite enjoying it. So I thought I'd apply the same logic with a car.
Well, look at Scott. He's never done a tank build before, and he's ordered 5 of them.
Well, my next tank builds, I've done a bit of research. I found a YouTube channel. It says good kits to build as a beginner. So they're the next tank builds I'm doing. And all I can really honestly tell you is one's American and one is German. No, one might even be British.
Well, I have, for me, it's always been the subject matter as opposed to the hobby medium.
Yeah.
as far as, and I don't look at, I don't look at the difficulty of the kit itself. It's like, do I like what the subject, most time it's dragon.
Yeah.
I just want the picture of it. There we go. So let me show you this, because like I said, first time I ever did a cross stitch. This was the pattern I chose. Now, for those of you that don't know, this particular designer, her name is Teresa Wentzler. She's known for her partial stitches and her blends. You can kind of see all the shadings and everything. I can't get a bigger picture of it. Let me see if I can find another picture. A little bit better one. But it was one that oops. Come on now, stay right there. Let me swing my mouse back over here. You can kind of see the blends a little bit better and the beadwork. Because all of the little flower-like things that you see, those are all beads. Right. This was the first cross-stitch piece I ever started. I jump into the deep end because, in my opinion, it's all hard to begin. I have to learn it to begin with. So
it makes sense. It's difficult whether you do a simple one or a hard one.
Or not. But, if it's a subject that I like the dragon, or, like I said, first model kit I ever put together in my life was a Fine Molds Millennium Falcon. I don't know if you've ever seen that kit. It's 700 and some pieces. I'm not going to attempt it to bring it in here because I might drop it. I don't want to do that today.
No, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that.
Yeah. Oh, Drew's working on a 75 scale model of a cyberpunk girl. That sounds cool. Jan says, yeah, you go through head shrinkers like they are 10 a penny and they end up in the mental ward. I can actually believe that, Dan. But I also had great backing when I started it because my stepfather was a cross stitcher and he had a group of ladies that would come over once a week to the house. Well, they would rotate for a while until his health started failing. And they would get together and cross stitch. But again, it was a dragon. I'm going to finish the dragon. So like my one model kit, you know, I did a Corsair simply because I like the Corsair. I didn't
Yeah.
choose a Spitfire. I chose a Tamiya 138, or excuse me, 148. Corsair, and
Well,
painted
it's
it.
interesting you say that, because would you like to know what I brought with me to work on? Bear with
Do you
me. I
have
just need to. I
Do you have
just
a
need to remove.
148 FU Tamiya?
Hang on a sec.
And Bildrat, welcome in. He's on one of the linked channels. Yeah, Nightmares of Cross Stitches. Now, it did take me the better part of a year to do that dragon.
Oh, trust me, to put it just out of reach.
Oh, nice.
Well,
that's
I
cool,
don't know
isn't it?
till I start it. This is the one that Peter Webster sent me.
I did the Tamiya one of that.
I have looked at the Tamiya because is it a Tamiya? One of the Tamiyas that comes with a little moto tug.
Mine didn't, not the 148.
I think there's a few different versions of it. But
Yeah.
I'm sure that one of them does. And I'm like, I want to do that but I've now got an F4U1, an F4U1 or 2, because I've got the new one that's just come out, and this is the F4U4. So at least I can do 3 different versions.
I couldn't tell you which one. I know it's the FU.
Yeah, I've got to admit, until recently, it was just a Corsair to me. And now there's different versions. And now I want to know why there's different versions. So that will mean me doing more research, which is all good, really, isn't it? But I've kind of looked at what I'm doing on my channel, and I'm getting in a muddle. So I have a new plan. Instead of saying, right, I'm going to do this kit and then release weekly videos, I'm going to do a kit, make the videos, but don't release a single video until they're all finished, and then release them. And then if there's no content afterwards because I haven't finished, well, that's just the way it's going to have to be. Because I'm getting a little bit fed up of pushing myself for a timetable to do a video, not being able to meet the timetable, and then either spending time making apology videos for not releasing a video, which is obviously if I'm making videos on that, I'm not making videos on proper content, or I'm just leaving gaps and my channel is becoming unreliable. Now you sit down and think, right, okay, every Thursday there's going to be this, and then you get to Thursday and then this doesn't happen. So, once
hard, isn't it? Because especially the nature of your work,
Yeah. So from now on, if a part 1 comes out, every single part will come out. There may not be anything after that series is finished. There might be 2, 3, 10-week break. And I'm also going to structure it a little bit more so that once the part works are finished, there'll be like this day will be 1 to 48 scale aircraft day, and that day will be not 48 scale aircraft, and that day will be anything that goes on the land, and that day will be anything that goes in the sea. And if there's no content, there's no content, but there'll be no broken series.
Yeah, I think I did the F4U1D.
Right.
The one I did.
Okie dokie.
I don't know anything about aircraft. All I know is they got wings and they can fly.
Yeah.
That was me. I fell in love with the Corsair watching, of all things, the show Baba Black Sheep.
Okay.
I think they were flying the Corsairs. I just loved the bent wings.
Yep.
And Bildrat, welcome in.
Well, I started off with probably the same story as many people, just with the love of the F-14 Tomcat, and just got into Navy aircraft, and the more aircraft I seem to be biased towards Navy aircraft, so I don't have an issue with that.
No, I mean, that's like I said, that's where your interest lies, and that will keep you into it. I mean,
yeah.
And like I said, I do dragons. I do dragons in all different shapes, sizes, colors, and mediums. I mean,
Yep. Well, it's not dragons, but it's similar reason why I got into chaos, because I do like the demons. I don't know if that reflects on me at all, but I love a good demon.
When it came to the Warhammer, I fell in love with the dryads.
Yeah.
The Sylvaneth.
That's 40. Oh, yes.
That's Sigmar.
Yeah. See, I like those because that's a lot of those you can get away with dry brushing, can't you?
Yeah, I do like dragons, and I mean, I've never really done anything like the model wise, but I'd like to play with a dragon on my arm.
Well, I would suggest, on the basis that you're another one of these ones that goes, oh, I don't know about models, I'm not sure if I'll be very good at it. Looking at what you've done, I think you would be okay.
Well, you never know. I mean, you are I can already tell you're detail oriented, so you will, if you just said the
thing is,
Kids dragon, like I said, this one just happens to be clear.
Yeah.
They're not all that way.
I think he would be a good elf painter because he's very neat and tidy. The elves demand a very neat, a neat color scheme.
Good night, Andy. Thanks for hanging with us for a bit, stopping in. Well, again, like I said, this is the Sylvaneth. These are the dryads. These are the little ones.
Yeah. Baby tree men.
Yeah, they look like itty bitty ants. And some would say that that's, what they would call tabletop ready. A couple of colors of paint, but I'm nowhere near done with these.
I think that's where I get confused. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Like with these plastic models, whack a primer on, as long as it's not black, Penny.
No, so long as it's the correct color primer appropriate for the job you're doing.
Yeah. Don't prime black if you're going to plan to paint it white. That's the key.
I'm sorry, I was a bit evil for letting you.
No, it was funny. I thought it was hilarious.
Not as hilarious as I found it.
But with these, they're basic. You just paint them one color. I've not done weathering. I've not done that. Now, if you go back, rewind, Penny, to my little Warhammer I did. Now, you did that with me every step of the way.
And you did very well on that. Look at that.
I did, but it got really confusing, and I don't think I could remember it because you have to do the base color, and then you've got this.
Right. The reason you can't remember it is because you did that a very long time, and you haven't been repeating the process.
No.
If you painted them every week, look at Natasha. She's really struggled at first remembering cleaning pieces up and dry fitting. Now, when I say to her, what do you do next? And she'll go, clean them up and dry fit. Because it's just a repeatable process.
Yeah.
And the marvelous thing about the Warhammer is particularly you don't have to follow a specific color guide. I mean, you can paint your Space Marines, yet there are different factions. in the canon, but then you can also paint them your colors.
Yeah.
Because if I'm not mistaken, one of William's children painted one of the dreadnoughts or something like that. I think it's purple. Did an outstanding job.
Yeah.
But it's purple.
Nothing wrong with purple. But thing is, I've heard of people coming up with a color scheme, and they're going, "I know you're going to tell me it's wrong," and then someone's gone, "No, that is already a faction. Look, you've got it in the books. It's this." But if you have a good story behind something, you can do anything you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Warhammer, like I said, the one thing about Warhammer is, or anything, even like I do, I'm painting Dungeons and Dragons. I don't play the game. I've never played the game. I've never played Warhammer. I'm just kind of following, because I thought, well, take my painting skills and scale them down. Scaling them down quite a bit.
What do you think?
So-
He's robbed a British Railways van and he's having a shootout.
And like I said,
I like that Horlicks. I'm quite jealous of that kit. See, a few months ago, I'd have looked at that kit and scoffed at it. Oh, I don't do vehicles.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I've enjoyed it. I was saying, I don't know if you call it other streams or not, Penny, but I've probably just been working. But the next one to do is in our series is the refueler.
Okay.
I'm dreading it,
Oh.
but I'm going to learn something new because it's sort of gone up a stage, I think.
Yeah.
Because when I do the actual fuel container at the back, that's going to need, I think, it's going to have a massive seam line down the top, and it's going to need filling, sanding. Obviously, I sand anyway, but it's going to need filling, and I've not done that before.
Right.
So that'd be another skill that I can try and learn, and it's either going to go right or wrong.
We did not to anything major, but me and Tasha did filling. What we did is we anticipated that, and then we put a little bit extra glue in the joint, so that when you push it together, you get what I've always called glue squidge.
Yeah.
And then once that sets dry hard, what we did is I taught her that where you've got a step, you just paint it, and then you sand it, and where the step is, the paint will remain. So you keep sanding till all the paint's removed. But that's how you remove a very small seam line. Obviously, bigger seam lines require a different technique, but it's just putties or even plug the gap with something like a piece of plastic card. But I mean, you're doing it as a group, so you'll all win or lose as a group.
Yeah.
And you got some talented modelers there, so I don't think losing is really an option for you. I don't think it's going to happen.
No. I mean, the only time you lose is when you give up.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I keep trying to tell people, I said, this is a hobby. It's not a race. If you get tired of whatever you're working on, put it aside and pick another one. And then go back to that one. Don't start a third kit. Go back to the first one. So you don't have, now I shouldn't say that. Have started projects of 6 different varieties laying around.
Yeah, I've got about 7 projects on the go at the moment.
I got it. I've got engines and stuff. I got to do work on. Need lubrication, cleaning done on them. Just too late to get started doing it.
And I've got it's starting to, spring's starting to hit, and I've got outdoor projects, my yard to work on. I've got some other home improvement projects I want to do outside. Plus, I've got some Ren Fair outfits I need to work on, both for myself and mostly for others.
Okay, this thing is having a laugh.
I guess I always say that I'm too lazy to work on it. I guess I'm more or less afraid I'll get one of these things stripped down, and then the railroad's going to call, and they'll all be in the middle of having an engine took apart, and I'll have to jump up and leave, and then I'll come back and forget what I'm doing. So
that's when you just take pictures.
yeah, I have done that. I've that Proto 1000 Erie built that I attempted to work on. I took a picture of the gears in it when I took the truck covers off of it, so I can remember how they was orientated. The problem is though, that particular set of locomotives, there's an A and a B in it, just like the F3s, but unlike the F units, the gears in the Erie belts are offset to one side, so I can't just put clones of Athearn gears in them, or put Athearn or Walters gears in like you can the F units and some of their others, some of their other locomotives. So I don't really quite know what to do about that one.
Ooh, Drew's learning the technical stuff. Volumetric painting, color theory, light and shadows.
That sounds way beyond my thinking. I meant my thinking abilities is what I meant. So
it's fun, but it's really helps, does it? Though. Don't know what volumetric painting is. I know color. I know basics of color. Oh, that's wrong.
Yeah.
I know if like you told me about like zenithal highlighting, which is like where the light's shining down from and darker areas. I suppose that's like shade, light and shade.
Well, and zenithal, that's actually a relatively easy.
Yeah.
When I say easy, I mean if you do it the way I've seen it done, where you're doing it in the priming stages, in the base coating, where you prime it whatever your primer color is, and then come in with the white.
Yeah.
At whatever angle.
The light and shadows. Remember when I explained to you that at a basic level, to make something pop, you either have to make the surrounding areas darker, or you make that item lighter, or in the case of figure painting, you do both.
Mm.
And zenithal is one way of doing that.
Yeah.
Because like I said, it's basically the way I've watched it done. You do the prime coat, then you come in with just basically a white, light to medium is, spray from just one direction, either straight down or maybe offset from the side a little bit. If you want to get it look like what they call object source lighting.
Yeah.
Because most of your model paints are more on the translucent side. It takes several coats. So if you're putting them over different tones of the primer, they'll naturally be lighter where, like I said, if you zenithal from the top, that's where the sunlight's going to hit. So they're going to be lighter on the top half and darker underneath, even if you're using the same color paint. An inexperienced way to explain that.
No, it's it worked really well. I mean, you could expand on it, but you know, for people who don't understand what zenithal is,
That's a
probably
stripped down version of, you know, of what it does and why it works.
Yeah.
But and some people might call it a cheat, but I say, hey, it's a cheat that works.
It's like writing on ruled paper is the way I see it. The really smart and classy way to write a letter is to write a letter on plain paper and get your lines absolutely straight. If you use lined paper, is it cheating?
No, it just keeps my lines from going uphill.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can write level, but it all tends to go uphill.
Or what you do is you get a piece of lined paper with heavy lines, and then you put that underneath your plain piece of paper and follow the lines. That's how much cheating zenithal is.
Yeah.
Is it cheating? I don't know. Is there actually such a word as cheating in this hobby?
I don't
if
think
it gets
so.
a good
No.
result, are you actually cheating?
Not unless it's outlined in whatever competition rules you're in, which none of us are at the moment, I believe. I say you can't do it. But just about Hey, Ted. Welcome back in. Joshy's in. David Bassett. Hello, Penny. Or evening,
Joshy,
Penny.
how are you?
Penny and
Love
Horlixs and Hun, the hosts.
Joshy's a wonderful guy.
Yes.
I know I sound like I've got a crush on him, but
Now, Joshy, things have quieted down a little bit. If you'd like to join us, I know, you know, feel free to. We can adjust for your delay. And Francis Adams is in. And Ted's
hello,
Cars and
Francis.
Guitars is back. Yeah, we're back up.
You know, I've got to be honest, Francis. You've been going under Francis for so long. I can't remember what your name is. I mean, I know what your name is, but I'm sure you used to have a handle, didn't you? Francis is one of my awesome painter viewers. Puts me to shame. Well, it's not hard to put me to shame, but she's an absolutely amazing painter.
I'll tell you someone who severely underjudges his painting is Sprue.
Yeah.
Screen name for Twitter is Valkyrie.
That's it, Valkyrie. Of course. I knew it was a cool name as well.
But, you know, Lindsay is phenomenal as well. It's like I got one of those ghost arcs just because they made it look so awesome.
Yeah, I've done that a lot. Oh, that looks easy. I think I'll get one. Oh, it's not easy.
Well, like I said, Josh, you know, we've kind of mellowed down a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, it's been a little bit quieter stream today, which is fine. I mean,
Gonna get quiet down a little bit more because it's midnight here and I've got work early, so I'm gonna have to get off now.
Oh, that's fine.
But thank you very much for a lovely stream.
Oh, thank you for hanging with us. I mean, you've been at this as long as I have today.
Yeah. Did you come right at the start, Horlixs?
Yeah, actually, he was with us on Michelle's stream this morning.
Right. Oh, so you've been streaming all day then?
All day.
Yeah, we streamed with them and then jumped into, yes, I've been sitting in this chair for 13 hours.
Oh, I bet you got a sore bum.
Well, I've gotten up and walked a few,
Oh,
you know.
no!
What'd you do?
So this little bit on the inside,
yeah,
I'm really struggling to get in, I put it the wrong way round. So if you look in there, I've got coloured windows. there I've got silver windows, but on the inside there's coloured strips.
Oh no.
So all that effort, I've got to figure out how to undo it.
Yeah. Well, I've done quite a bit of the diamond painting today anyway, so that's quite good. It's quite that's
Like I
quite a
said,
lot
it's
for me.
that's why I call this a hangout. You don't have to have something on your bench. You know, you can hang out and it doesn't matter what you have on your bench.
No.
As long as it's publicly acceptable, that is.
Yes.
Although I don't know some of my earlier stuff with this little fella.
Well, you might have to have what a definition of publicly acceptable, because some of the painting I've done in the past has been so bad.
Well, no, it's like as long yeah. Penny, did you not see some of the early pictures of what my little
Yes.
dude looked like?
Yeah.
You know, Tasha's is almost as bad.
Tasha's is very phallic, isn't it?
Well, oh. Let me see.
And she recovers.
God, you can't. It's so big you can't even see it from that point anymore.
I'm having to stop watching you do those brick things because they look so good. I want to buy some myself.
I mean, Penny. There's what some of those look like. Some of my first layers look like.
Yeah.
Now, not every kit looks like that, but
No, I do. I keep looking at them myself, and I'm like, oh, I just don't know which one.
they're cute. And I mean, good grief for the amount of time involvement for the cost of the kit is rather good. I mean,
yes,
if you
but
are
that's
looking
how
for
addictions start, though, isn't it? Well, it's a lot for what it is, and then so I want another one.
Yeah.
And then I want another one, and the next thing you know, I've just snapped off a tab there. Oh well.
I think I've got 3 of them over there now. So I've got the blue fox, the red dragon. I think I've got one other one. So I got 4 of these, but I've resisted getting the really big one that I've seen. That stands about 68 centimeters tall and has 35,000 pieces to it.
See, I'm just like, I want.
Oh, I want it, but I'm just like, I'm not going to spend the $125 on it right now. Bill Dret says he has an RAAF Mark IIA Spitfire.
Nice.
Drew says he thinks he'll get off the couch and blend some skin tones.
Oh, I really need to work on my skin tones, especially when I have certain people, not mentioning any names, Terry, taking the mickey out of my skin tones.
At least you're not using pink and white or red and white.
No. No. Have I just inadvertently just had a go at someone by saying that in that way?
No.
Okay. Is that what Terry did?
No. That was someone else who did that.
No, that would be so ironic if Terry did it. Because
No, Terry did not. Terry's better. Terry's a much better painter than that.
He says that my Guy Gibson's got jaundice.
Quano says he just wants a copy of the instructions so he can spam Marcus. If nothing else, Dan, I'll take I'll take a picture of that first page and I'll send it over via Messenger. Well, yeah, Rodney, but there's a certain that particular screenshot that from an earlier picture has been memed. It's rather
Has
funny.
it?
I'm not going to show it on live, but yeah, somebody memed it, and it's made the circles, as I call it.
Oh, dear. Right, okay. I am going to go this time.
Okay.
I don't want to, but
Well,
We don't
you do
want you
have
to
to get
go.
up.
I hate Mondays as well at work. But
Well,
yeah,
Horlicks,
no,
it was nice having you hang with us today.
yeah, thank you. Yeah, nice to see you all. Nice to see you, Penny. And I will see
Yeah.
you when I see you next.
Yep, we'll see you next time.
Right. No.
Good night.
Bye.
Yeah, like Build Right says, unless it's a commission build, don't we build for ourselves? Yeah. And then Joshy's Quanta wants the instruction so he can replicate it, make it bigger and generator powered.
Yeah. Sounds about right. I've seen his work. He's a little bit mad skills, hasn't he?
Oh, like I said, I love his the Optimus Prime he's working on.
Yeah. When I was on the same stream as him, my cat sitter was watching, and she came round a couple of days later, a Saturday night, and she was just constantly asking questions about it. And because most of my answers was, I don't know. She's like, where do I get it from? And what can you help me do it? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. Ask one on economics, because that would be easier.
Oh no, it's not that. Where did I see that one? It's Brian.
Come on, get in.
I never did put those videos up for Brian.
I'm going to cheat. I'm going to bend this over too much. Go on, get in. Get in. Go on. Yes. Yes, we're in. It is not very good. It's not very neat, but it's in.
How long do I think I'll be on for? Probably not much more. We'll probably call it in about 45 minutes or so. I don't see me going much longer than 9 o'clock because that's a 9-hour on this stream.
9 o'clock?
It'll be
It's 10 past midnight.
It'll be 1 a.m. UK time, but Drew's on my side.
Okay, so I'm not going to be super proud of that, but it's in. It's just
That's
the
good,
further along you go, the more the windows are out of sync. But that's bent up. But these fiddly bits are. This company has reinvented the word fiddly.
Now, is that a Peace Cool or is that a Metal Earth?
That's a Peace Cool. It's this one.
I don't know if I have that one.
I thought you said you did.
I had the wood kit.
Okay. Because this is the one that Carl kept saying it's not realistic. It's got the spire.
It's historically accurate.
Yeah.
That's how I would put it.
Historically, yeah.
That's all that matters right there, as long as it's historically accurate. Right?
Well, You got to remember, Notre Dame had the fire a couple years ago,
Yeah.
and it lost one of its spires.
Ah, okay, I get you.
Well, the dragon ship that I did, Penny, was a Peace Corps kit.
Mm.
I don't think I have that particular. I don't see it in my stash over here right off the top of my head.
Okay.
Oh, I do have that one. Okay.
Oh,
But then, who's to say what I've got buried in that stash?
who knows? Only the shadow knows.
Yeah.
Don't like that. It's not meant to be that wobbly, is it? This one's gone
No,
in
but hello, building with the boys. How are you doing this evening?
Oh, Scott, how are you? Congratulations to your two boys. Scott's got two sons who wrestle. One of them fought for a title, which I won't give you the outcome on that one. And he's had another one who has made his debut this weekend, and I won't give you the outcome on that one. But I am someone who doesn't enjoy wrestling. It's not my thing, yet I found that quite enjoyable. I found it rather enjoyable.
Well, my brother wrestled in high school.
Right. But yes, entertaining weekend on that front. Yeah, I think it's been an entertaining weekend all over, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
I think I'm gonna relabel myself Doctor Who because I feel like I've had adventures in time and space. Well, I thought I'd be smart this morning, and I got on an early train to get me into London earlier. And as I got on the train, the conductor told me, "You do know this is the long train to London." And I looked, and it was the long train. So I got off at Preston, which gave me a 40-minute break. So I had a cup of coffee and a nip outside for a cigarette. Got the next train, which would actually have got in 40 minutes before the one I was on, despite being 40 minutes behind. So I thought, right, no, nice, I'm on a winner, and I was halfway through. We got to Milton Keynes, and they've got every single train from Milton Keynes to London has stopped because of signal failure.
Oh no.
And once I realised I was going to get a delay of over an hour, and thus I was going to get my money back on the fare, one of the passengers, I was talking to a couple of the passengers, and they said, look, shall we just get an Uber and share the cost? So the taxi was about 90 quid to London, but 30 quid each, which is less than the amount of refund I'm going to get. So, yeah, cut a long story short, I was about 3 hours late in London, and it just became a very long day very quickly. And that's why I'm exhausted.
Well, I'm tired. Randall's. Are you still there, Randall? He stepped away. Well, I think once he gets back, we'll just wind this up. Like I said,
Yeah.
I think I was in green room at 6:30 this morning.
Yeah.
So if I end in the next 15 minutes, that's still 14 hours.
Yeah.
That's as long as I worked yesterday.
Yep, that's about an average day for you, isn't it, Connie?
Yeah. Well, I admit, I do enjoy this because, like I said, I'll finish here when I'm. If you want to, Josh, here we can. You just grab the link and join us in green room.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, a lot of us that are streaming if we weren't streaming, we would be doing this on our own in our homes. So it's as close as you can get to having a friend at the hobby desk with you. Okie dokies.
Well, in some respects,
2 hours.
In some respect, it's easier. Can you imagine trying to get 10 people in the same room?
Well, yeah.
With their hobby stuff?
I mean, they call that a club, don't they? But
it depends on what their hobby is, I guess.
Club meets, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what? I joined a club, and it was absolutely brilliant because I joined the club to meet like-minded painters. And by the time I'd been going for a couple of months, I was playing different games, and I somewhere out there I have a D&D character, and I also have a I can't remember all of the. I'm going to be careful what I say because I know people get insulted when you get DC and Marvel mixed up. Was I Ant-Man? I think I might have been. I'm not even going to say whether it's DC or Marvel because I don't know. But I think they've played some Marvel-y superhero-y game, and yeah, I think
Good night,
that was
Ted.
my character.
And again, thank you for the truck.
I'm just waiting for Bill with the boys to tell me off because he knows it. He knows his Batman's from his Guardians of the Galaxy.
Sure thing, Alex.
Ooh,
Randall.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. I was say we're gonna go ahead. I didn't know if you were back.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, I think we're gonna wind this up. I mean, it's almost 8.5 hours. Not one of our long. And Quano says, yeah, everybody's saying Marvel.
Yeah.
As far as Ant-Man.
I got something right then ish.
So, I guess we will see you all down the streams. I mean, I'm there most mornings, or lunch times for UK, mornings for me. This is the only one I host. And like I said, some days were longer, some days were shorter. Uh-oh. Randall.
Sorry about that.
Randall, are you
Cough
not well?
medicine.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was going to work on a train, but that's okay.
Well,
I had my camera turned on.
Yeah, like I said, I'm getting a little bit tired. I'll have a little bit of a green room chat, and then we'll probably call it after that. But thank everybody for hanging with us. I mean, we still have 12 on my side, 11 through Terry's, 5 through Penny's. I mean,
5. Wow.
Yeah. I got 55 thumbs up.
I think I'm going to have to start streaming through the night because I do have some mad, crazy people that will watch at that time.
Well, yeah, you never know. So I will say good night.
I will too.
And
good night.
We will see you next time. Again, thank you very much.